everyone to the One Drop, your one-stop spot for all that's hot in PUBG Mobile. I'm Jason Kaplan, we got Blank, we got John Allen, and we're all here ready to talk about what's happened in our last week of play. Blank, why don't you start us off? What are we going to be talking about here today?
We got a few things on the board here. We've got the good cheese. We know how good this cheese is because from Team Queso, and they just absolutely dominated the tournament towards the latter end of the half. And honestly, league play was absolutely there. I think they were a clear 100 points ahead of most teams, to be quite honest with you. It was ridiculous. And a couple of players started standing up that we weren't sure what going to. I think from the beginning we were like, Nitsuma was the big boy, but then at the end, it's Axel who's got, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, 3k more damage than anyone else on this team, which is just wild.
Yeah, crazy stuff, honestly. And John, what else do we have coming down the line? Because there's still another team we got to talk about.
Yeah, we've got Tribe as well, eking their way in at the lower end of the tables, but they finished strong, and hopefully they'll be able to continue into the finals with some pretty dominant performances coming through. We'll have to wait and see what more they have in store for us, and we've got some more information about them coming for you later.
Yeah, we'll also have a special guest on the show later on to break down a play for you guys, and we also, of course, are going to be talking about the finals. But before we get into any of this, let's start talking about Queso. Let's get you guys prepared for what's coming up here in our first team. Team Queso, honestly, what is there that we can't say about this team? They have 11 chicken dinners. This team just absolutely smashed everyone. And right off the bat, we need to take a look at the performance they had over the course of league play. We can see here 602 points total, 59,000 damage. But what really stands out to me, Blank, is their kills at 312.
Oh, above their placement points too. I mean, if we look towards those last weeks and you watched Team Queso play, you'd see they were a really aggressive team. It got to the point where me and you, Jason, and the boys, we were just like looking at them. We're like, they're just fighting everyone and they're winning most of their fights. And the craziest place to do it, Miramar. Finding fights on that map is hard, and they made it happen.
Yeah, and John, we need to jump pretty much straight into their map stats that we have as well, because you can see there off the bat, 11 top 4 finishes in Erangel, but Miramar, they have 4 chicken dinners. Ridiculous stuff.
I mean, obviously Miramar, they've got the higher win percent on, but across the board, they've got that 20% chicken dinner rate, which is absolutely nuts, right? To be able to get that much impact into a lobby is pretty insane by I think anyone's metrics, and the fact that they'll be able to put up a minimum of 829 average damage on their worst map, Vikendi. I say worst in sort of almost air quotes, I suppose, because really it's not very bad at all. You just have to pick one that's worse than the rest of the bunch. So they have been hitting this lobby like nobody's business, and they've come out on top. I mean, they're 613 points to close out the tournament, and they're sat pretty much head and shoulders above everybody else right now. And I would say that to not predict them to be in certainly those top spots is going to be really difficult moving forwards.
I think one of the funniest things, Blank, about the Vikendi, by the way, is the fact that when we called them out, like in the 4th week, I believe it was, we said they have like 0.4 average placement points on this map, 0 chicken dinners, and then of course for their very first Vikendi, you're like, all right guys, hold my Mountain Dew, and they come in with a big victory.
Hold up, we're going to grab that chicken dinner really quick. And I mean, it's fair play to him. Pretty much everywhere else it worked out fine. And honestly, their aggressive playstyle, it's not suited to Vikendi. Let's be honest with you. It doesn't really work. I mean, we see them going out first like a couple of times on that map. I remember XSET losing to Team Queso and then just coming back the next game and just slamming them from 16th place on Vikendi. So very, very interesting stuff. But again, these numbers are ridiculous. Like you're probably not going to see these numbers for a very long time unless you're looking at a team like Bigger Drum.
Yeah, and the weirdest thing is, right, is I was talking to Gabo, their coach, not too long ago, and he was telling me about how they just love to be aggressive, and they just basically force teams to fight them. Either you run away or you're going to stand your ground and try to combat them, which obviously, as we've seen, most teams really can't do too well. But you know what? We're a little bit lucky here because we had the chance to actually interview Ayala. And funny enough, we wanted to talk to him, and I know John actually was heading this up, about Nitsume and his effect on the team, because Queso have massively improved since we saw them last year, since we saw them even in the finals just back in December, and wanted to learn what has Nitsume added to the team, how has everyone started to play better, and we're going to find out here right now.
Luego de haber jugado los mundiales, decidimos mantener un roster de 4 jugadores, pero luego de la Pro League Americas Season 1 decidimos incluir un quinto jugador, que sin dudas Nitsu fue y iba a ser el mejor quinto jugador que pudimos meter en el equipo. Como en la Pro League Americas Season 2 cambió el sistema de puntuación y hizo que todos los equipos busquen una manera de juego más agresiva. Nosotros buscamos un quinto jugador, no que sea más famoso ni un rol específico, sino que un jugador más agresivo, y Nitsu fue el mejor que pudimos encontrar sin dudas. Sí, sin dudas hubieron varias partidas que no obtuvimos la victoria, e igualmente quedamos primero en la tabla de la partida por justamente eso, por ser más agresivos que la Pro League pasada y siempre tener kills, que es lo que importa en este nuevo sistema de puntuación. No, sí, vamos a seguir jugando de la misma manera, y creo que sin duda si seguimos con este ritmo vamos a salir en una muy buena posición y ojalá ganar la Pro League Américas. Sí, Nitsu al ingresar no le costó mucho ni casi nada adaptarse al equipo, y sin duda puso otro aire al equipo, justamente lo que estábamos buscando. Como dije, es un jugador más agresivo, justamente por esto de que la Pro League iba a tener un nuevo sistema de puntuación, y sí ayudó mucho a la estrategia que estamos usando ahora en ser más agresivos. Nitsu ayudó mucho, sí, sin duda. En tema de si tenemos que pelear, peleamos. Obviamente no todas las peleas se van a ganar, ni todas las peleas se tienen que pelear, pero no esquivamos las peleas como sí pasaba en torneos anteriores, que era más importante los puntos de posición que las kills, y en esta edición, como dije, no estamos esquivando mucho las peleas. Nos costó mucho adaptarnos a este nuevo sistema de juego, porque con la entrada de Nitsu y ya con saber cómo iba a ser este nuevo sistema, comenzamos ya a jugar las scrims de otro modo, como dije, sin escondernos tanto de las peleas y pelear más, y así que no nos costó mucho adaptarnos. No podría decir uno solo en específico, porque los puntos se reinician y los 16 equipos que pasen a la final, todos por más que hayan pasado en top 16, van a comenzar de cero y van a tener la misma posibilidad que nosotros, que cualquier otro equipo que esté arriba de la tabla. Así que todos los equipos, no puedo decir uno solo en específico. Primero estamos en esto, no estamos pensando en ese torneo. Primero queremos terminar como estamos ahora, en primer lugar en la liga. Después la final queremos ganar, y si clasificamos al otro torneo, obviamente vamos a ir por el primer lugar. Y sí, creo que podemos ganar. Jugando como estamos jugando, podemos ganar lo que juguemos. Agradecerles a todos por apoyarnos en las buenas, en las malas. Agradecerles a todos por el cariño que nos dan, y aguante Team Queso.
You know, I actually really love that from Ayala, the fact that we asked him about, hey, are you guys going to make it to PMGC? And he's like, hold on. The tournament's not done yet, right? We need to talk about qualifying and doing well in the finals first of all, and then we'll think about GC. I love to hear that, because to me, that's like the sign of a champion, right? Focus on what's in front of you instead of thinking down the line, Blake.
Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of teams kind of lose that luster, and we saw that from Europe, especially with footballists. They didn't actually make it into the EMEA League to in fact qualify PMGC, despite being such a fantastic team in World League for West. But it's nice to see that these guys still got their eyes on the ball, eyes on the prize, right? They want to make the top 3 spots. And to do that, they've got to keep training, keep scrimming, and keep working hard there. You love to see it.
Well, speaking of that, let's take a look at actually the stats coming in for Queso for the individual players, right? Because we've been talking about how all of them are performing so well. And John, even though Marco, he's kind of like 15th in damage, 8th in kills, but that's also compared to every player in the entire tournament, not just his own team.
Yeah, that's like that's an insane stat for this whole team to be so high up there on board, and their lowest performing player, Marco, who's still having a massive contribution to the team. You have to remember with, you know, just fantastic contributions in terms of the gameplay, in terms of the calls he can make. Really, really strong player. And obviously we're expecting Natsume to come in and be this aggressive powerhouse. That's what they wanted from him, and it seems like that's what they're getting, stepping up and almost taking on Axel himself in that top fragger spot. But they have been absolutely phenomenal at putting up those numbers, and I don't think that they deserve anything else.
It really just makes me happy, the fact that everyone's playing so well on the team too, because we saw them struggle so heavily before. But Natsume, not even the top performer on the team, but that just shows what addition, what change can do in your team. Unfortunately, now we have to wind up our talk about Tribe at the moment, or not about Tribe. I kind of just gave away who's coming up next. We have to wind up our talk about Team Queso as we talk about Tribe in a few minutes, but that's going to be after a short break.
It's Zute here, and you're watching The One Drop.
All right, so I kind of spoiled it before we went to that quick little break. Of course, we'll be talking about Tribe here, but Blank, what is it we're going to be talking about with them?
Look, to be honest with you, Tribe, I think that they're one of these teams that's just barely scraped their way into the finals, right? But one big standout factor for me about Tribe was that they were not unwilling to change up their playstyle as the tournament went on. As to begin with, they were playing as a 4-man unit, like a death squad. It wasn't working out for them. They were going down far too early. Towards that last week, they switched things up slowly over time. They started focusing more on those placement points, and it works out for them in the end. They make it to the finals, so you're really, really happy with their flexibility.
Yeah, so let's actually just jump straight into their map performance then and see how they did across all the maps in total here. And John, I mean, again, the thing is, we're not even going to look at their chicken dinners. I think maybe the focus can be around their top 4 finishes, because they've done decently well in some of these maps, but it seemed to be like closing them out and finishing was where they really struggled.
Right, and that's kind of where what Blank was talking about comes into effect, right? Being able to maintain all 4 of those players alive into the final circle is more often than not crucial in getting to that chicken dinner. And if you're running as a 4-man death squad, it's so many more times where you're going to lose a player, where you're going to take a casualty along the way somewhere, and it can be a little bit trickier to sort of close out all of those final circles. They did manage to get 1 down, and that was obviously in the final game on Erangel, so that was a really, really strong entry from them, and fantastic to do it right at the end. What better place to do so? But you're right, Jason. It is really a case of them just pushing for those placement points, but not quite getting over that final hurdle towards the chicken dinner.
And I want to say, Blank, that like partially this comes into something Kinge said to me in an interview about how they're kind of playing like a little bit loose, and they're kind of not playing like with a really strict, like, okay, this is the call being made, everyone do this, do that, like with a lot of micromanagement. And I think that looseness, it can kind of work well in the beginning, but like when the intensity comes in with like these final zones, I feel like you can't have that kind of looseness. You need to be more strict in how you take these fights.
No, you absolutely need to be able to be strict in those fights, and honestly that looseness kind of worked out for them a couple of seasons prior when they had Sam on the team, because he was just a fantastic gun player on the team, just absolutely mowing people down. It was kind of fine because they had that firepower behind them. They pick up Telly onto the team from Omen, I believe it was, and Telly wasn't doing too hot on that team either, so their overall firepower has come down slightly, and I think they have to tighten things up, and it's certainly visible to me that that's what's happened towards the end of the tournament itself to get them towards that 4-team spot.
Well, we talk about their firepower going down. Then again, their nade power has definitely not slipped up, with basically just G3, the arm of a man who should be playing American football right now. But as we take a look at the player stats here, there's one thing that's definitely standing out here, John, and it's got to be Telly.
Yeah, he's managing to put up a huge amount of damage compared to the rest of his team, certainly going above and beyond, and not only that, assisting in everybody else's kills as well. A phenomenal utility damage-focused player with incredible amounts of impact in terms of the surrounding teams when they're in location, when they're on spot and need to defend.
And what kind of kind of gets me here, Blink, is I always look at like the knockouts versus kills, and we see a lot of teams that have like a lot of success. If you know your Lukes, your Quesos right now, who typically will have more kills than knockouts, they're able to at least confirm the knockouts that they get, or at least snipe some knockouts around the map. But I mean, you can see here just from King A alone. You know, it's a discrepancy. Him, Telly, I guess Seagut's the one that kind of stands out as ahead of everyone else, but that does kind of worry me because kills are so damn strong and so damn important when it comes to getting those points.
Yeah, they are, and a lot of times these knockouts set other people up on your team. For instance, like Seagut, we see him in final moments a lot of times where he's the last member alive and he's picking up a few kills for his team towards the end to make sure they had those kill points to tide themselves over for that next week towards the end of that tournament. But Telly here, just following on the storyline from before, it's really nice to see that he has stepped up, and this is one of the big things that I want to reiterate just as a general point in PUBG Mobile, is keep giving these players chances because they will always want to keep proving themselves.
Yeah, and we also talked earlier on, you mentioned, Blink, about them changing up styles when it came to week 4. So let's actually kind of compare their week 4 stats compared to what a week 1 through 3. And these numbers will look a little bit odd to you, like, oh, well, how do they get better? Well, let's explain to it why.
Yeah, for sure. So if we're looking at Tribe Gaming here towards the weeks, week 1, 97, week 2, 82, week 3, 91 points overall, right? And these are respectable numbers, but you come into week 4, 103. So like you said, Jason, the numbers don't add up, and that's because they're putting less emphasis on that damage, on those kills, but more emphasis on the placement points. And this is what I was talking about before, that flexibility to change things up, try and get into those final zones, into those final circles, and they even come out of a chicken dinner on that last week. So it's a really nice boon, and they've got to be proud of themselves for what they were able to achieve.
I just worry though, John, like it's great to see that they can focus on one thing and be able to accomplish that by getting more placement points, but you got to see that sweet marriage of kills and placement points, and I'm worried that one of those is going to struggle when they try to go for both.
That's true, but you have to consider as well, they're trying out a new strategy. They want to lock that down before they try and play it all at once and sort of get that golden mixture, right? The secret recipe, all 5 spices, and try and, you know, get it to be a perfect blend there. You want to lock down just getting those placements and those rotations that are involved in doing so before you can then add in some decisions to make heavy fights and decisions to go a little bit more aggressive than from like what we've seen from them before. So hopefully they're going to be able to start to do that, and they don't have too long to do it, but it is time to step up here for the finals.
Well, luckily they did have a couple days off, so a couple days to maybe focus on some things to get ready for the finals. And also, we mentioned earlier on in the show, as we're going to move on from Tribe to go to our special guest, we have Zute actually coming in to break down one of his plays he did. It was Execute up against Alpha 7, and hopefully this helps you guys at home learn how to improve your own play style as well. So let's take a look.
Hi there guys, you're watching The One Drop. My name's Blank. I'm joined today by Zute. You can find him over on various streaming websites as well as over on the social media. Check him out, the guy's really cool. And he's actually going to do a bit of analysis for us on a fight we saw on Vikendi at the very beginning of week 3. So why don't you take us through it, Zute?
Hey guys, it's Zute here. So yeah, I'm going to be breaking down a fight with A7 that we had on Vikendi, and we're going to just jump right into it. Okay, so right here, 2 major factors to taking down a fight at a compound. First, step 1, you want to control the sides of the buildings. So right here, we have this side fully under control, this side fully controlled. Step 2 will be to take control of the first floor. Once you take control of the first floor of any compound or building, it is so easy for you to throw grenades and Molotovs into the second floor, which we'll see. But the hard part is taking over the first floor. So we have everything set up already. We have control of 2 different sides, and we're trying to get another opening on the first floor. So right here, you'll see us, moving around, trying to get some angles, trying to throw some grenades, some Molotovs into the first floor. And it isn't until we get to this stage right here, I'm over here with a grenade in hand, and I see these 2 small rooms, right? I see a room here, and then I saw a room here. Now, my idea right here is to throw a grenade into one of the doorways and shoot the other doorway. Because once you throw a grenade in a doorway, the guy's gonna try and run out the other way because no one wants to get blown up, right? So you'll see me try and throw some grenades in. The first one unfortunately misses, It happens though, but I got a second grenade, so there's no worry here. So the second grenade, it will go right through. You see that grenade hover right through. This time it goes in, and now VTuck, he runs out. And then once VTuck runs out, you see I'm already positioned looking at the other doorway, waiting for the other person. So when VTuck runs out, I'm shooting this way, and I get the opening knock. Now it's a 4v3. VTuck over here, he also got hurt by my nade, which is a bonus. And now VTuck, he's going to be scared. He's going to run up to the second floor, and teams always do this. You know, they feel safer on the second floor, but that's going to be their big downfall right now. So you'll see coming up here, after we get that first one, we basically, you know, Fate comes in, we start swarming it, we get the thirst right here. I tell them, you know, 4v3 situation, and right here, you're gonna see us get 2 more knocks without even rushing up to the second floor. There's one right there on Alpha 7 Law, kill switch with a grenade. And this one's really great because Swagman's really lit, but he's also getting burned up by a Molotov. You see this fire right here. He's on fire right now. And he's also one shot. So Fame Boys finishes him off with the Tommy gun here. Right there, 4v1 situation, just like that, and I'll just let this play out. But yeah, that's how we broke this fight down. Control the sides, control the first floor, throw a bunch of nades and Molotovs on the second floor, and that's an easy win right there. So we're gonna throw it right back to the desk and see what they have to say about it. I'm pretty sure I broke this down better than they could though. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one.
Hola, mi nombre es Gonzalo Ayala, jugador de Team Queso, y están viendo el One Drop.
Honestly, a very, very big shout out and thank you to Zute for coming in and doing that. And honestly, I think all three of us agree here. We really hope it helps you guys elevate your own gameplay, hearing what's going through the minds of a pro as they execute a play, and definitely make it work in Execute's case. But it's now time to start talking about the nitty and gritty here. It's time to start talking about the finals, since we do have our 16 teams getting through. And let's already take a look at our first page here. And Blake, one team that stands out besides Team Queso, it's gonna have to be your boys, Loops Esports.
It's your boys, Loops, 100%. They've been jumping through loops this entire tournament to try and get towards this second place. And they've done fantastically well to make it happen, because they definitely weren't on the top of the leaderboard this entire time. They've made a massive push towards the end of the week, getting 179 total points in week 4. They knew they had to make it happen. They had to make a standout momentum play. And that's exactly what they're going to be pulling into the finals. So you're really happy to see them there.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, you've got a team like Tempo Storm who have just been pretty consistent. I mean, they had a little bit of a dip in week 3, it has to be said, but they were very much back on form in week 4 with their strongest week so far. So it's really great to see them able to finish it out in 3rd. 509 points, that's a real solid performance.
And in 8th place, you've got Execute Esports here, who've just done so well throughout this tournament. I'm really, really proud of the boys there, coming from PMCO. And honestly, this team, they felt a little bit lackluster in week 1 as they were finding their footing. But over a little bit of time, they got way better, so much more experience for playing with all these big old teams. And they end up with 429 points and a 146-point week 4 finish. Fantastic stuff.
And on the antithesis of that, you got G25, who had a really strong first week, but ever since that, it feels like they've just been coasting. They've been resting on their laurels. Maybe they're biding their time, sort of hiding those strategies. On 462 points at the end, they still managed to qualify in 6th, but are they going to be able to bring something new to the table, or are they going to continue to go downhill? That's the question I have in my mind.
Yeah, we can take a look at our second page as well. I got Brazilian Rampage in there, XSET, the Unnamed, Wildcard, unfortunately not placing as well as we thought they would, especially as the other teams have said. Cloud9 as well, another team that's not placed as highly as we expected, though. They have started to ramp up towards the end of the league phase. Tribe, of course, we talked about earlier on, Influence Rage with their massive amount of kills. And of course, at the very end, Nova just barely skating by the skin of their teeth, honestly. And there's definitely a lot of teams currently in our 9th through 16th that need to step up. And of course, the teams that didn't qualify, Meta, BDM, INTZ, Clays, PK, Helping Prediction, 19 Esports, and Defeaters. We saw some glimpses of life in all those teams, but unfortunately, it was enough in the end. But at least they have shown that the overall skill of PUBG Mobile in the region has definitely shot up since the last PMPL. But John, as we move ahead now, taking a look at the finals, we've talked about this predicted bubble coming into league play. Well, there's another predicted bubble we want to be talking about here.
Absolutely. It's going to be the top 3 who are going to be the ones to move forwards to the Global Championships in just a few weeks' time. We'll have to wait and see who that is. But for now, we've done some statistical analysis. We've run the numbers, guys, and we've come out to a number that we think these teams are going to have to achieve. And that number is 197 points. Now, that is going to have a bracket of plus or minus 5. But if a team can get that 10-point average per game in the coming games, they should be good to see themselves through to the global stages, and that's what all these teams are going to be gunning for.
Yeah, and of course, not only are they gunning for top 3 placing, I think we're gunning now for getting some correct predictions in. So we're each going to give our own, and mine first is going to be Team Queso. I expect them to continue the same pace. I'm expecting Loops with how well they've been able to play here in this last week. And of course, Tempo Storm, because my boys got that sick, deep 5-man roster. Who do you got, Blake?
I got Loops to begin with, then I got Team Queso, and then I got B4. I think they're going to coast their way into that 3rd place. Don't count them out yet.
I've got Team Queso, top spot. I don't think that anyone else could predict anything reasonably, looking at you there. Tempo Storm coming in with, well, maybe not in the top spots here, because I've got Loops followed by Alpha 7. Alpha 7 have had one of the most pop-off weeks, bar basically Team Queso and G25, so I'm thinking that they might just be able to throw something new into the ring.
Yeah, well, you got our predictions there. We obviously want to hear what your predictions are going to be at home, so you can tweet to us at Esports PUBGM, use the hashtag OneDrop, and let us know who you think is going to make it into the top 3. And unfortunately, this does mean it is the end of the show here on the OneDrop. It has been a pleasure bringing you all the action, what happened in Week 4, and of course, leading to the finals. But like always, thank you guys again for tuning in, and this is the 3,
2,
1 drop.
Seen the show before, but at least that was something I could see. And now Kowalski out in the open takes down Cab, and he takes down Quinn as well. What is this? It's this one off with the first kill. It's going to be his teammate killed. Irish is knocked down. J7 finishes the both off. The balcony! Rolex spraying through the smoke gets one. Federal as well going to be dropped off.
It is finally time. It is dawn of the finals here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2. You've waited for 4 weeks. 16 teams have been battling, trying to get into that, well, 24 teams have been battling, trying to get into that top 16 placing to make it into the finals, and now have a chance to make it into PMGC, and of course, all the lovely money that goes along with it. I'm Jason Camp, and I'm your host, and we got to bring in our analysts here to help break down all these games. We got 7, we got Glitter, both looking great, both looking like they're feeling great. How you doing today, Glitter?
I'm doing great. I mean, we've had a little bit of time to reset, so I'm hoping all these teams came ready to play, because after what we saw during our league play portion of this season, I am expecting an insane finals.
Yeah, and the thing is, they're a little bit lucky here too, considering they had an extra day off. Now, I know you guys are probably tuning in wondering what happened to the first day of the tournament, and due to some issues, we wanted to maintain the integrity of the tournament, so we delayed things 1 day, which means we will have 2 matches less in total, because we're jam-packing all the games here into the other days. So we have 6 matches a day now instead of 5. But 7, I mean, honestly, if I'm a team, I'd be kind of hyped for that, right? Gives that extra day off to relax, that extra day to prepare if you need it, because every single game, whether it's 20 or 18, has to count. You have to do well.
Yeah, and it goes along with what we were saying. There's going to be no time off in this finals. You better have your A game ready, and now you're going to have to play an extra match. So everything, you can't slack off any day, all right? I don't want to see anybody slacking off. I don't want to see anybody taking off a day, because at the end of the day, they want to be in the top 3. It's not about just getting in maybe top 5, top 7. No, you want to be in the top 3 so you can go to PMGC.
Yeah, in top 3, and obviously, you know, the GC slot is on the line, but so is a lot of money as well, right? We got to take a look at our prize pool here, because it's been a long time since we even really got to talk about this, because there's a lot of money to go. But I am hearing we have a nice little surprise video we want to show you guys, so let's take a look, because I have no idea what it is.
Stuff is going down. Welcome back, PUBG Mobile World League. But anyways, moving on into our show today, let's take a look at our overall settings because our next week of games are about to happen. And by next week, I mean the second half of our third week. So you guys can see where all the teams are currently standing. I'm going to keep talking until we eventually get the overalls up so we can talk about all the teams and where they currently are as we see them on over here.
You know, I wasn't gonna go to Amazon, and then now we have to. I ended up buying like a watch because for some reason you said it was an amazing watch, so now I'm stuck with the watch.
First of all, it is an amazing watch, and now we're all going to be fit together. But what I'm really concerned with is the fact that Jukes is making me talk, making me buy a lot on Target, and I have so many things in my cart, and I have to buy vitamins and makeup. And
just here, how you doing? Well, welcome to Please. Welcome to see you, Jason. I'm really excited here to be able to get it there. Going once, twice, 47. Cameron Davis, baby, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. Hi. I don't know what you're talking about, so sure.
Oh, well, hey, I mean, speaking of not knowing what you're talking about, Jason! He knows when you are sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. Hey, better watch out, you better not cry. We got loops coming up and tell you why. Because they have more kill points than placements.
Oh, great. Game number 1. Okay, awesome. Erangel, we're doing it.
Who's the MVP? Who's the MVP?
You are, Dave. You're the MVP. That glorious Ethiopian caterpillar on your upper lip. Fantastic.
All right, MVP Dave. Let's go.
That's it. That's the one.
How dare you sit down while casting games? I don't sit the entire day. I'm up here, whether they show me or not, sitting here taking notes. It looks terrible. I'm just kidding, I'm lazy as hell. I think they're both not going to be on camera. They're both going to be sitting down. I knew it. They always do it. I'm so jealous. We have made the official decision to cancel today's matches, and tomorrow we'll be doing 8 instead of 4. So everyone go home, pack it up. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time here on The One Drop.
I love this speed run rehearsal. Let's do this more.
Make caffeinated beverages. Bye now.
So now I know why I was not told about what video was coming in at the top of the show, and now I know why they tell us to be professional on rehearsals, because that was 1% of the footage they possibly could show, and I had to cut out all the rest because the things said on air. So that was a lovely little surprise. 7, I didn't know you got moves like that, man.
Hey, I didn't know that was being recorded.
I'm scared.
Awesome.
Honestly, I'm scared now.
Idea.
There's a lot of things they could use to blackmail us in the future, but hopefully that doesn't happen, because now we need to finish up PMPL, right? We need to finish off Season 2. We need to finish off the finals, and let's take a look now at what everyone is playing for. There's a lot of money on the line here, guys. $40,000 for first place, but again, top 3 is going to be going over to PMGC, and I think that's what a lot of teams have their eye on, considering there's $2 million on the line. Also, the trophy of being told you're the best team. Not even being told. You proved it to us of being the best team in the world, but here we can see what's all going on, 7.
Yeah, 40,000. I mean, that's a nice way to go towards PMGC and fight for that 2.5 million you were talking about. Second place gets 20,000, third place gets 12,000, and then we also have an MVP prize, which honestly, that's we haven't really talked about any of that. I feel like that's one that's gonna be super close with the way some of these players are performing.
I think it's because we're actually giving the MVP prize to our production crew for that lovely little video. Also, a little bit of money so they don't blackmail us in the future and show some of the bad sides of rehearsal. But anyways, moving on in the show. Again, we've had so many teams competing. We had 24 teams fighting for the chance to get here. And I think it's time to take a look at all the teams. If you weren't joining us on any of the days, if you didn't take a look on Twitter, you didn't look at Instagram, you didn't look at Wikipedia, well, now you have a chance to see which 16 teams will be competing for the chance to be crowned the title, the winners of PMPL Americas Season 2. And right off the bat, we're taking a look. Team Queso, no team could even come close to touching them here, Glitter.
Not even, I mean, you're right. Look at the 11 chicken dinners, and we're obviously probably going to be talking about them a lot here in finals. At 613 points, the only team to hit the 600-point mark. Loops Esports is somehow moving all the way up into second place after a very slow start in their league play portion. We're probably talking about them a lot as well. Tempo Storm in third place, Alpha 7 in fourth, B4 in fifth place, G25 falling all the way down to sixth after a dominant hold in that first place position for a good chunk of time. Ace 1 in seventh place, and then Execute managing to move up into eighth place after really picking it up in the final week here, 7.
Yeah, Execute, the way they've been able to improve has been amazing as we're going to be going here towards the second page. Brazilian Rampage, this is another team that kind of surprised us at one point. They were pretty much towards the end of the leaderboard, pushing themselves up, improving every single week, leading to the finals. Really impressive. Same with XSET, the Unnamed has been pretty consistent. Wildcard Gaming has been one of those teams that's been very volatile in regards to the placement points as well. Cloud9, for the most part, I can say they've been very consistent here towards the middle of the pack in regards to 13, 14, 15. We have Tribe Gaming there. I want to see more out there. Influence Rage finally starting to improve in their placement points. Love seeing that. And then Nova Esports being able to take the last place in 16th place. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be showing here the third page for some of the teams that were not able to qualify, but at least were able to put on somewhat of a good show.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Metagaming getting really close to breaking that top 16, but not quite able to do it. Then BDM Esports, INTZ, Clay's Esports, Pittsburgh Knights, HQA, Helping Quit Addiction, 19 Esports, and Defeaters being those teams that did not quite make the cut there for 17th through 24th place.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but the thing is, and I think I can say this with confidence, I think all of you agree with me in confidence as well here, is that even though those teams didn't qualify, it's not like they were bad in any way. I think actually the general skill level of PMPL Americas Season 2 has by far exceeded Season 1. And that gives me a lot of hope for a lot of these teams in the future, but also a lot of hope for any teams trying to qualify through into future tournaments from PMCOs. I mean, we've had Execute, a team coming in from PMCO with Zute, obviously an experienced player, and they got 8th place. They're technically right now the second best North American team in the world, which blows my mind.
Yeah, and something I was going to say real quick, something that we always talk about, those teams that are not able to make it, guess what? That still wear that badge. You were able to make it to PMPL Americas. Do you have any idea how many people have actually tried to be in the spot that you're on? So wear this badge with honor. You were able to make it thus far. Hey, things maybe didn't work out, but just go back, redo a couple things here and there, and I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing a lot of them in the future, Glitter.
Well, I mean, not to mention, though, one thing we do need to point out is that somehow every single team in this season of PMPL Americas got at least one chicken dinner. True. Literally every single team, if not multiple chicken dinners. We were watching Tribe there at the end, seeing if they could pull it out, and they got a win right at the end. The fact that every single team managed to do that just speaks to the level of competition and skill that every single player and squad had.
Definitely, and I'm really looking forward to Season 3 of PMPL Americas when that does arrive, or when that does potentially arrives next year. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to English today, but what I do know how to do is host, because we need to take a look at our top 3 teams a little bit more in depth here. We had Queso, we had Loops, and we had Tempo Storm, and we can really see something that really stands out to me here, Glitter, is the damage numbers between 2 teams in particular, between Queso and Loops.
Yeah, that was the first thing that when we saw the final overall standings, that was the first thing that jumped out to me right at the end of league play. If you guys look at it here on your screen, you can see that Loops has just over 1,000 damage less done than Queso, which is how crazy that is, I don't think can really be appreciated until you realize that Loops didn't get a single chicken dinner until day 2 of week 4, the final week of league play. They were unable to do so. They were unable to close out a game, and we were watching them being like, where is the Loops that we were expecting? Well, clearly, those 3 chicken dinners not only didn't make the damage difference, they had been putting that damage in the entire time, but it started giving them the momentum that we were looking for. I mean, the fact that they were able to put out that much damage against a team in Queso who we've been talking about the entire season as just completely dominating against the competition. You can see that they have 320 kills compared to Loop's 280 and Tempo's 250. One thing that's impressive with Tempo, though, is that they're only 30-something points behind Queso in placement points. And Tempo Storm was a team that we have been talking about how they've managed to be incredibly consistent this season, especially with a lot of changes that we've seen them doing, whether that's kind of rotating different players in on their roster, trying out different compositions. They've still managed to be successful no matter what they've put together for themselves. So the top 3 is a very well-deserved top 3 right now, and I can't wait to see how kind of that battle between Loops and Queso is going to start shaking out.
Yeah, and it's really scary if you think about it, Seven, between those two teams, because they're two of the very few teams we have in total that have played across league play who have more kills than placement points, which perfectly fits into how the whole point system has worked in this season.
Yeah, and in regards to the whole point system, a lot more teams starting to focus on just getting kills. For some reason, at the start of the season, we kind of saw Loops Esports not getting the kills we expected them, but they were at least able to step it up in a way, as we are going to be seeing a head-to-head here between Loops Esports and Team Queso. And this is going to be from week 3 to week 4, and the improvements that they have made so far with Loops. Look at Loops, the damage done. They have done 100 more damage, of considering how dominant Team Queso was looking there at one point. And to be honest, Team Queso, the confidence that they were playing with was super impressive. They did start being a little bit more careless and a little bit more risky, and I think that's why their damage received is a little bit higher than actually the damage received is a little bit lower. And for Loops Esports, since they started getting into more fights there between week 3 and week 4, that's why their damage received is a little bit higher. In regards to kills, pretty much identical. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of these teams. I'm loving that they're currently being able to carry out momentum, and that's going to be a big question mark for me of what they're going to be able to do here in the finals, as we do see here the knockouts. I mean, the numbers are pretty much so identical that I wouldn't be surprised with these two teams, with the way they're able to carry momentum, with the confidence that they have, and with the experience. Something we got to speak about is the experience these teams have. They have been here before. Heck, Loops Esports won the previous PMPL. Something to keep in mind. Something that I'll be looking forward to see how they're going to be doing here on the finals, as we're going to be watching some of the highlights from Team Queso and Loops Esports. One thing, Glitter, that I'm going to be looking at very closely, it's today. I think today is going to be able to tell us a lot. We saw a lot of 0 placements at the beginning of the tournament with Loops Esports. Luckily for them, they have picked it up here towards the end, as we were saying. With Team Queso, I want to see if they're going to continue to play with the confidence that they have showed us so far. I want to see if they're still going to be super risky, and I think that first day is going to tell us a lot, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think what's important to note for both of these teams too is that I think typically we have historically been able to identify 1 or 2 standout players, right? And I think even in the beginning, that was something we were doing when it came to Queso as far as Nitsume is concerned, right? We were looking at him as one of the newer players. They hadn't changed their roster in so long, and he had really inspired a new level of aggression in Queso. And then once we got past that first week, we saw every other player starting to step up to the plate, and now Axel is someone that we've been talking about repeatedly. I think when it comes to Loops, we were really looking at Korea when it came to that type of a role, right? He'd been the MVP so many times before, and so we were looking to him to kind of be the one to step up. It took them a little while to get there, and there have been points where Korea has been in our top 4 players, deservedly so, but it's not just him anymore. We've seen insane plays out of Dedin, out of Federal, and out of Kayovsky, so we're seeing these 2 juggernauts of teams being able to have all 4 of their players stepping up to the plate, which makes them that much scarier.
Yeah, and honestly, like what you said, Seven, you don't know what's going to happen today as well, because the teams could obviously play reserve, but there's 6 matches in total today. But we're talking about Loops, we're talking about Queso. We need to talk about a couple other teams here as we take a look at Team Queso, we take a look at Execute, and we of course take a look at Influence Rage. Our first team, our 8th place team, and our 15th place team. And we can kind of look at the numbers across the board, and they're already off the bat, Seven, again, as we talked about damage between Queso and between Loops. Our 8th place team versus our 15th place team, our actually 15th place team of Influence Rage have more damage done.
Yes, listen, as soon as I saw this graphic, I was like, oh, we have to talk about that. And because Influence Rage was one of those teams that whenever they weren't in the top 16, we were still comparing the amount of kills they were getting to teams that were either in 8th place, and at one point, even though they weren't in the top 16, they had more kills than B4, which was in 3rd place at one point. That is insane to think about that, and it goes to show how much they've been improving by being able to get their placement points down. Now 2 chicken dinners. You see their kills there, 222 kills. I hope they continue to improve, especially on this first day in regards to just placement points. I feel like they're still slacking a little bit more of that. But if they continue their fragging out, they'll be able to at least be in contention there for that top 3. With Team Execute, this is one team that has impressed a lot of us. I think we can say we saw them kind of choke some places, to be completely honest, towards the end of matches. But what I enjoyed about this team is that they took that, they went back and studied, and they see how they could improve in that. And something that we've been seeing out of them over and over again is getting a lot better towards the end of the matches, which allowed them to just start making their own way to an actual chicken dinner and not just waiting for stuff to play out with other teams. So with Execute, I think the way they've been improving, it's awesome to see, and it can be quite scary for that third place team.
Well, it goes back to the fact we talked about before of it's a complete reset going into finals, right? If you're Execute, you don't need those 3 weeks to learn how to play in PMPL to get your PMCL players the experience they need. You go straight into the finals and you have a chance to start off much better than you did before. But speaking of starting off better than you did before, we need to also take a look at our peak performances out of some of these teams here. And what this means is we look at the week they have the best performance, and we take their average points per game from that match, and then we apply it to what it would look like over the course of our entire finals, since we have 18 games. But what really, again, is going to be something I'm focusing on here, Glitter, is which week at the very bottom of the graphic they had their best performance in, because that's a telling sign of what potentially could happen in the finals.
100%. And you know, right off the bat, obviously G25 is the team that's jumping out for a variety of reasons, but one, they clearly have the best numbers. If they were to play at what they did in week 1, then they would have the best numbers compared to the rest of these teams that we see up here, which is something that we had talked about time and time again, because they weren't able to repeat that performance week 2, week 3, week 4. We watched them fall off, and we've been questioning, you know, did they peak too soon? Did they kind of burn themselves out too early? Are they going to be able to reset for finals? And that's something that's going to be really interesting to watch. We also see that Loops, in their best week, which was actually week 4, which is what I was talking about earlier, technically, if they were to perform like that the entire time, is better than the best week that Queso had in week 3. Not by much. They're still very, very close, as we've seen just how equal these teams kind of come out across the board in all of their stats. But Loops does have that little bit of a leg up, which is insane to me to even think about, considering how dominant we've seen Queso be the entire season. And then looking down the rest of the list, you see Tempo's best performance was week 4, B4 was week 1, A7. Now, Tempo, B4, and A7 are all 3rd, 4th, and 5th teams, right? Not in that order. A7's 4th, but B4's 5th. However, they are some of those teams that we have talked about as really nailing down their consistency. Queso included in that as well, right? So their peak performance is more impressive to me because they've been able to kind of repeat it time and time again, where you've seen Loops take a long time to ramp up to it and G25 do it too quickly and then fall off. Granted, the momentum might be working in Loops' favor right now because they're coming off of a really, really hot week.
Yeah.
But considering how many days we're playing and how many games are squeezing into these days, the biggest factor is going to be consistency, repeatability. Are you able to do a good performance time in and time out? Because that's what matters here in finals.
Well, speaking about squeezing games into a day, like we said before, we have 6 matches a day. We're starting things off Erangel, going to Miramar, Vikendi, Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel here. So we're having double Miramars and double Erangels throughout each day of the finals, which is really interesting because, again, we got to see some differences from teams when it came to playing double Miramars in our 4 matches a day week, which happened in the beginning of day 1 and day 2 in week 4. Teams like B4 it could favor, teams like Queso it could favor. There's a lot of potential for teams to be able to capitalize off the fact of this, but I still worry, 7, because it's 6 games a day, 3 days a week. You don't have a game off. You don't have a day off. And one thing that is a luxury to teams who are very fueled by, the emotions within a roster, like for instance, XSET comes to mind. If you have a bad game, that might stick with you the rest of the day. So you have to have that mental reset, that ability to just snap your finger and be like, all right, guys, calm down. It's behind us. Let's focus on the future.
Yeah, I think something that we can point out was with XSET was Joey messing up some of the plays at the beginning of, I think it was week 3 or week 4. But hopefully at this stage, now all of that jitters of being on your first big tournament are over with. You have a great IGL in Juicy, and he's able to support that kind of extra veteran support that a new player like that might need. Something that you mentioned though is that they are going to be playing every single game. They're not going to have any games off, and I want to see how some of the teams that maybe didn't perform as well on Miramar are going to be performing now that they get a chance at playing 2 matches. Ones that I'm going to be looking at specifically is going to be Loops Esports, because I believe that was one of their weakest map.
Oh, and then also Glitter thinking about the fact that we have less teams, 8 less teams. There's no feeder teams anymore, right? Every lobby you go into, it's not like, okay, we only have to worry about like these 2 teams that can perform well. It's no, every team can perform well against you. There's no easy pickings for anymore. And I'm really hoping a lot of teams have been able to elevate that game, but I also wonder about maybe the small things that happen within these 3-day periods, because it's much different than league play. If there's any meta shifts, if teams start playing a little bit differently, if teams start piling into the center of the zones early with rotations, if they start playing edges, I feel like the teams with the most experience will be the ones most prepared for dealing with this and being able to adapt accordingly.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a huge factor. It's going to be interesting how some of those newer squads are able to handle the increased pressure, the changes in playstyle from some of the other veteran teams that might be kind of preemptively making those changes, anticipating what some of the other squads might be doing. But the one thing I'm excited about is that there can only be so many changes made on the conservative side of things when you take into consideration the adjusted point system. They still have to be going for those kills. They still have to have a certain level of aggression if they want to be successful. And I'm excited for that because that means we get to watch some good gameplay.
Well, you know what? We get to watch it quicker than we thought, actually, because the game is just about ready. So you two need to get out of here so we can start this first match. We'll talk to you guys a little bit later on as we finish the first match to come back and break it down. But it's time to now bring in our commentators here. We got Invirum and Mustache Dave to start walking us through what the day has to offer. And off the bat, I'm going to talk to you about something Glitter just mentioned. You got to be aggressive. I look at Tribe. I look at Cloud9. Tribe in particular, in the last week, they started playing for placement points, less kills. Cloud9, that's just kind of their style. Play for placement points, the kills come later on in the game. I'm a little bit worried, Invirum, for teams like that, because that for Tribe in particular, you're going to have to make such a quick switch in your play style from being passive to aggressive now to hopefully get those points.
And yeah, I actually made an effort this week to reach out and try and talk to as many teams as I could. And that was definitely one of the things that they sort of echoed, is this idea that we all just had to change our style coming into this with the new point format. Aggression is now the name of the game, but knowing at what point in the game to get aggressive as well, knowing when to play a little bit more conservative. So I agree. You cannot just be a slow and steady team. You need to know when to flip the switch.
Well, I was looking at one of Mustache Dave's video he just released over on YouTube about how to become an esports pro in PUBG Mobile, and I got to ask you, Dave, going into this, what's the mindset? What mindset should you have? Day one of the finals, 6 games in a day. Do you play slow in the beginning to get a feel for the lobby? Do you play slow in the beginning to kind of just be safe and getting some points on the board? Or do you just say, screw it, let's just go?
Definitely don't say screw it. Definitely don't say screw it. Like, this is the biggest moment in all these players' lives. I think the main takeaway here, start strong. Day one, get as many points as possible. So day 2 and 3, you're a little more relaxed in your gameplay.
Yeah, very good point. And I think we're actually about to get things underway here with our first map of the day. And Mustache Dave, please take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Jason. Oh my goodness. All the weeks, all the games, all the prep and practices now come down to this, Dave. We are getting into our finals, 18 matches to determine who will be our PMPL Season 2 champions. 18 matches to determine who is going on to the global championships, and it all starts right here. Let's get into it.
Let's go, baby! 18 games, Paul. I mean, I am excited. I know the players, their nerves are just at the highest right now. I mean, all 4 weeks coming down to 3 days. The top 3 move on to the next stage, the big competition, the global stage. So there is a lot riding on the line just besides the money, just besides the cash money. So hopefully, I believe we had about 3-4 days off in between league play. Hopefully all these teams, all 16 of these teams, they did their homework. They watched the tapes, they watched the VODs, they practiced, because 18 games, Paul, and that's going to be the deciding factor here. So game 1, we're getting into it. Ace, B4, Nova, some of the first squads to already be dropping out of our first plane here of the finals.
Yep, no real surprise there. B4 heading on over to Novo. We're going to see Nova themselves sort of hugging around that south shore there. heading on over. Wouldn't be surprised to see Tempo Storm heading to Pachinki. In fact, I'd be more surprised if we didn't see that at this point in the game. And yeah, this is going to be very standard. Not the most, one of the best playing paths we've ever seen, but not the most punishing as well. It really will depend on where this next circle is. And definitely more towards the south, not the most southern circle we've seen, but all these teams dropping up towards the northeast are going to have to make rotations, and looking towards teams like Wildcard in particular. Yeah, we're going to be coming down from Severny. That's going to be an interesting trip for them.
Yeah, I mean, they go Severny day in, day out, right? Like, that is their spot regardless of circle number 1. So they're going to be going there. The thing is, will teams try to cut them off? Not only that, I'm looking real quick. Tribe, they only got 3, and they're going to be in Rozhok. I already see around 2 teams near them as well. Starting game 1 already at that disadvantage just because of their number situation. I don't know. I see Influence by them. I see Cloud9 by them. Will Tribe get pushed? Will they get bullied over there in Rozhok? Well, that's going to be a major question for me right now.
Yeah, for sure. And again, you want to... We've talked about this before. You want to get in there with your best foot forward, as it were. You want to start things off right. So getting bullied out early, only having 3 players, we'll see if that's going to be a factor here for Tribe. I mean, they ended off things strong. The question was posed, can they get a chicken dinner? And they did. All 4 up, a dominant win there at the end for them. They proved that they absolutely can. We'll see if we're going to be able to repeat the performance here today as we jump on board with Cloud9 as well. Another team that I think has a big question mark over their head. What Cloud9 are we going to see during this finals? Are we going to see a Cloud9 that's just sort of a blip on people's radar, or are we going to see a Cloud9 that is a bomb going off in the lobby?
Yeah, honestly, we need to see the best possible Cloud9 that they could provide, right? Especially on day number 1. They need to get as many points as possible here, really start strong and be ahead of the pack. We see them rotating. Looks like they're going to be heading on over there to their tried and true loot location, South George Hospital. I also see Execute heading that direction as well. So we see some new kind of rotations in game number 1 for at least one team when it comes to Execute. Maybe they're trying to be progressive with the thing and maybe take advantage of Circle 1, knowing the fact that Cloud9 like to go hospital. I mean, I'm thinking, Paul, some teams, they're going to come into these games playing really aggressive, really trying to capitalize on catching their opponents off guard and getting some kill points early. I think getting kill points early game is the key to success here with this point system.
Oh, absolutely. And that's a sentiment that's definitely been echoed by some of the teams that I've talked to, this idea that you want to go in early, take a couple of fights, get a couple of kills, secure those earlier on, and then play a little slower in the mid game, get yourself set up for the late game. Because if you can even secure yourself 5 points in the early game, you basically placed yourself like in the top 8 right there, just with those points. So even if you go out early, even if you go like 13th place or something, you've still done enough work at that point to move yourself up. And of course, because there's less threat of the blue, because there's more area in play, you're not going to be as worried about a third party coming in, which for a lot of these teams, that's the big sort of incentive for them to fight early, is this idea that they can take more of a straight 4v4, they can play their game. So I would not be surprised to see a little bit more calculated early aggression.
For sure. And you just gotta come into these games going strong, man. And looking real quick at some numbers, I know everybody starts with 0, so that's good. That's good for a lot of teams. One team that I really feel like will benefit with this, Influence Rage. I know they finished down there at the bottom of qualifying, but they really made some strides in that last week. I was looking at some numbers. In 2 days, they gained 72 points. In 2 days. So I know it kind of gets overlooked just because of how low they finished on the overall when it comes to league play, but that just goes to show you how far behind they were. So if they can continue on with that momentum, Influence Rage, I mean, everybody's 0 points right now. So if they can keep going, this is going to be a top 5 squad easy.
They had one of the best glow-ups, I think, of all the teams over the course of this. You know what I mean? I sort of feel like they they sucked the energy out of G25, you know what I mean? It was this weird sort of lifelink scenario. It's like G25 had to die so we could live, and they just sort of looking at the graphs as they go up. You know, one's on the downward, one's moving up. But no, Influence Rage, I agree. Their sheer fragging power. I think their decision-making is the thing they're going to need to work on the most. Sometimes they bite off a little bit more than they can chew. I think just because they get into this point where they're confident in their shots, and as they should be. But then at the same time, the times we often see them stumble are the times they get punished for going just a little bit too far.
Yeah, and interesting. Ooh, we'll get back to that. We hear some shots over here. Looks like Team Queso Ayala. Looks like they could be on the drive-by. Okay, this is perfect. Yeah, G25. You just brought him up. Looking at Pepito right here. I was speaking to Quinto and their coach. They said we're going back to the week 1 strats, and we all know what that means. Week 1, G25, they got about 6 or 7 chicken dinners. What they told me, what their coach told me, they said week 3 and 4, it was just them trying new things. It was just them trying new things. So very interesting to think about. We'll get back to that topic because right now, they're getting shot at.
Yeah, both of these teams are taking shots in the rotation. Loops has been getting involved in this as well. We saw Nitsu rotating out earlier from outside of Milta, and they have been sort of on this parallel rotation path. And my goodness, the mini-map, the east, sort of center-east side of this circle is so congested. All of these teams jockeying, vying for a prime piece of real estate, looking for that position that's going to set them up for success. And so far, if I'm G25, I haven't found that yet. And XSET now on the outside, they're going to see this. Yeah, they're going to know that ain't the compound either.
Oh, Papito! A golden arm right there. That's actually a huge knock on the side of G25. Like, I would try to prioritize maybe getting the pickup right there. I mean, getting taken out on that rotation. I don't know. XSET, are they going to be pushing on out of here, being ultra aggressive to try to secure that 1 point? If they do so, it's going to expose their compound to maybe getting crashed on. So very risky for just 1 point.
It is indeed. But if I know XSET, and I do, they will risk it at least a little bit for this. I would not be surprised. If they can get the easy confirm on that, they're going to go for it. But I don't think they're going to push so far that they will necessarily overly expose themselves. And what they're doing right now is they're not actually trying to confirm this. They're just trying to put up enough pressure that G25 doesn't feel comfortable pushing out to get the res. That's all this is. They're just going to deny the revive, let Pepito bleed out, and this is a heads-up play from XSET. This is a big brain move, and I'm a fan of it.
Very heads up. Very heads up. They're going to be pulling off right now. I saw some shots being fired. They don't want to lose their tires. They don't want to lose their vehicles. Vehicles are so important, especially on Erangel. You know, kind of building your own fort. They call it, they coin it, but Nico doing some scouting over here. Definitely finding out Alpha 7 are going to be up here on the high ground in this shed with their backs towards the water.
And that's so funny because G25 actually helped XSET make that retreat there by taking shots at Alpha 7. So, you know, Pepito still hasn't bled out though. Oh, has he? Hang on a second. I don't think he has. They may have actually been able to get the revive. So they threw the smoke down, like sort of baiting that they were going to push in and back up underneath it, but then XSET went on the additional vehicle scout, which was going to be solid considering where this next circle's rotated to. But I actually think they were able to get the revive because we started this game with 6-3.
Yep, I'm looking at the map right now. That is huge. That is huge for G25. That is clutch. And, you know, like I said, speaking of Quinto, they said they're coming into these games. They're going to fight without fear. They do not fear anybody in this lobby. They are highly motivated to finish in that top 3, and that right there is a play that shows me that they're not only talking, but they're walking the walk, right? I mean, to get Pepito up right there in that very dangerous situation, that's going to be a huge play for G25 moving forward.
And I also spoke to the coach from G25, getting some similar vibes to this idea that they showed their best cards in week 1, and then they sort of relaxed a little bit, and maybe that bit them. They tried some new stuff out in week 3, like you mentioned before. But the biggest thing that sort of stood out to me is this idea that they're going to work with the pressure, that they're going to bring the pressure, utilize it, get it on their side, and thrive in that environment. And clearly already seeing some pressure, already thriving under it, being able to get a key revive on a key member. I'm not. It might be a little too early, but I'm looking at you, G25. I see you.
Hey, I mean, listen. I know casters. You know, you can't really give out your top 3. You know, people say, "Oh, this guy biased," but I put G25 up there. I'm just gonna lay that right there for you, Paul. I put him up there, man.
They certainly have the potential. And I think that if they show up like we saw in week number 1, this is going to be such a fun series of games because we are going to have so many powerhouse teams. And here's the thing, Dave. As a fan of the game, of esports in general and of PUBG Mobile, I want to see all these teams show up at 100%. I don't want to see teams playing at 75 because then we really know who deserves to go. This is the global championship on the line. This is your opportunity to represent the Americas on the world stage. So we need to be sending our best. And in order to be the best, you got to beat the best. So that's why I am so stoked to see every single team here at their very best. So that way we guarantee whoever we're sending on to represent us is going to be a beast.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tough one, man. I mean, Footballists from the West League, Bigatron from the East League, they're already there. yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Blue Bees from the Japan League, like, there's some heavy hitters already, you know, heading on over to that global championship. So, I mean, I'm thankful that we get 3 spots, all right? That's 3 chances for the Americas to really show up. But, yeah, we want to send our best. And 18 games. I'm trying to think real quick. An average game, maybe around 30 minutes. So that's going to give us 540 minutes of gameplay. That's a lot of gameplay to, at least in my book, to decide, you know, who those top 3 are here. So we'll see what they could do.
Dave out here with the quick maths. I love it. I love it. Quick maths. And I have to say, though, I'm a little bit surprised, though, Dave, to sort of take us out of it for a second here and look, because we're starting to get down there in terms of circles, and we have yet to see a kill. Teams have been playing this out a little bit slower than I anticipated. A lot of rotations, a lot of scouting, a lot of safety.
Ooh,
this next circle
is
not going to allow for safety. And that actually backed up my point beautifully. That's what I was going to say, is that teams are going to have to pull the trigger. Perfect, chef's kiss.
Yeah.
This is, we're going to see some triggers pulled here. This next circle, especially outside of Pachinki, is going to get messy.
Shout out to our boy Hot Jukes. That's the classic Hot Jukes right there. The cherry on top. So, and I think it goes back to just the fact that it is game 1, right? Everybody has 0 points. So you don't want to be that team that gets taken out first, right? Because that's going to be 0 points. So you're going to come into game 2 with 0 points. So you don't want to be those squads, right? So that's why we see everybody playing extra safe. I mean, talk about playing extra safe. Alpha 7 on such a wide flank over there playing the blue zone on the east side. Yeah, Wildcard actually in the blue zone on the west side. Like, these teams are pulling out some rotations that we just have not seen from them before. I'm hoping it doesn't bite them in the butt, though. I feel like I'm a strong believer. Stay with the tried and true. Now's not the time to try something new, but hey, we'll see. We'll see who will come out on top.
I feel bad if you're Wildcard, because you know they rotated all the way down from the north, only to have to rotate all the way back up north again through the blue. And they're moving around its fate there as well. But we're jumping on board with Influence Rage, the team you pointed out earlier on. They found themselves a building, on a compound, a building here towards the southern side of the circle. And they actually have a pretty decent spot right now. Only really C9 is around them. B4 maybe looking to rotate in. They can see Ace across the way. But they actually have a decent little area here to work with. But this is really going to be, I think, a good test for a lot of these teams at this point, because how they deal with the chaos of this circle with still 63 players in the lobby, 16 teams alive, this is going to be the first hurdle these teams have to overcome.
For sure. And you know, vehicles, man, you got to keep those tires safe. I can't stress it enough. I mean, we see with the zones, all the yoinks that we get, how they come into such a crucial factor into your success or demise. Law out here talking about the demise. Looks like they're going to be behind a burnt out UAZ. Ayala pulling up with the Uzi to get that quick confirm right there. 1 point in the bank. I don't believe that was first blood. I think second blood. Ooh, is Vitu? Vitu's bleeding out over here behind their buggy as well. So Alpha, yeah, remember, they were going for that ultra wide eastern flank, playing the blue zone. Doesn't seem to have worked out.
Yeah, I actually spoke to Vitu going into this as well, getting his thoughts about these games. And, you know, he basically said, we're going to play our game. First couple days, we're going to take it easy. We're going to, you know, do what got us here. I asked him, what's going to get you from, like, you know, top 5 into top 3? What's that elevation going to look like? And apparently, some secret strats potentially coming out here. And now with only 3 days, we might see those a little bit earlier. But we'll see as a lot of these teams, again, still, as it blades out, oh my goodness, just trying to find the angle to get them into this next circle. And looking at Wildcard, Dave, they have found the angle. It's a roof. They're just setting up a gun line. This is insane. Wildcard looking so confident. They have put themselves out like you can get shot in the butt here. But they are feeling confident enough.
They can, but I love it. I love it right here. I mean, I love the position. They have like a fire line going on right there. They saw the rotate from B4. Looks like B4, they're going to be popping in their vehicles and quickly making a U-turn. They don't want to push into Wildcard. The thing is that I'm seeing B4, they're actually going to be making that U-turn back into G25. So these zones are definitely throwing some rocks in the blender right now for a lot of the teams.
You've heard of a spanner in the works. These are rocks in a blender. That sounds just awful. But it is.
It's the worst.
It's just the worst. But Wildcard have actually found themselves a pretty nice spot here. They've got the drainage ditch to work with. They're just all trying to find an angle here. You've got C9 nearby. You've got a couple of other squads nearby. And Execute, though, going to be one of the primary challengers. All of these North American squads here on this northwestern side of the circle. And Alpha 7's trying to rotate in. But Swagwin, you've got nowhere to go, sir. Just completely caught out. And it's Fate going to just clean that one up. Fame Boys is going to be there as well to help secure these kills, and I feel bad for Alpha 7. They just took some shots early, tried to stabilize, but couldn't make it happen.
What a zone, though, man. What a game one so far. I mean, the trenches are going to be a focal point right now, bringing safety and comfort to a lot of these teams, but they're mistaken. A couple grenades right on into those trenches, your team is just dead. I mean, it's cover, but not the best cover, and unfortunate for a lot of these squads. It's the only option they have. Sanhok right there, the last one alive from Alpha 7. Gonna be in the smokes, biding their time. Papito got the pick up from earlier on the side of G25 and already paying off. The double.
I mean, there's a reason you get you throw all caution to the wind to get this player up already. Making an impact in this lobby. Influence Rage pinned down on the edge of the circle, but they're actually here still playing Gatekeeper. They actually have the circle. G25 is going to have to push in through this, but they've already done a little bit of initial damage. Smoke's going in as well, laying down the curtain, the carpet to push their way in. G25 need to move quickly before this blue pressures them too much. They do too much additional tick damage. Unico is going to push on up, playing Scout with these smokes. Influence Rage have an idea of where this is. The kill feed's going to start to line on up. Castillo looking to line up this one. The nade flies true. And we're seeing shots coming in from B4 as well. G25 getting peppered from all different directions. The nades are flying out. The question is now, Dave, who's going to get these points?
Yeah, this is just the worst right now for G25. They're getting third party really hard from Ace down there in the south. Influence trying to get these confirms real quick, trying to toss out these grenades. They're using a lot of utility, but for a good cause. 2 kills already on their side. They're trying to get the third one. I believe they were able to do so. I feel bad. Ace, they did so much work right there, and they walked away empty-handed.
Yeah, but G25 is walking away even more so. Going out in 16th place. We're seeing another fight breaking up this time, of course, between XSET. Oh my goodness, and Team Queso. Angry going down. Axel, the nades from Team Queso are always such a threat. Juicy's already dead. And we're seeing Angry being down. This is not ideal.
Sandwich.
Oh, the shots coming in from as well. On the other side, just Team Queso, relentless. They were in such a bad spot in terms of multiple players down and injured, but the few remaining members of Team Queso able to stabilize this roster. They're going to try and get Marco up, and this is a big deal because Team Queso, of course, one of these teams that everybody has their eye on.
We do see the next zone shift, so Team Queso, they're pretty close. They're pretty close. They need to make their way on in. They need to push on in through Tribe, but we have about 5 to 6 different teams on that west side. In those trenches, the chopsticks of Gatka, they need to push. It's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a huge challenge for all those squads. Nova, down there in the south, they have some hard cover to work with for the time being. We saw Tribe, they're trying to push on up third party the XSET fight, but looks like with the new zone, they opted to reposition and just go for those placement points as of now.
I think it's a smart play from Tribe. They're one of the few teams. Them and Tempo are really the only teams in this next zone. You saw Nova there on the kill feed, like you mentioned before. That hard cover down in the bottom as well. They're trying to fight off one of those other squads down there. Can't even necessarily see who it is. Oh, it's going to be Ace. We can see the push. Multiple members of Ace is already down. Nova's going to try and back this one up, but Myth is going legendary right now. A double spray down. Cardoza now has to try and replicate this. Hang on a second. Nova had such a good position, but they just get absolutely smacked. Ace decimates them, pushing in one at a time. A huge misplay from Nova.
Yeah, and they lost that prime spot, that prime location down there towards the south. right now, Tribe in a wooden shack. All three of them piled up. They're trying to make sure Team Queso don't make their way on into the new zone. Team Queso, you got 2 members of Wildcard up there on the high ground, right above you. They're going to have some eyes on you very shortly. Slicky will be tossing out some smokes to allow this push down the hill, but Nitsu behind the tree will spot out Slicky, getting third party. Nitsu going to be popping up, trying to get this kill before getting taken down.
Yeah, I mean, he has to reposition. They're taking shots from behind. Not ideal. Was going to try and play that a little bit slower, but the blue is pushing in. So he's going to be forced back down. Not even going to have time to med up. Just has to run and hope the third party doesn't come on in. But Wildcard may share a similar fate, as you can just see the kill feed continuing to light up. This is a wide open field. Smokes, the vehicles you brought with you, all going to come into play. And no, Team Queso is going to fall, going out in 12th place and execute shortly far. This is just going to be... You're just going to see this panel at the top of your screen just keep on flying up because teams are going out quick. We saw 16 teams going into, I think, Circle 3 with 63 players in the lobby. This was to be expected.
Yeah, Loops and Team Queso already eliminated. That is huge for the lobby when it comes to those heavy hitters. We see Cloud9, Pyra. Oh, such beautiful cover right there for Pyra. This is just the optimal cover. Trying to make sure that Nenebete from B4 doesn't get within grenade range. And I just mentioned optimal cover taken down from Tempo Rain. That's going to allow Nenebete to crawl up just a little closer, but uneven with the grenade.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Nenebete going uneven.
They trade back and forth. Both nades fly. Both downs go through, but it's actually Influence Rage that confirms the kill onto Nenebete. And C9 is going to be able to stabilize here, but like you said before, they are all clumped together. Multiple teams in the situation, only a wooden shack to try and stay alive. But they are going to have to rotate. Influence Rage taking multiple shots. NTX, the last one standing for this team, has to try and get off the revives as best as possible here. But Ace, after that super important win up against Nova, they're in a pretty good position to look to rotate in, but they've got a ways to move, and they've got multiple teams in front of them. Dave, this game ain't slowing down. You can see the shots from Tribe moving on through. Everybody trying to get that key initial knock to push on in, and Doodoo looking to do that for his team as Ace is crashing, and Dave, here we go.
So casual right there from Doodoo. Just driving on up. Has the hard cover, trying to prep this grenade, trying to cook this grenade. Cooked it just a little too much, overdone. Here comes the follow-up. We see some mollies, we see the trades right now. Tribe, they are piled in this shack. G3 gonna be making their way on the outskirts, feeling the wrath right there, how dangerous their position is.
Yeah, Tribe holding on by a thread. Telly is going to fall, and this is going to be the push from Ace. They already got the wipe onto Nova. They're going to look to be the bane of these North American teams, but Seagut survives on a scrap of HP. He's looking to try and confirm this last kill, but he's going to look to try and get the revive as well. Cardozen with the nade flying on in, trying to find the gap, but can't actually stick it. Seagut's able to get off the med. Seagut with the DP. Can he find the shots? No! Is going to go down, but that cost Ace more than it should have.
Yeah, went down fighting, that's for sure. Did not make it easy for Ace. Got a couple points to go along with it. 6 teams to go in game number 1. I am so surprised Cloud9 are still alive because every single zone continued to shift away from them, and they had to make their way on across the field. NTX, though, quickly surprised from J7, the solo from Tempo.
Oh, and J7 almost finding the down there on the Mafioso, but he's got to move. The blue is pushing in. Not sure if he's going to be able to get that first aid off in time. It's going to be close. Mafioso is able to stabilize Tempo Storm in a bit of a rough spot. Okay, hang on a second, though. C9 is still up in this. Tempo Storm is going to drop. But taking a look over, I mean, we're seeing Brazilian Rampage in a pretty solid position here. They still have all 4 players alive.
Big chillin', man. They have been big chillin'. I have to assume they probably have 0 to maybe even 1 kill, but that doesn't matter. I mean, placement points are key right here. Oh, they got 3. Now 3.
Okay.
Yeah, not bad. They have 4 up, like you mentioned. Q just recently spotted, bleeding on out. Ace. Oh, hold up. I just think, did I just see like 13 kills on Ace?
Yeah, they have 13 kills. Yeah, no, you didn't.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. 13 kills? Oh, man. That's crazy.
I mean, it started with taking that fight against Nova. They pushed on in. They were able to get the full 4v4 wipe, keep all their players alive, and then they've just crashed upon crashed upon crashed. We saw the send into Tribe as well to follow that up, and they've been getting involved as a third-party element in a bunch of these other different fights. And I mean, if they now just making even at the top 4, they're looking in for an incredible opening start here. Ace 1. Mafioso and Cardo. I mean, these are 2 of their top fraggers as well. I mean, they're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with as all these players start snaking their way in. Pyra, though, gets the eyes on Q. But Brazilian Rampage, they just have more guns to bring to bear.
Make it to make it. That's the game plan for Pyra right now. The solo for Cloud9. Brazilian Rampage, they got 4 up. They're in the wheat fields right now, kind of spreading out up there to the north. Bucky also the solo for the Unnamed, awfully close to Pyra. It's pretty much going to be who hears who first and who takes these random shots through the shrubbery to maybe get the connection. The shrubbery?
That's the one. That's what we're listening for. That's what we're looking for. That's what Lowboy's looking for here. Bucky pops the head up, though, and it's going to get removed instantly. The second you raise up above the level of that grass, your head is absolutely gone. Pyra stays alive a little bit longer, but Brazilian Rampage moving in as a 4-man squad. Pyra's going to drop, meaning a top 2 situation between Ace 1 and Brazilian Rampage. Cloud9, though, solid opening here, going out in 3rd. But Ace, after already putting up so many kills, this is a huge deal here for them. Mafioso was throwing down some nades, some smokes. I think these might actually be a bit of a distraction piece to maybe make Brazilian Rampage think that they're a little bit further over than they really are. But Cardozen's throwing out some nades as well just to keep them guessing, but it does not go through.
Brazilian Rampage, I believe they all have the DPs. They're out here trying to mow the grass pretty much up there to the north. So let's see. Ace, Mafioso might have thrown out those smokes to cause a distraction, but there is a care package. Oh, yeah. See, Brazilian Rampage, they spotted that one out. Yeah, they made sure to continue to toss some grenades. Not only the care package provides optimal weapon, the level 3 gear, but also solid cover here when there is none.
Literally none. I mean, it's so
That's
rare
the only cover.
we see a circle. I don't think we've seen sort of an 8 circle that looks like this, where there is literally not a piece of cover in it. I mean, this is absolutely bizarre. It's going to come down to who can find this opening knock, and Nunez going down from Cardozen could be exactly that, making this now a 4 or a 3v2 situation as Nunez goes down. But this actually gives Nunez an opportunity. He's going to go straight in, play scout, try and ping, identify where those enemies are. And Sentry on the flank going to look to put those shots down. Cardozen taking a lot of damage. Mafioso, though, still up and in this, trying to get the shots through, mowing the grass like you mentioned, Dave. All just trying to find this first knock onto Ace 1. But Nunez is going to be going in there, identifying exactly where they are. But that nade from Mafioso damaging multiple members. This is actually slipping away from Brazilian Rampage a little bit here. They need to get it down. They cannot allow both members of Ace 1 to stay alive. And right now, Ace 1's actually getting the better of this, Dave.
Nunez is like, shoot me, shoot in my direction. They are right here in the bush. Nunez going out at the very end right there. I think it's a 2v1. I think it turned into a 2v1. No, 2v2. 2v2. Okay. 2v2 right here. Brazilian Rampage and Ace.
Mafioso goes down. Sentry is confirmed. Cardozen able to pick up these points, even if they don't necessarily walk away with the chicken dinner. They have so many kills. They have 15 kills at this point in the game. Cardozen is just trying to land the shots. Mafioso scouting as best they can. And it all comes down to which snake can bite first. And Cardozen gets another down. And Garcia making this a 1v1. Can Lowboy find the shots? Can Lowboy find the shots? Or can Cardozen do this? Can Ace 1 go on an absolute tear? He finds the shots into Lowboy. And he gets it! Ace 1 take our very first game. How many kills? 17 kills. Chicken
and
dinner.
The chicken. It's 15
game
points.
Number 1 in our finals did not disappoint. That was, again, the snowball that rolls down a hill to start an avalanche. You just have to get out of its way or you are dead and gone. Ace 1.
It's not like they were just gifted the zones. Like, we saw them get into 2 really big fights, and it came down to them just having one member up to really clutch it out to get the win in that fight, and then quickly get the pickups, the reset, and reposition. Like, they fought so hard that game. And to get the chicken dinner, oh man, they started so strong. I appreciate Nunez though. I appreciate the play. You called it out, Paul. Nunez was knocked. There's no chance in the world that you can get that pickup that late in the game. So Nunez pushed up to try to get the information, just was not able to relay it back in time.
Jason.
Sorry.
What a first game. I mean,
Crazy game. I don't even know what to say. Like, there's so many things you can talk about. Brazilian Rampage 4-on-2. They fluff it. Ace 1, we haven't seen them perform like that since the very first week when they were #1 in the rankings after the first day. They've been completely silent. Yes, they maintain a top 8 position in the leaderboard, but then to come on big with 17 kills and a chicken dinner in their very first game, that has to get them so excited, so pumped up for what's to come down the line. But even then, there's some other teams we could obviously be talking about. The fact we haven't seen any of the top 3 teams make it into our top 4, I believe even top 5 in that one, is really unfortunate for them. But either way, we gotta let you two go because you guys need some rest. We have a long day, 5 matches still to go for you guys, and we'll bring your analyst in a second to start talking about that game after Ace 1 taking a landslide victory. Ridiculous stuff. There's honestly so many things we should talk about, but let's start, what, 7? 6 glitter? Or 7?
I don't know. 4 versus 2.
Oh, okay.
How?
You're doing like 6.
How?
That's 7. Yeah, I don't know.
In the middle.
4 versus 2, man. That was impressive. It's funny, we haven't talked about really Ace 1 since week 1, day 1 of the tournament, and they come back today and they put up a great performance as well. 17 kills, as we're going to be seeing here at the map ranking pull up. That's the performance that you want to have to start off the tournament, especially since now we're only going to be having 2 less matches. Wow, Ace 1, as you can see right there, 15 placement points, 17 kills, 32 points total. You couldn't ask for even a better start. You see Brazilian Rampage there. We'll save that for a little bit, okay? 18 points total, not bad, honestly, not bad. It could have been a lot better. You see Cloud9, one of the teams that we were doubting a lot about how they were going to start the tournament here, able to get 50 kills with Pyra. Pyra, one of the players that usually is the longer lasting player out of that team, being able to get those extra placement points. Influence Rage as well with the kills. Look at that. Glitter. Influence Rage at least is staying consistent there with their kills with 7 kills, 11 points total. The Unnamed, another surprise here. Tempo Storm though with 9 points. I thought they were able to play that well. Sadly, things just didn't go their way, but I'm glad to see them get their 9 points. Tribe Gaming with only 3 players being able to get 7 points. That is huge. Team Queso, the team I was honestly expecting them to win this first match with 4 kills here as we go towards the second page. We are going to be seeing so many surprises, Glitter.
Honestly, the fact that, Jason said it earlier, the fact that we didn't see any of our top 5 in the top 5 of this first map is exactly what I was hoping for. This is what I was talking about at the top of the show. Like, I want these games to be insane. We see Execute pulling down 4 points, Loops only able to get 3, Alpha 7 only able to get 3, Wildcard with 3, B4 with 2, G25 going out insanely early with only 1 point, XSET with 1 point, and Nova not getting any points. 7, when we were watching that fight with G25 against XSET and Alpha 7, man, that was a rough way to start the game.
Yeah, luckily they were able to find a way to wait it out. They were patient. They showed a lot of patience, and they were able to pick up Pepito. Ultimately, it didn't end up going their way in later circles. Honestly,
I kind of saw some revenge coming in there too. Cloud9 getting some of the kills that confirms on G25 after the amount of times G25 punished them. But here you can see the stats coming for Ace 1. 17 kills, yeah, it's all right. It's not bad, not bad. 3.1k damage done though. That has to be one of the highest we've seen over the course of league play. They definitely stepped up, and I have to kind of wonder, as we were talking about before, is like, where has this team been? Why were they not playing like this before? Maybe they're doing the reverse G25. Or G25 purposely didn't try too hard in scrims and then came out blasting in day 1. Or sorry, in the first week of league play. Maybe they're like, all right, first week we'll do all right, and then we'll just kind of taper off and we'll see, let the teams forget about us, and then bam, strike really hard in the first day of finals. So you take a look at our Mountain Dew game few moments in the last game, and honestly, it felt a little bit slow in the beginning, but things definitely picked up 7. Things got hot really quickly.
Yeah, you can see everybody just starting to fill out this first match, and that's honestly what I expected to see in the first match, is everybody filling each other off, seeing who's going to be willing to engage first. We kind of saw some of the what you were talking about there, Glitter, with G25 and XSET, as we are seeing here, some of the Team Queso versus XSET. Something that I want to see more is maybe continue this slow start for the next couple of matches, but I wouldn't be surprised if we kind of see more of a change later on today, especially once we see the leaderboard starting to shake up as more games go on. Overall, Glitter, I think the finale for this match, we couldn't ask for a better match to start off the finals.
No, because we were watching it too, and we were watching how some of the teams were rotating towards those final zones, and I think both you and I were like, Brazilian Rampage, they have to have this, right? Yeah. They got to the point where they were one of the only squads with 4 people up, and they had superior positioning for a really long time. They did get the zone in their favor quite a few times. And then Ace, as we see some of these highlights with Ace in them, they outplayed and they outsmarted them so well in those final moments when they had to, because they only had 2 players. I was hoping for this type of insanity. I don't want to know what the outcome of every match is. I want to be surprised every single time. I want it to also keep the rest of their teams, the teams in the lobby, on their toes, because you have the, you know, I don't think anybody would have guessed Ace 1 or Brazilian Rampage being the top 2 for the first game. That's exactly what I want. I want these teams to keep doing that. Oh, what you, Jason?
Okay, yeah. Jason. I actually wrote it down. Production has it there for me for my predictions. No, you're right though. Like, who would have expected those 2 teams from what we've seen? I mean, Brazilian Rampage have had a couple of good days here and there, but I mean, where's the Queso at? Where's Loops at? I mean, Loops actually even had Golden in for Dedeen, and then they ended up getting wiped out by Sanhok, I believe, from A7 or Alpha 7 in that match. It's wonky, but I agree with you, Glitter. I love it. I love seeing that with that full reset we've had now in points, it's really anyone's game. It's any team's chance to take that early lead and hope to maintain it.
Okay, it's only the first game. It's only first game, I know. However, if this is what they're bringing to the table, it's going to make every team have to step up. And I don't know if they're going to be able to wait as long with that slower conservative gameplay.
I'm not sure either as we take a look at our total damage from the last match. Honestly,
oh my God,
a lot to say about Ace 1, but big shout out to Tribe, playing with 3 players. King A not into the lobby in this one. It reminded me of Wildcard when we saw them have some like back-to-back fantastic performances. I believe that was back in week 1.
Yeah, and something with Tribe Gaming, which actually surprised me at how well they were able to play there with 3 players, is that during this days off that we had, as we see some of the other damage from the other teams, King A actually told me that they had switched back to him being an IGL. And in that last match, King A was the player that was missing. So good for that team to be able to kind of recover in those aspects. And something that I will definitely like to continue to kind of keep tracking as the finals go on, because for me, I personally feel like going based on the numbers that we've seen before, I feel like Tribe Gaming performed better when King A was the IGL.
Yeah, and I mean, again, these like last minute switch ups can be a good thing for you, for Tribe, at least in this case, I guess, even with him not in the game, or it could work out really against you, as we've seen for some other teams, unfortunately. But if I'm not mistaken, there is something you wanted to break down here for us, and I believe it involves the team we're talking about right now with Tribe, and of course, our victors of Ace 1.
Yeah, and it's goats time, baby. As you know what, let me just pause this real quick. Let me show you where Ace ended up winning the match. Now you see that nade that's currently being thrown right there, or that smoke grenade that Ace 1 Mafioso is currently throwing. That might have been what caused the win. Obviously, we have a 1v1. I loved how they try to just confuse BR, because as soon as they throw those nades here, as soon as we're gonna see some smoke grenades right there, guess what? Everybody from BR is gonna start throwing the nades, and we're gonna start seeing that more and more, because they thought that maybe the players were hiding behind that airdrop. And this is something that when we were watching the game, Glitter, look, they continue to throw the nades, but guess what? Slowly but surely, Cardoso is starting to move this way. This is stuff that I just love seeing, and I wanted to showcase it more. So guess what? While everybody from Brazilian Rampage is currently looking at those smokes, they're saying, oh, there has to be somebody right there. You know what? Let's start throwing all of our nades. And in that process, they're just wasting a lot of utility, given that it was the right place, but just, I mean, Ace 1 was just outsmarting BR from the get-go. And then you can see here, now Ace, now that they kind of know, they heard where the nades were being thrown, and they kind of see the pattern of where the nades were being thrown, then they start throwing their own grenades, being able to knock Nunes right there. That's a huge one. Garcia falling a little bit behind there with the Molotov. And then there's another great grenade right here that's going to come from the Ace 1 players, that it's going to cause damage right there on Little Boy and Garcia. Now, the reason why I wanted to showcase that too is because this grass is not as dense as some of the other grass that we see. Any movement that you have to do as a player when you have to heal, whether the animation is probably going to stick your arm up a little bit, and the other players might be able to see it. So something to definitely keep in mind of. And then one thing that I do enjoy there from Nunes is that, hey, he realized, I'm not going to be able to get picked up here. I'm going to have to go scout for my teams even if I'm knocked down. They were almost able to do it, And I enjoy how as soon as Nunes got right next to him, Mafioso started shooting right away, just trying to get some attention toward him. And the thing is that as Brazilian Rampage is shooting, they're giving away out their position, and then finally Mafioso uses that airdrop to his advantage, knowing that more than likely Brazilian Rampage is not going to have any other anything else to throw at him. And overall, I think this 2v1, honestly, the way that we're able to do it here, I would have preferred if Mafioso, just a little bit nitpicky, I would have preferred if Mafioso would have done the exact same thing that Brazilian Rampage player did earlier, but just going to scout and help out his teammate. But Roll, Cardozo being able to knock some players here, and then ultimately, and then as you can see right there, right off the bat, as soon as he realizes that, hey, I'm not going to be able to get picked up, you know what, let me go scout for my player. Love seeing that kind of stuff. Love seeing those adjustments on the go. And Ace 1 overall, being able to get that 17 chicken dinner right there. You know what, let me go back a little bit more. There you go, guys. What an amazing, and I mean amazing performance there from Ace 1 to be able to win that 4v2.
Well, now the hard part comes in for them, Seven and Glitter, is that they've shown they can do this in league play. They've shown they can do it in the finals in the first match, but can they maintain this pace? They didn't do it in league play, and now they're gonna have a hard time to do it here when every team's gonna be looking out for them as well as being potentially a team to beat. I'm a little bit worried because consistency is a major factor. Again, you play 6 games today, you play 6 games tomorrow, you play 6 games on the final day on Saturday, and you can't really afford to mess up in any of them. Because top 3 is what every team's gunning for. Also the 40 grand for first place. It's going to be tough, but hey, credit to Ace 1 to really bounce back when it came down to it. Also, even Cloud9, I think, deserve a shout out. As you mentioned, Pyra just staying alive for as long as possible, trying to get those extra points for their team. It seems like Cloud9 have maybe adapted strategies a little bit as well and have started to get more aggressive when they needed to. But I really wonder how the rest of the matches are going to go today. We saw a very slow start when it came to our first match, but we still have our second match to come up in a little bit of time. It will be over on Miramar. But before we get to that, we remind you guys at home, the Esports Awards are all still going on at the moment. They will be going on even after we finish the show coming up on Saturday. We have the ability to vote for the Esports Mobile Game of the Year award. You've got to head over to esportsawards.com/community vote, and you can get your votes in there. Make sure you guys select PUBG Mobile and make sure you guys get that done indeed, because we know it all is going to happen. 7 is going to be very happy, and who doesn't want to see 7 be happy? So we're going to head to that short break. When we come back, we'll be getting underway here with our second match of the day.
PUBG Mobile Esports, one of the world's leading mobile esports, covering more than 169 countries and regions. Here's the special event for our top pro players and users to enjoy. We present you with the best PUBG Mobile players. Now introducing PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020. South Asia, Southeast Asia, Americas. For each region of PMPL, we will select the best player as MVP, fan favorite player from all regions, to be voted by our global fans through PUBG Mobile in-game and community after Season 2. Finally, we present you the awards ceremony PUBG Mobile Esports Annual Awards 2020. At the Global Championship, we prepared special awards. Annual Individual Awards. The Gunslinger, Eagle Eye, Grenade Master, Field Medic, The Survivor, to showcase the best in each category throughout 2020. Fan favorite player to be voted by PUBG Mobile users. Global Championship MVP to award MVP from the Global Championship Finals. Annual Individual Award, Fan Favorite Player. Global Championship MVP. Top Star Player together at the PUBG Mobile Esports Annual Awards 2020. Select your own star player by participating in the vote.
Well, Ace 1 definitely have their Mountain Dew game fuel in that first match to get themselves a chicken dinner, but do they have another one in the fridge to get ready for Game 2 as we can take a look at our schedule and see what's coming up? And of course, it's going to be Miramar. I don't need to talk about what groups are sitting out, what groups are playing, because you know what? There's only 16 teams, so there's only 16 teams to worry about. We don't have any extra teams coming in to play. That's to just get straight into this next match here in Virum. And Mustache Dave, what a way to kick off the very first game here of the finals in Virum, but I am worried. Again, I said it before, Ace 1, they've shown they can do that in the first week of league play, but they fell off, and they fell off hard. Can they maintain this kind of pace that they put up?
I mean, they only need to do it for 3 days. You know what I mean? I feel like you can do anything for 3 days. No, that's too long. That's too long time. No, that's the question.
Not talk to you guys for 3 days seems impossible for me.
I've been casting for so many straight days. Don't even talk to me right now, Jason. We are riding fully on Mountain Dew energy here. Like, that's what's happening right now. The game fuel, oh my god, like, it's just so much Mountain Dew coursing through my veins right now. That's how we're bringing this energy to you, the fans.
Well, Mr. Mustache Dave himself. You talked about grenades quite a bit in your How to Become an Esports Pro for PUBG Mobile. Were you satisfied with the grenades we saw there?
I'm looking at Juicy from XSET. I mean, they were the player who used the most grenades in league play. We're looking to see the same thing here today. One thing to note, though, like you said, Jason, 16 teams, 3 days. There's no throwaway games. I mean, you cannot afford to get 0 points per game, and that's just a fact. That is just the cold, hard truth.
And the unfortunate part is teams will most likely have that happen at some point as well, unless you can get that one at least confirmed. We'll get away at the second match of the day, and Vera Mustache Dave, take us away.
Thank you so much, Jason. Game number 1 off to a start, off with a bang. Oh my goodness. Ace1, of course, showing us that they can perform under pressure, unmitigated aggression paying off in a big way. But there's still a lot of other powerhouse teams here. And I think, again, just sort of the way that circle shift was, how many teams were playing conservatively, how much chaos happened, it definitely feels like we didn't really see the true colors of some of these top squads. So your prediction at G25 Day, you're still feeling pretty good about it?
Yeah. You know, I'm not one of those people who just ride the bandwagon. Like I am the conductor of the wagon. Okay. So, you know, once when I say board up, people board up, and I take it all the way. I take it to the very end, Paul. I take it until there's no more taking it. So looking at G25, got them up there, top 3. I'm looking for a strong start. And it kind of goes on to the point that I just made with Jason. Like, there's no throwaway games. Like, league play, I know we were talking about, like, oh, it's only week 1. They got 3 more weeks to go. That's not the case here. I mean, it's not. So if you're a team, you get taken out first, second, 0 points, like, you have to have the ability to shake it off and not get caught in the blame game, not get caught in just a slump, right? You got to come into every single game with the most positive attitude, the attitude of knowing the fact that you're just better than the other team. You're just better than the opponent in your gunfights. So that's what I'm looking for, man. That is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and I mean, this is still one of those opportunities for teams to step up, continue, and show that they have that attitude, that winning attitude like you talked about, Dave. And a team is certainly feeling good about winning after that first one is Ace1. We actually have an interview with them. Our lobby's a little bit delayed, so I definitely want to learn more about Ace1 as a team. So let's take a look at that now.
Welcome back, everyone, to another interview before the finals kicks off here in a few days. We have Pachifa coming in from Ace1, their coach. First of all, welcome here to the interview, and I want to start off by asking you off the bat, were you guys satisfied with how you performed in league play?
Primeiramente, olá, todo mundo. A gente particularmente não está totalmente satisfeito. A gente sabe que poderia ter melhorado bastante. Mas a gente está trabalhando no passo a passo, estudando cada coisa que a gente errou, detalhando nossas rotações, melhorando todos os dias para poder evoluir sempre e chegar na final bem certinho.
So, can you maybe explain what went wrong for you guys then during league play? Because you had a very good week 1, and then it seemed like you guys struggled to hit that kind of performance again.
Na nossa concepção, é campeonato muito longo. Não dá sempre para manter uma consistência do início ao fim. Equipes mais experientes conseguem ter essa consistência um pouco mais, um pouco melhor.
So going into the finals now, do you guys feel like you have a ton of pressure on your shoulders? Not obviously just from playing in the finals for the first time, but also maybe pressure from the country, from Brazil, and all the fans you guys have?
Eu creio que hoje não sentimos, não. Mas a gente trabalha bem a mentalidade dos meninos para ele não ter esse tipo de pressão. Eu creio que essa pressão não. Eu acho que existia mais o cansaço. Então eu creio que a gente chegará na final e a gente teve as qualificatórias sem nenhuma pressão.
So, going into the finals now, I want to hear from you. Who do you think the top 3 contenders are to qualify in the top 3 and then to get into PMGC?
B4, Loops. A gente espera estar nesse top 3 ou no top 1 junto com essas equipes. São equipes que têm grande peso para o Brasil e a gente quer traçar o mesmo. A gente quer mostrar nosso potencial para todo o Brasil também. Somos pessoas novas, buscando oportunidade. Chegamos, fomos campeões da PMPL e estamos aqui bem promissores na PMPL. E a gente vai evoluir e a gente vai estar nesse top 3.
Okay, so last thing here, I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to your fans out there.
Para confiar sempre, e a gente teve essa decaída na última fase da PMPL, mas os meninos já mostraram o potencial deles. E para os torcedores confiarem, torcerem, que isso vai ser muito fundamental no final e que a gente vai dar muita alegria para eles, tenho certeza.
Okay, well, obrigado, Pachifa, for joining us from Ace One. I can't wait to see how you guys do in the finals.
Well, you heard it there, looking to represent those Brazilian squads, looking to keep up the pressure, and yeah, looking to just go and have a good time and perform. I mean, working on the mental game is obviously so important, Dave, especially when you're one of these players playing game after game after game, because if you tilt early on in the day, that can be disastrous for your run, but also at the same time, if you perform really well at the start of the day, it can be great for that momentum.
Yeah, and, you know, having fun is definitely a key, too. You know, you got to come to these games, have a good time, and just believe in yourself. It's all about positive vibes. And right there, Ace, I think they're going to take their positive vibes to maybe a notch or 2 higher with that chicken dinner and 17 kills. Let's just hope they're not already popping some bottles back there, because we got, 17 more games to go. So if they can continue, I'm a strong believer in momentum. And unlike league play, we're not with the round robin system, right? Like, so these 16 teams, they're just gonna play throughout all the games, you know. So let's see, can Ace One, you know, kind of keep up that momentum from their victory in game 1?
Yeah, because I mean, looking at their stats there on the screen, like they do put up some pretty solid numbers. Averaging almost 5 kills a game is really good. Obviously, being able to put up 17, a 32-point game to start off the day is solid, but they need to be able to keep that up. They're definitely going to be a team we're watching. But again, I also felt like the way some of that circle worked out, the rotations came into play, like Team Queso didn't really, I mean, they did well considering, but I don't think they really got a chance to get off the ground. G25 get off the ground, Loops. A lot of these squads sort of got caught up in those mid-late scuffles that I think didn't really allow them to play their game. But honestly, the biggest team that I want to see recover from that last game is Nova Esports. Because let's not forget, Dave, they were the first team that Alpha crashed into.
They got clapped, man. They got clapped. It came down to a 1v1 too. I mean, at the end of the day, like, those are just the gunfights that you just need to win, because all your squad mates, they're knocked, they're bleeding on out. And not only that, the quick thinking from both of the players, from both squads, like, instead of making sure to get those 3 points confirmed in Thirst, they made sure to get the final member out from the opponents, get the squad wipe, and then right then and there, all the players immediately wiped off the game. So very smart thinking. Yeah, exactly.
No, it just felt good, especially, you know, just knowing for them, okay, this is the first hurdle. That's another team out. That's another placement point up. That's 4 more kills under our, you know, into our name. And as we're going to get into this next game, now we apologize for the delay, but we are going to be getting into our second match here in just a few. And yeah, this is going to come down to which team can maintain the best mental state over the course of these next 3 days. Because obviously gun skill is important. Obviously communication is important. But all of these players need to feel confident in their decision making. That is the key factor here. Do you trust your IGL? Do you trust your instincts? Because that lack of trust will do more harm than anything else.
Yeah, so we're getting into it, Paul. Trust your IGL. Such a critical point to kind of take away heading on into this next map. I see Tribe, they got 4 now. Game 1, they had a missing member. Just three. Now they have all 4. So let's see what Tribe can do with all 4, because speaking to the IGL Telly, they're telling me PMPL League play, they played like they had their back against the wall. I mean, that's how it felt. And they worked on staying focused. They worked on correcting mistakes when it comes to team fights, rotations, and like we mentioned on the break, not playing the blame game. So coming into this game, 4 members, going to be a very important game, in my opinion, to kind of kickstart them back and get them in that mindset. Like, okay, we're at the finals. Like, we made it. We made it to the finals. Now, let's just bring it home, get that top 3 spot, baby.
Yeah, and it's so interesting, too, talking to some of the different teams, which ones said, we're just going to play our game versus we need to make a change, sort of where they were in the overall leaderboards. And a lot of the squads sort of in that top 5, top 8 scenario are like, no, we're just going to play our game. We know what we got to do. But it's interesting to hear, like, some of the teams down towards the bottom, like, no, we're definitely going to have to make some changes. We weren't very happy with our performance. And I'm really looking towards those teams as much as anything, seeing what that shift looks like to them. Because obviously we can theorize and theory craft all day as commentators, but they're the ones in the game playing. So we'll see what adaptations they need to make. And I'm looking down towards the bottom right of our screen, out towards Puerto Paradiso, far away from this opening circle, and 2 squads that had a bit of a tussle last game.
Yeah. And we saw what happened. Ace, they came out on top right there, so we'll see. And just to kind of tack on to the Tribe point and coming in strong, like, and making changes, like you mentioned, teams making changes. I mean, Tribe, they just barely qualified. They were out there at the bottom. And speaking of Telly, they said that they studied the VODs, and they know a lot of these squads' tendencies. Like 9 out of 10 times, like they can pinpoint who will be where, who is in what compound, and what team likes to rotate in certain situations with zones. So what Telly said, informational exploiting. Informational exploiting. There you go. These are Telly's words, by the way. So very, very nice vocabulary. But yeah. So I'm interested to see, you know, what Tribe can do with this newfound information, this newfound tactics and strategies that they plan on implementing here.
And we've seen this do wonders for team in the past. Like, I remember back, I think it was week 3, you know, discussing Tempo Storm, a team who spent a lot of time just studying the VOD, studying the replays, and they ended up showing up in a really big way on that particular day and over that course of that week. And I think players need to remember that, like, while time in the game is important and gun skill is important, you know, that's the behind-the-scenes stuff. It's the studying, it's the grinding in that regard that actually does make a big difference for a lot of these teams. But another, you know, thing to keep in mind too is rest is so important. And, you know, speaking to the coach of of Team Queso, they don't scrim. They play in this tournament. There's one other tournament, and that's it. They don't, because he's like, you know, we have other teams playing a full day of PMPL matches and they scrim till midnight. They show up the next day, they're exhausted. He's like, I don't do that. I make sure I give my players plenty of time to rest. And I think it's paid off in a huge way because they have been able to look so consistently clean, probably because they're coming in feeling rested, feeling good, and they're only playing in high-level competitive matches here in a Masters, and that's it. That's all they were playing. Yeah. And I think that definitely speaks volumes to sort of just the next-level thinking that Team Queso was bringing to this here. I mean, looking at it like an actual sports psychologist was. Remove the fact that you're playing a video game for a second and look at this. These are athletes. These are competitors, and they need to be performing at their best, and rest is certainly an important part of that as well. So we'll see if other teams, especially over these next 3 days, I want to make sure that teams are not overworking themselves. You've got 18 games. That's a lot. So take it easy. You know what I mean? Going hard in the games, but afterwards, give yourself time to recuperate a little bit.
All about the R&R. So Paul, we get the confirmation from Paul. Every single game day after the games, Team Queso, they head to the spa. They head to the spa. They get the back rubs. You know, they have the spa music. You know, they get the cucumbers on the eye. Hey, that's how you win, baby. I mean, that's how you win. You got to keep your body and your mind, you know, just on point every single time when you're up here at the top echelons of the competition. So looking at this game, Brazilian Rampage, Garcia, Little Boy, and we were just talking about Tribe just a moment ago. All 4 of them going to be up there on the high ground. I believe they might have heard something over here as we see on that mini-map in the top right-hand corner. They're starting to kind of move, investigate this situation, considering the fact that it took Garcia a lot of backing up and going forward to make sure that that vehicle is parked in the most optimal spot.
Not a 3-point turn. Maybe a 5.
They would have failed the test.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, you would go back again. Yeah, you got to take that road test one more time. Just one more time. No, definitely a lot of noise there. Tribe is fully aware of what's going on. You can see the way they've sort of positioned up in the minimap. See the way they're sort of forming this. The term we colloquially use is a concave in esports. This is something that's been really, really sort of common as a sort of tactical position. Basically allows you to have the widest area of fire into a specified point, while also keeping you in a position where you can back up your teammates as easily as possible. We're seeing a little bit of a 2-2 happening right now, not overtly so, but it's going to be putting them in such a fantastic position should any single member of Brazilian Rampage poke their head out. G3 now is playing this scouting position, and Seagut, who had a bit of a hero play for them in that last game, going to sit back and play more of that anchor, while potentially Telly and Kinge, who are very aggressive players for this squad, we know, may look to get a little bit more aggressive. We'll see, but both teams are now very well aware that they've got company.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we see with the peeking right there that our squad down there on the bottom Brazilian Rampage was able to recognize the hunters up there in the hills. So a lot of teams right now just focusing on positioning, trying to get into a centralized location. Pedro from B4, we see an open door. This could be an indicator. Going to be chilling right behind that crate. And Marco with the grenade, with the delivery right there. Able to get the explosion right there onto Pedro. And let's see, can Maxon provide the support to potentially get the pickup in the revive on Pedro?
That's certainly going to be the question. Nobody wants to lose a player early. We saw the impact in that last game. I mean, again, G25 did go down early, but keeping Pepito up definitely made a big difference. But also at the same time, you don't want to throw your, as I say that, Quinto gets down in the kill feed. But you don't also throw your life away. You know what I mean? You don't want to have one kill turn into a potential other one here, but Marco is continuing to put up the damage. Max and Mixera and Nenabede are back on a wide angle. And we'll see if Team Queso is going to be able to hold them off along this ridge line as Pedro is slowly but surely bleeding out. Ayala trying to relay the info for the team. But I love this positioning here from Team Queso. They are not over-committing because they know they're the ones that have the pressure on. But it looks like Maxon is going to be able to get in there. Wow. I think he's going to be able to get off the revive.
Yeah, that might be the case. I really liked how Ayala was trying to get the wraparound and get an alternate angle to get that confirm right there. But that's a huge pickup right there. If they could manage to disengage off this one to fight another day, that'd be a dub in my book. But Ayala got to be popping up right there. Taking down Pedro after all, and Maxon's still going to be pinched. Still pinched right there from the squad of B4.
Yeah, not saying die quite so easily as Team Queso, saying, look, we had you on our line. You know, we're not letting this fish off the hook so easily, as they are able to pick that up. XSET playing a potential third party to this, though. And we're seeing Tempo Storm on the other side. Hang on a second. So 2 North American teams looking to get involved in this potential squabble. As Team Queso, though, needs to be aware they are not alone. Maxon's going to make the send on the bike, is going to be able to get out some missed shots. Definitely costing Team Queso there, so keeping the casualty to only 1. But we're seeing these 2 other squads coming in on the outside, but looking to take a fight with each other potentially. It's XSET and Tempo.
Yeah, definitely getting a lot different of a vibe when it comes to this game. I mean, last game, everybody kind of felt like they were trying to avoid each other at all costs, but this game, you know, we hear some shots, we go and investigate, we go and check it out, we go and try it to third party, fourth party, see if we can get involved, see if we can get a couple kill points in. I believe teams, you know, that might not have had the best performance in game number 1, they're like, okay, it happened, but now game 2, we got to ramp it up just a little bit. We need to make sure to get these early kills, as we were talking about in game number 1. So Maxon able to retreat right there and regroup with their squad mates. We'll see how they'll manage to stay alive, because Team Queso, they don't seem to be giving up that easily right here on trying to push them.
And Team Queso actually occupying the compound that B4 did just vacate. I think that's very interesting. And also, I mean, I think a factor in this has to be that not only did you have a first game like that, but you had a first game with a team pulling up 17 kill points and a chicken dinner. 32 points to start this off, which now means that your task is even more intense. You need to continue to put that up, and Zute somehow making it out of there unscathed. I'm absolutely floored. That was definitely a bit of a delayed reaction there from the Unnamed, and his vehicle's just like, fine. Okay, sure. He's going to switch it up. Probably took a little bit of damage, but still, wow. I think that's definitely got to be a factor. I think it's definitely got to be a factor, though, Dave. Because, like, the pressure is so much higher now because you just saw a team put up that performance, and now you're like, well, crap, now we've got to match it.
Exactly, and I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. All his teams definitely feeling that fire underneath them right now to perform and catch up and maybe overthrow Ace One here off of their game one performance. Execute, man, they're just getting shot. They're just riding by everybody right now, just getting shot. I mean, they're gathering so much information. That's one good thing about this. Of course, if you don't, blow up in the process, is, you can kind of bait out the shots, You get the shots, you get the information, and then you mark it down, okay, there's a squad up there, there's a squad over there. When the next zone pops, let's make sure to avoid those locations.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of teams really clustered in the center of this next circle. North towards Monte Nuevo is completely vacant right now. A lot of teams clustered towards the south, which means that we're definitely going to see some vying for these spots. Again, players, that was the first game. Warm up, you still have 5 more to play. We need to see them start to seek out these kills, but we're getting to the point now, getting into circle number 3, that the potential for a third party is going to become very, very real. So when they do decide to pull that trigger, they best not miss. They better make sure that they get that kill, get that point, and then get out.
Real quick, Paul, I made some Instagram polls right quick. Let me ask you, who wins a 1v1, Axel or Pepito? I know I'm putting you on the spot here, but that was one of the questions in the poll. The majority of the people said Axel, 63%, 37% with Pepito, but I'm interested to see, go vote. Go out there, vote in the poll. Let me know who you think will come out on top. Do you have an answer for that one, Paul?
I think if it was week 1, Pepito, probably Pepito. But I think if it was week 4, Axel, then yeah.
Okay. Hey, can I ask you one more thing in the poll?
Yeah. Do it.
Will Team Queso get a chicken dinner today? Let me tell you real quick. They voted 74% said yes. What do you think?
I think yes. I think there's a very good chance that Team Queso gets a chicken today, for sure.
Okay. Hey,
this could be the game. This could be the game. This could be the game. I mean, they've got a little bit of ways to rotate here, but they've already got themselves a kill to start this off. They're looking a bit more aggressive, and they're not going to be in the worst position rotating in here, but they are rotating a little late, so we'll see. But again, look at the circle, Dave. Nobody went north. What's happening?
Unlucky, right? Monte Nuevo, I mean, nobody is there currently, but we see everybody in their vehicles. They are rushing. They got the pedal to the floor. They are rushing to get into the town, get into that prime real estate as quickly as possible. Angry, gonna be popping on up. Angry, take the shots. Fanboy is driving right by with the buggy, crashing into a wall. Angry swapping on over to the Mini, trying to pop those tires, but Fanboys is alone right here. Here comes XSET. They're looking for this kill. They're looking for this point here.
Yeah, Juicy looking to try and get the pinch here into the corner. There's the full collapse, and yeah, Fanboys is just out. That's one way to get famous, that's for sure. Nah, not ideal. I mean, I love the thought process there of like, oh, I'm getting shot immediately in my behind, so I'm just going to keep driving. I'm not going to get out of this vehicle. That's one way to do it. But speaking of one way to do it, B4 is getting involved in this one. So the one low member going down there for Execute, but now XSET's getting pressure from behind. B4, of course, losing that player early to Team Queso, like we noted. Now going into all 4 members of XSET. There's additional third-party elements coming into play as well up in the high ground. You can see Tribe as well. Multiple teams looking to get involved on the minimap. It's Tempo Storm there looking to get in on this action. Teams going to changing colors on me, guys. I'm not a fan of it.
I mean, I love this. From both teams. This is a pretty solid spot in this new zone because we can see over there, out there in the distance, there's a lot of teams over there to the east. So whoever wins this will have some pretty solid sight lines on those squads making their way on across those mountains right there to the right hand of the screen. And we see the smoke wall coming out right now. To me, that ended. Wow, Execute. Whoa.
Queso just hard crashed him. Oh boy.
Oh man.
Remember I mentioned this could be Team Queso's game? Okay.
That could be rough. But yeah, this is a solid position. Right now. One counter to this. Yep. Cloud9 up there on the high ground. Going to be overlooking this one right now. So I wouldn't be surprised. We saw XSET. We saw a smoke wall. That tells me they wanted to make the push, but I believe they recognized, okay, there might be a squad up there. Let's just hold back. We're in the zone. We could share this. We could theoretically share this for the time being. We don't necessarily need to get ultra aggressive and risk it this early on. Let's see if that's going to be what they do, because Angry really determined, okay, we got the Marauder, we got it inside the compound, and we got it safe. Perfect.
You talk about it, Dave. You talk about it. Gotta keep those tires. Gotta keep those tires. Vehicles, especially on Miramar, are such a requirement for these late game rotations. Trying to traverse this terrain on foot is an absolute nightmare. Speaking of a nightmare, Wildcard maybe finding themselves in one as well. And Ace won. The game they had in game number 1 is slowly fading away. 2 died in a vehicle explosion, another one down in the blue. So, good times for them. Also, not good times here for Wildcard. Slicky's also taking shots. We've got multiple teams looking their way. Team Queso, Influence Rage. I mean, this is going to be rough, but more fighting breaking out, this time between Tempo Storm and Loops. Both did look to rotate on into the circle, give up the Overwatch position on that last one. Tensa, nade, doesn't fly true, does get inside, but no damage.
Very close, very close. Oh, here we go. Tensa is trying to take some shots on Federal as they make the approach to regroup with their squad mates right here. Could be a very, very big fight here on the edge, but Tribe making their way on in from the outskirts of the zone. Might be able to third party this one. Here comes the push from Tempo.
It's getting picked up, though. Carrillo on the outset, able to do so much damage. They blew down the door. They got the down with the nade. Now Tempo Storm's facing 2 members down, 1 in a rough position. Specs trying to find the nade deading. Everybody is priming them out. 3, 2, 1. And there it is. Specs able to get the down there onto Daddy. That was absolutely massive. That was huge, because that was the potential player to try and get involved. They're getting third-partied, I believe, as Carrillo's going to go down. And in the back as well. This is the opening for Tempo Storm. 2 members are likely going to die, but Specs is going to look to a nice bounce off the frame from Kayovsky. And is able to get the shots hiding in the corner. Beautiful play. And Loops is in a bit of a rough situation. J7's trying to stick the revive. Kayovsky's going to go in, find the shots. Tensa does get back up, though. That's absolutely massive.
But they go out anyways, or at least Wildcard do in the kill feed, playing from the blue. So we'll see. They got the pickup. J7 was able to make their way on into the building. Tensa on the outskirts, going for that spray down, but connected on. Yeah, what I wanted to say is Spec rushed the building while the revive was coming on out right there from their squad mates. Very interesting play. I guess try to take them out before they get the pickup. It just didn't work out. Those grenades at the end, just too strong. Not only that, the confusion amongst the smoke. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to exactly pinpoint where everybody is, so definitely understand that. Brazilian Rampage making their way on in. We see them. They're going to be pulling up right here on the tail end of this fight. They're going to be third-partying Tribe, who were third-partying the Loops fight. Inception out here.
Oh, yeah. Third-party Inception going on in. C-Gut, usually one of the last ones alive here for Tribe. The slow and steady force for this team. And Sentry living up to the name. Eyes like a hawk. Dealing with one of the players, one of the teams that could potentially third-party them at this angle. Look at the way they've set up the vehicle, utilizing the trees, the ridge, the defilade. This is massive doo-doo. One of the last members from Ace in the back could be the only other player to get involved, but the shots at range. Brazilian Rampage, no coincidence, they made it in deep into game number 1 as well. That circle play, as they're looking to continue to send it on in, wanting to continue to try and gain ground in this circle. Sentry taking a little bit of damage. Needs to be careful, though. The vehicle explosion here could cost him his life. He needs to rethink that spot, though, but he's getting peppered from so many different directions. But Loops was able to stabilize through all that. Seems BRR able to do the same.
Yeah, getting peppered from Loops, getting peppered from Tribe. C-Gut out there. Very interesting. We saw Nunez with the Car 98 just a moment ago, trying to get some knocks before making this push. Influence, they got 2 up. Nunez going to be cooking this grenade. Has a good idea on where to thread the needle on into the smokes. Can he get the roll? But I believe Influence Rage, yep, they have some nice cover blocking them, defending them right here to allow this pickup. And time is of the essence. Next zone goes on up. That's why we see Brazilian Rampage getting ultra aggressive. They need to clean this one up right now.
They need to go. They got the knock, and they want to get these points. 0 time to hesitate. They got to move because the circle is going to be pressuring them as well. NTX, point-blank range is going to go down. Nice shots from Nunez. Grenades coming in from the other side as well. This is a 2v4 situation. Can they line down the shots? Nunez going big. The down onto Durso. Essentially pushing into the smoke. Castile, one of the last ones standing for the squad, is able to get the down, trying to confirm the shots. Can he get the points? That's another one down. Castile is going off right now in a 1v4 situation. Spraying, praying through the smoke, trying to line this one up. Can Nunez find the shots? And no! My God, Nunez gets it!
The body block, sacrifice a squad mate to come out on top right there. They should be able to get those revives just in time, get in those vehicles, and send it on into the blue zone, or the new zone, that is. G25, though, Papito cooking these grenades, the unnamed Q, holding the angle right behind the wall. Grenades! No! Going up on the side of G25!
but they're a third party from Team Queso. What? Team Queso looking to get involved. They were all clustered together. I think that was one clip. I think one clip ended the lives of G25, Brazilian Rampage as well. You talked about the blue, Dave. We talked about the blue. They couldn't get through. I can see them dying in the kill feed. They committed so much to take down Influence Rage, but getting taken out themselves in this fight still. B4 and XSET, they've been in a stalemate for so long, but finally somebody's got to hit go because they both got to move, both got to rotate into this next circle. It gave them a little bit of respite to slow it on down, but the time to go slow has gone. This ain't no tortoise in the hair. We've got to give that hair some game fuel.
Yes, they do. Mixer getting really aggressive there in the buggy. Gonna be pulling on up into the smokes. We see grenades from Juicy, Angry, Nico, all getting tossed right on top of that buggy. The molly right there will put a halt to any type of push Mixer had. Mixer gonna be pulled back to their squad mate, Nenabete. They need to get the heal up, but Joey from XSET on a Maxon right there.
I mean, we're looking like we're in the red zone right now. Oh my goodness, all the nades going in like mortar fire. But they aren't able to confirm it. Nenabete holding the ankle here is slowing them down, and they're worried about players further up the hill as well, I think. So that is going to be the revive going through, but Max goes down to the blue as well. They just got to go. They spend enough time. They're able to trade out there. Nenabete able to get a response down in. But XSET now looking to try and go out. Has to rotate, but they're going to confirm these points as well. But the shots further up the high ground. Team Queso looking to get involved. Already 8 kills to their name, and there's a bunch more down there to be had, Dave.
You already know. Nitsu will be cooking this grenade. Has the information. Dudu right behind Nitsu. Here's Nitsu, 1000%. The thing is, looking at Ace, Dudu might be the only one alive for the squad. So if they get taken out here, yes, they are. They will get 0 kill points. So Dudu playing the long game right here, going to allow Nitsu to kind of be that body shield in front of him.
But he also needs to be careful because XSET's looking up directly at Nitsu. Nitsu, who I'm not sure meant to fall down that cliff, cooking the grenades, throwing them, lobbing them. Will they be connecting with them? Trying to find the shots, distracting. Can the nade connect as well? No. And the boost pushing in. Dudu's got to make the call. Time to go. Time to get at least 1 point here. It is going to go out in response. But the damage on the Team Queso at this point has been looking so strong. Losing that member there, I think they sort of accepted that might be the case. But now going down, Loops are going off as well. Loops are going to come in on the edge of this fight and clean it up themselves. B4 couldn't do the job. Move over. Brazil still got this.
I saw Nitsu's face right there. It was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, right there. XSET, though, one thing to note, they had to make their way on up the hill, so Loops definitely had the advantage in that situation. Looks like Team Queso repositioning right now. They're going to be gatekeeping Loops, and Loops with 1 more member up right here. Next zone does go on up, so Team Queso, they're still not safe in this play zone. You know who's safe? The Unnamed, the only squad in the play zone. Everybody else needs to make their way on down that hill, right on into the Unnamed down there in the low ground.
Problem is, of course, though, everybody is going to be looking at him. They've all got to try and navigate this little ridge line. And Loops, I think, actually going to be able to get the revive on Kayovsky. That was massive. Team Queso playing it a little bit slower there, but nades are coming in from both sides. Axel getting a grenade. Gosh, never seen that before. As Team Queso is going to look to try and finish this off. Alpha 7 are on the outset, going to potentially look to third party this. Loops is going to go down. Axel will be able to pick up all those kills. And that's massive, eliminating Loops. But Team Queso still has their work cut out for them because Alpha 7 is right in front of them. How many more grenades does Team Queso have? That's the poll I want to see answered. The answer is probably 50. 50 grenades.
Easy. Hey, Paul, I'll do that one just for you. I'll do it just for you. So Alpha 7, Team Queso created a mini red zone. They took out Loops. Loops wiped off this Miramar map. Nova, though, going to be trying to third party this one. Axel onto Alpha 7. Nova, they were trying to get the surprise on Alpha 7, but Axel taking down 3.
He gets the kill and the double knock. Question is, how many of those points did they actually get? Oh my goodness, Team Queso, I saw how they started off this game. I saw the aggression. I saw the thought process, and I said, yeah, they can win this game. And they're saying, hey, Enverum, we heard you. Yes, a chicken dinner sounds absolutely lovely. It's the perfect time of year for a chicken dinner here on Miramar. And they've only got 2 teams left to work through. Nova, 3 players up. The Unnamed as well. We're seeing a 3v3v3 situation, but Team Queso taking a lot of damage. Those low down nades from Nova. Hang on a second. Axel's got to try and stabilize the team, but Marco was in a terrible position, and these teams, Dave, they got 5 seconds. They got to move.
They got to move. The Unnamed's going to be looking right in this direction. Oh, Marco's able to actually crawl towards their squad mates. I thought the cliff would be blocking them. They might be able to get Marco up. No, the blue zone will be pushing here. Boss looking to toss out some smokes, looking to clear the pathway on into this next zone, but it's an all-out shooting range right now. 6 kills onto the Unnamed. They got 3 up.
Yeah, and that's going to be the end for Team Queso. Could not get down the high ground. They needed to not get knocked there by Nova. Those grenades from the low ground did wonders. And that is the end of the run for Team Queso, but oh my goodness, they're still going to be so happy with this performance. But now in this 3v3, I talked to G-Fan going into this weekend. I said, what do you need to do? He said, we need to turn on our kill switch. We need to play aggressive like we know we can. And I said, dude, I can't wait to see it. Let's see if they can perform here going up against the Unnamed. And between Q, Bucky, and Rand, this is going to be a tough one because we've seen Bucky go clutch in these late game situations before. I'm thinking of like a 1v3 situation against Tribe. It does come to mind. We'll see if he's going to be able to step up here once again. As both these teams have the zone, it's going to come down to who can land this first knock.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to who has the more utility when it comes to grenades. Shifen knocked from Q's grenade, yeah, because Nova, we saw him using a lot of grenades just a moment ago, trying to get the knocks onto Team Queso and Alpha 7 on the high ground here. And yeah, the Unnamed, they're going to continue to stay within the safety and comfort of the smokes of that little dip and just continue chucking one grenade after another right now. Nova, they're just biding their time. They're trying to avoid these grenades, trying to avoid the splash damage at all costs. They're just waiting it out right here.
Part of the problem is I'm looking at the position that Q is throwing these nades. They don't necessarily know where Nova is. They don't have 100% beat on this. Both these players are sort of lined up here, Boss further behind, but they're running out of meds. Only 1 first aid and no stims. Boss is out of gas. So we'll see if they're going to be able to hit these shots when they matter most in a 3v2 situation. But the way they've clustered up together, Dave, 1 grenade, if the Unnamed still have any, could spell disaster. We're seeing them flying on in. Can they find the shots? They now have the beat on both these players. They now know, which means a wide wrap could do wonders, forcing them together with a molly. And we'll see if the Unnamed is going to be able to find an angle. Return molly here, but I'm looking towards Ran on the outside. Could be the one to totally turn this on its head.
Yeah, Ran is trying to make sure to secure their squad, at least the positioning in the next zone, because this stalemate, both teams are not in the play zone, and the blue zone is going to be pushing right now.
Yeah, and here we go. Bucky able to get the knock. It's AZ against the world, and that's just gonna be the game in an instant. The Unnamed step up there, going big at the end when it matters most, in a solid series of kills there at the end, and a really solid game. I think they almost finished with like almost 10 kills there. So really, really solid for them. They had this low ground position, and they were feeling good about it, able to hold off a lot of comers, and then when that circle shifted at the end, all the teams were up along that ridge line. Just sit pretty, but oh my goodness, Team Queso. They may not have walked away with the chicken, but they still have the points to show for it.
Yeah, Team Queso, they put in some work. They finally look to be clocked in here for tonight's matches. So I'm looking forward to that one. And when it comes to the Unnamed, I have to give it to that compound as well. I know they got a bunch of kills and they got the win at the end, but that compound, you know, being favored in those last zones, definitely playing a heavy factor in their winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely. And Jason, Team Queso, I think this is that's what we were looking to see.
See, I feel kind of bad because it's like the Unnamed get the chicken dinner, but we're talking about Queso. But I think it's for a very good reason. Like Queso, we're just third party in every single fight. Thinking back to, let me look at my notes just to remember here. It was the Tribe. No, was it? No, it was the Unnamed versus G25 fight. We talk about the Unnamed tier getting that chicken dinner. They owe part of it is to Team Queso because they were to fight against G25, and Team Queso cleaned up G25 for him from long range. So, you know, Unnamed, make him a chicken wing or something. Who knows? But we'll check with you guys once the third game finishes, or when we start the third game, because we got to bring our analysts back in. We got to speed up the show here, so we have 6 matches in total today. And honestly, 7 and Glitter are probably gonna have a lot to say about this, because again, I mean, even Nova getting that far through, when they came in last place, they had a very bad, and I'm not afraid to say it, week 4. They barely skated by in this one. But for them to get second place, I think that's a lot of pressure off their shoulders as we now take a look at the rankings for the last match.
Yeah, Glitter, you want to take this one?
Well, I was just going to say, okay, well, we're continuing, right? The not necessarily obvious winners. The Unnamed coming through with 10 kill points and pulling down the win for a solid 25 points overall, just barely edging out Team Queso for the overall first place. Team Queso able to pull down 14 kills, and this was the Queso that we were looking for. The Queso we were hoping to see 14 kills and not winning. That's even more impressive. Not even getting second place, even more impressive that they're able to pull down that many points. Nova, though, I think this is just the start that Nova needs. Obviously, 3 kills is a little bit less than what they would want to with the way the point system functions, but the fact they were able to get a second place finish and get some nice placement points under their belt could be a good boost for them moving forward. Loop's able to step up a little bit here, get 7 kill points and 6 placement points respectively for 13 points total. Alpha 7 having a little bit better game with 9 points. XSET at 7, and then rounding out the top 8 there, I believe that we had Ace and Cloud9, I think.
Yep, you did. Cloud9 there in 8th place. Then we have here B4 Esports Tribe Gaming. Ace won all with 3 points. We have Temple Storm and then Wildcard Gaming with 2 points. G25 getting super unlucky, as Jason was saying there, getting third party by Team Queso, only being able to pick up 1 point, and that was just in regards to placement points. Cloud9 and Execute. Cloud9 with 1 point and Execute once again with the best showing there with 0 points. And with G25, I'm enjoying the rotations they're starting to do. They're playing super late. They're moving into the circle super late, which can backfire. And on that one, it was just super unlucky because Team Queso set themselves up perfectly to just third party, and they finished them off so quick. I know we were talking about it, we were watching the game. I blinked, and G25, the whole team was just gone.
It's true. I mean, the shots coming in from Queso from long range, I'm sure we'll see it in our Mountain Dew game field moments as well here in that last match, because that was honestly a thing to behold. I mean, the thing is, the way Queso were playing that entire match, it was kind of like, all right, let's rotate one way, third party fight. Okay, let's rotate back, let's third party fight. Let's let Natsume go off by himself. He'll get some damage in. He'll eventually get taken out by Dudu, but like that's still Queso just being so confident. I think we're seeing that confidence carry over from league play now into finals here go there, because they just don't seem to be bothered by anything.
And I think we were hoping to see how teams were handling the finals, right? That was kind of the entire goal. So the fact that they're able to appear so confident, I think is incredibly important considering how many matches we have coming up, how many days they have to kind of get this under the belt. Nobody really has any time to be indecisive here at the very beginning. You have to set yourself up well, because this is even more important here for finals. The last thing you want to do is be playing catch up. If any of these teams are going to have strong performances right in the first couple games in the first day, anyone that isn't necessarily having those performances here, 7, is at a massive disadvantage. There's not a lot of time for these teams to kind of be making the mistakes. So anybody starting off strong and confident is putting themselves in a very good position.
Yeah, and I think out of all the teams, one that I'm going to call out, especially with that performance of the last match, has to be Execute. You cannot afford to have those 0 match points. Like, that just can't be happening. If you're able to at least pull 1 point, hey, 1 point can make a huge difference. I know it might not seem like much, but we have seen it come down to just 1 point in regards to some teams. And at the end of the day, these teams are fighting for the top 3. It doesn't matter if you end up in 7th place. It doesn't matter if you end up in 6th place. Well, if you end up in 6th place, you're probably going to go back and rethink a couple of choices that you made throughout these finals. But you need to play like you want to end up in top 3. And some of these teams, whether it's maybe just Jitter or Sapino, they're very big first final. Not sure what's going on here, but I want to see a lot of improvements with Executes. I feel like so far they just haven't been performing. With G25 Gaming, this is one team that I was expecting. I was honestly expecting a completely different aspect of their gameplay. They're kind of showing me flashes of what we saw there towards week 1, where they had some really great stuff. The only problem is that in week 1 they were getting blessed by the zone. They were getting really lucky with the zone, which kind of helped them out with their playing style. Right now they're not getting lucky at all, so I don't know how they're going to be able to adjust.
Well, on that note, actually, about them, I was talking to Zute over the time we had to do some interviews, and I was asking him a question of, like, what's going to happen with you kind of co-in-game leading, because he was doing a very, like, back-set role of just, all right, I'm going to micro stuff, right? Yeah, who has so many smokes? Let's spread them out across the team. I was like, well, with its fate coming in, And being in his first finals here with what's on the line, do you look at taking more of a macro to help out the team? And he said, yeah, that's actually a good question. It's something I might do depending on how confident he feels. And I wonder if that confidence is just not there right now for Execute, because that is back-to-back really underwhelming performances so far. But someone that is overwhelming is Queso. They're 2200 damage done. Even Loops get in there with 1200 damage. I mean, that's two of the teams we looked at. Queso and Loops as being the number 1, number 2 from league play, looking to go to head-to-head. But I do worry. Ace 1, 304 damage, 1 kill, and they finish off in about 7th place, if I can count correctly in my head. I'm worried for them because we've seen them do well in a game, and then we see them have these matches after where they just tank it, right? They can't keep that level of consistency, and I'm worried now. Going into the next match, can they kind of raise it back up again and keep that momentum they have from the first game?
What's the next match? Is it going to be Vikendi?
It's going to be Vikendi.
Yes.
It's Vikendi. Okay, if it is Vikendi, I think this will be a great match for them, because thinking back of week 1, day 1, whatever, they ended up performing really well. Vikendi was actually one of their better matches. So maybe they'll be able to bounce back here from not, I mean, still 7th place, 1 kill. The 1 kill, not what you expect, but at least total they're able to get 3 points. And at the end of the day, those are points that can make a huge difference there for the top 3. With Vikendi, I think it might be a really good thing here for Ace 1.
And looking across the other teams, what's going in your head, Glitter? I see you thinking.
And I'm looking at just a lot of the way that the standings are shaking out right now, and of the teams that didn't necessarily finish in the top 5, finishing in the top 5 right now, like the Unnamed was able to have 2 really strong performances here right out of the gate, right? And that was, once again, not necessarily one of the teams we had thought was going to do well. Brazilian Rampage, they finished in 4th-ish, or 5 kills, and had some decent points there. So it's one of those things where I feel like no matter what we start assuming, whether it's individual map performance, because some of these teams have done well historically in the past, and we've looked at that with Queso before, and during league play, I don't even know that we can rely on some of those things anymore, because this is all over the place right now. The more I look at it, the less sense it's making to me.
Well, you know what? Luckily for us, the more matches that happen, the more sense it will make. But I also do want to remind people at home, if you guys are watching World League, you might kind of remember what happened when it came down to the finals. There are rewards going on for you guys at home who are watching within the Esports Center, within the game. You have a chance to win some sweet, sweet rewards. So make sure if you're not watching within the game, make sure to do it right now. Also, you can obviously watch on Twitch, you can watch on YouTube. And if we do hit peak viewership, you can see exactly on your screen what you can win permanent PMPL parachute for all American players if we do hit 75K concurrent viewers or more. But in the meantime, we're going to be heading to a short break. Make sure you guys tell your friends to get in watching the show, and we'll come back with our 3rd match of the day. All right, well, as we take a look now at our schedule again for our 3rd match of today, as we said before, it's going to be on Vikendi, and there's going to be no groups sitting out because, like we said before, there's no groups anymore. There's only 16 teams in total. So everyone's playing every single match, every single day. No games off, no days off until we have our top 3 teams to represent the region here for PMGC. Vikendi, my mind is immediately going to think Loops, it's going to immediately think Cloud9, and it's immediately not going to think Queso, because Queso, as we talked about, I think at the beginning of week 4, they had 0.4 average placing points across every time they played Vikendi. And Viram, any thoughts for you? Any teams that kind of stand out when we think about Vikendi?
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Jason. Those are really the 2 teams that come to mind to me. I mean, I think back to the World League, that epic 4v4 finish on the coast, C9 and Loops, one of the best overall, I think, skirmishes we've seen in a competitive game, at least here in the West. So, yeah, I think they've got the work cut out for them here to live up to the name.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And Dave, I want to ask you about this. I think right now, with obviously the points being reset down to 0, with you looking as handsome as you always do, we're going to have a lot of volatility when it comes to the standings. A lot of teams will be able to shoot up. Teams will fall down depending on how results go. I am kind of worried, though, that you can't have those one-offs. Again, I'm going to bring up Ace 1 just because they're the ones that kind of stand out to me. A very big first chicken dinner, and then an okay performance in the 2nd match. Do you think they've been able to work out the consistency problems that they've struggled with in league play?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Ace won. I mean, looking back at their history all the way back, last year, always a consistent squad, like always in that top 5, that top 6 when it comes to leaderboards. But they're looking to change it up this time around. They're looking to be known as a top 2, top 1, the top team in the region. So with their performance game 1, game 2, not the hottest, right? Not the hottest, but you got to give your opponents something to look forward to, I guess. If they can continue with the momentum, Ace 1 finished day 1 strong, maybe 2nd place. I think coming into the last 2 days of the finals, they're going to be looking at a good chance at being that top 3 spot, because I have definitely seen a lot of growth from this squad in particular, Jason. Yes, I agree with you. They have grown since league play.
Well, another team we were looking at that we heard from a lot of teams, Wildcard, as being one of the top dogs, or should be one of the top dogs. If we've noticed in Virum, Sam is not playing and Leon's in. But you know what? We're going to find out if they're going to continue to maintain that roster or not as we do head into the 3rd match. And Virum, you can talk about them if you want to. You can do whatever you want. Why don't you two take us away into the match?
Bye, Jason. Bye.
Do what you want. Do what you want, Paul.
No, I don't talk about Wildcard. Absolutely. I don't talk about Wildcard. We cast Wildcard for ages. This team has so many strong individual component pieces that when they click, when you push that last one down and you realize it wasn't a corner piece, it went in the middle all along, and you're looking at the puzzle out there on it is a beautiful picture. I just want to see that completed puzzle here, and I need to start to see it soon, because as you can see on your screen, we've got some incredibly strong fragging teams on this map and in this group now in our finals, so we need to see that additional level of aggression here. And to answer, Jason's question, Leon's in. So clearly, this is what they're feeling is going to give them the most success. And I did get word, if there's class, they kind of maybe should be in while they're playing. They're just going to play the games. They're just.
Hey, that's what I've been saying. Come on, it's mobile, PUBG Mobile. You can play this anywhere.
I know.
I mean, I played PUBG Mobile in the weirdest of weirdest places, but I'm like, hey, I got to get my chicken dinner. So back to your point, Wildcard. You said they're making puzzles. Hopefully they're not making a puzzle and at the end it's a puppy. They're looking to make the puzzle at the end when it's a chicken. They need a chicken dinner this game, Paul. They're currently in 13th place on the overall leaderboard. Yes, only 2 games, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2 games. But 4 kills. They only have 4 kills, and they need that winner chicken dinner. So, honestly, Jason mentioned it. We've been talking about it. Like, there's no room for having that throwaway, quote-unquote, game, right? Like, you just cannot afford it. You can't. You just can't. That's the truth. Team Queso, 3rd place. Brazilian Rampage, 4th place. I mean, these teams, and they know that. They got the key, right? They got the key to success. They know you cannot afford a throwaway game. It's all about being consistent, getting kill points every game, getting placement points every game. You just can't afford to get taken out below 8th place. 8th through 12th place, just a reminder, 1 point. 13th through 16th place, 0 points when it comes to the placement points over here. So we'll see. We'll see what these teams could do as Wildcard piling up in that clown car. The Zima is yellow. It's bright. Looking like a bright and sunny Vikendi match over here. But yeah, Paul, I mean, game 3 already, man. Game 3 of the finals.
We've been hustling. To be fair, we've got an extra game. We got to move. We just got to keep going, not give the players too much time to rest. We'd have to remake that last lobby, so we're behind schedule. Come on, team. We need to get back to the action here ASAP. Let's go. It's Vikendi. It's going to be immediately kind of fast, very slow for a little bit, and then we're going to drop off a cliff at the end of the game.
That's the blue zones
now. It's the zones 2 and 3 just don't really matter all that much, honestly. So cool stuff. Going to be great.
I'm trying to change the settings. Ramp up the blue zones, ×5 the loot. Put the red zones in there while you're at it. Who knows? So one thing to note: Circle 1. Hey, these players very happy, and it's gonna go towards the pace of this game, like you were just kind of alluding to. Circle 1. It's not the classic Vikendi 40-50% water, right? So there's a lot of terrain for these squads to deal with, a lot of terrain for these squads to loot, and a lot of safe passages for them to make it on into circle number 1. So we'll see. Tribe, Cement Factory, pretty solid spot. I mean, they are just looking golden right here.
Oh, yeah.
If the zones, of course, favor the east side. Looking on over there, Port, you got Influence Rage up there getting some loot. You got B4, you got Execute kind of near each other all the way on that west side. Yeah, gonna be nice, calm early game unless somebody, you know, opts to run into each other.
I also give props to our observer teams for a second here for giving us beautiful sweeping camera shots like that. That's no drone. That is a person getting that beautiful shot of XSET rotating on in. Very nicely done here. XSET, of course, got a little caught up in that last game. Got a little caught up. And I say that in the sense that they got so stuck in with the battle with B4 that they let the rest of the game move around them. And they did end up, quote-unquote, winning that scuffle with B4, but winning that fight lost them, you know, win the battle but lose the war. Because then they were stuck down on the low ground. They were getting pinned down by Team Queso. Yeah, they ended up getting up. Then they get absolutely bopped by loops because everybody had rotated in around them. And part of me almost wished that, and yes, there were other teams potentially going to be third-partying and getting involved. We saw C9 and Tempo respectively for a little bit there, but I wish they'd maybe gotten a little bit more aggressive earlier, just because if you can clear out B4, if you can deal with that, then you can start to lend your attention elsewhere, and in the end, it ended up biting them really hard. So we'll see if they sort of turn up that aggression just a touch more here, because, you know, we've seen this time and time again. If you take too long to finish a fight, somebody will come and finish it for you.
Mm-hmm. It's all about quick and easy. It might not be easy every time, but getting it done quick, because that limits the use of utility when it comes to grenade smokes. It limits the use of ammunition. You know, you use less bullets, obviously, the shorter the fight. And like you just mentioned, it limits the time that you might be exposed to the elements of maybe getting third-partied or fourth-partied in the process. You want quick and clean early fights. Get in, get out, get the job done. Reposition like it never happened. Now the scoreboard's going to show something different. Scoreboard's going to show 4 points. But when it comes to the game, people are like, I just heard something over there. It's like there's nothing there. It's a ghost. Hey, that's the truth. Ooh, that's the truth right there. So looking around, Team Queso. Team Queso. I mean, last game definitely.
Oh, Marco.
Beep, beep, beep.
Put it in the garage.
Put it in. Oh, Nova passing by. Okay, so that's going to catch your attention. Nova with the drive-by here.
Yeah, starting to see some shots going through, but it's actually G-Fan able to get the shots back into Marco. They confirm that. Cat's going to drop as well, so hang on a second. We are starting to see Nova coming back on in. They realized, yeah, hang on, we can actually win this fight. This is Team Queso here. If we can take them down early, if we can catch them with their pants down, this could be massive. But speaking of downs, Bat's going to be boss in this situation, so we've seen one already confirmed. And that's another knock. That was absolutely huge from AZ. The nades from AZ, 2 games in a row, being absolutely pivotal for this squad. He's going to push on in. Tommy gun out, leaving Boss down. He's got to win the 1v1. It's up against Axel. We talked about these 1v1 situations with Team Queso before, and Dave, I think we're starting to see why the poll went the way it did.
Yeah, so risky right there to push on into that compound with Shifan, you know, being on the opposite end. Yeah, Shifan kind of counting their ducks right now, but okay. Gonna go back to the tried and true strat. Shifan, when it comes to league play, it has the most time played from the blue zone. Okay, so Wildcard. Oh, Wildcard looking at third part of this one. Shifan laying down behind this boulder in the rose patch right here. Shifan needs to make sure to stay alive. Cannot be spotted. Has 2 kills already. Maybe Leon taking some shots over there might cause the attention from Team Queso to kind of look in their direction. But yeah, I mean, Nova, I appreciate them making the pullback. I appreciate them making the U-turn right there because, remember, finals, you need kills. You need kills. If you can get into an early fight, get those kills, it's going to play crucial when it comes to the finals overall.
Yeah, and I would love to see Wildcard step in there. If you can deal with Nova and Team Queso, 2 and 3 respectively in that last game, if you can eliminate them both early, that opens up so much space in the game. Speaking of space, it's at a premium right now as Ace and Influence Rage are looking to go toe-to-toe. We've seen Myth go off so far today. I called him the Myth becoming the legend in that first game, dealing with Nova Esports. We'll see if he's going to be able to step up here. As Influence looking to get a bit of a wide wrap. The sweep coming in here, NTX. NTX's long-range shots, always so consistent. See him playing back for the team so much. And able to lay down the fire, deal with the vehicles. So making sure that Ace 1 not going to be able to get out of here so easily, should they choose.
Yeah, Ace also kind of utilizing a soft 2-2, as we see up there on the top right-hand corner of the mini-map. They got two members kind of separated off in their own, maybe possibly still getting some loot, maybe just holding down these angles, making sure that Influence don't have the opportunity to kind of rotate on over to the beach, but G25 in the midst of a battle. Papito bleeding on out over here, checking on in with Joey from XSET, MP5K, putting in some work right here, and G25, hold up, G25 where are they at? They're
dead.
Gone?
They're gone. They got third-partied as well.
Oh.
So we're seeing so much action here, and this is the Vikendi we know and love. And speaking of love, loving the position right now is C9, knowing who they just knocked and confirmed on the kill feed. And Axel, now the one running for dear life. They know down in the water, take out the team that just was so hot in that last one, ice cold on Vikendi now. And Bayo's going to look to scout this out, gets the spot. And the analyst, Jason, talking about Team Queso's consistent lackluster performance on Vikendi. And yes.
Hey, it looks like, remember you mentioned Team Queso, they like the R&R right there. Nice cold
take a
hot
break.
spring. Yeah, nice cold hot spring right there. Definitely gets those muscles warmed up and feeling good for that next match. Bayo going to be swimming out in the water, just keeping tabs for the time being. Adder on the opposite end right here, going to be possibly trying to throw a grenade, throw a molly, maybe get that final point. The question is, how bad do you want it? How bad do you want it right here?
Not that bad.
Not that bad.
Don't comp, especially because you're Cloud9. You're the team that gets your points in the late game because of positioning. You follow Bayo's calls, you put yourself in a good spot. That's how you win. Putting yourself out of position to tunnel vision on one kill now would objectively be a mistake.
15 teams, 14 other squads still alive. Yeah, you definitely have to think about it for a second. You got to pump the brakes and know when to. And looks like they're going to be pulling off over there, repositioning. Looks like Wildcard going to be right in front of them. Not only that, I see Execute potentially rotating on in the same area. So yeah, very smart call from Cloud9. Tribe Seagut, look at this spot though. I mean, Tribe, they dropped Cement Factory. They've been chilling big time this game. Seagut up there with the angles, with the sight lines for days.
Yeah, and speaking of rotations, we talked about C9 not compromising themselves. What? Your ride is here? That pickup! Adder! 5 stars. 5 stars. Right there. That actually was huge. If Uneven had gotten caught out there, wow, that would have been disastrous for C9. They play so much better when they have all 4 players up, and Adder with the quick pickup, ditching the other vehicle. Ooh, okay.
Sweet. Hey, I got people in the chat asking me if Dave's still on the G25 train. I'm the conductor, all right? I'm on the train. I don't care if they're dead last, all right? They're gonna make the comeback. They're gonna make the clap back, and then I'm gonna have the final laugh. So yeah, G25, they have 3 more games to go here today. Double or nothing, baby. Double or nothing. Tribe King A over here. Ooh, some solid sight lines. They don't know exactly who it is quite yet, but if they can get a knock, I'm curious. Ooh, but King A is kind of separated right there. So even if King A gets a knock, we really don't have the squad to make the aggressive push. Not only that, those shots will be relaying that information back to Tempo, who are also near this as well.
I kind of don't love that. Like, it's King, if you're going to do it, you're sitting there with a level 1 helm as well. So you pop your head up, they look at you, pop, pop. If you're going to go for it, get the kill. Like, they're out in front of the rock, make sure you get the tight spray in, get the down, get the confirm, get out instantly. So not only now did you not get the kill, did you not get the down, did you not burn resources, you gave your position away to Loops and to Tempo Storm.
Yeah.
So that was like a triple no-no from King A.
Maybe it's like the 300 IQ bait.
Those. Can't get
Maybe
hit
it's
those.
a bait, though. Maybe it's a bait. Maybe King
It's not a
A's
bait.
laying
It's
out the
not a
bait,
bait.
setting the trap right there.
It's not.
I'm just saying, man. It's the finals. New strats coming into play. Come on, Paul.
All right.
Give it to me, man.
Okay, hashtag. Okay, all right. Let's hashtag bait King A. Don't do that. That sounds mean. That just sounds mean. No, Tribe though is still in a stellar position, and let's be real. They have not had to move all game. And you saw Seagut's position early on. They are going to have full intel on every team coming on in. So it's only a matter of time before teams figure out they were there. It's not actually a big deal. I'm just giving them a hard time. But still, taking a look at this circle, this center area around Cement Factory is going to get so chaotic so fast.
Hopefully you're a construction worker. You know how to work that heavy machinery down there in the cement factory. You know who's not a construction worker? The Unnamed up there to the north. Once again, nobody near them. We saw on that mini map, nobody near them. Team Case. Oh yeah. That's the swimmer. That's the swimmer. I'm getting way too hyped.
And it was G-Fan. It was G-Fan who got the last lap.
Way.
Yes way. Out there in the blue, south of Villanova, looking for a vehicle. They're all wandering, taking in the sights. And they remember how that fight started. They remember how they both got down to a solo player, and G-Fan's like, last lap is mine. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You can write an anime about it. Let's go. That's the arc.
That's nice. Hey, good call there, Paul. Good spot, man. Good spot right there. So, talking about spotting out some things, Telly with the Bison. We saw week 1, we saw PMPL scrims as well. Bisons were king on Vikendi. Towards the later half of PMPL league play, like, we didn't really see it come into play. So we'll see. We'll see what the players are feeling, because there's a ton of 9mm kind of scattered all around when it comes to Vikendi. So kind of got to use what you got. And Ace 1, chilling on that east side right now. Spotting out rotate over there in the distance. Not opting to take shots. Playing nice and slow, nice and steady. Wins the race here when it comes to Vikendi.
I really like that decision because they have nobody really around them. They are the eastmost team. They got clear to the north, clear to the south, and they want to keep that air of secrecy about them, like a cloak of darkness. So when they do finally take those shots, they are certainly being felt. But we talked about Tribe having some high ground elevation. NTX like, I'll one-up you here. I'll one-up you. I feel like this is just like where NTX likes to be, just in the back. He's Hawkeye. He's just chilling, looking on down. That Hawkeye. Get this man a crossbow. But just keeping eyes out, and you can see it here.
Ooh,
eyes like a hawk.
Oh man, spot now. Tell you. Ooh,
oh, he's suppressed too.
Take some shot. Okay. Pop the tires. Pop out the BM.
Telly's like, no, the car.
My tires.
The car.
One of them already got popped though, Telly. One of them already got popped, man. Just give it to him. What a position. NTX up here. The suppress shots, they're going to be spotted, though, I believe, from Cloud9. I love this position, though. I hope that the next zone favors them, because I want to see what they can do from up there.
But this is that kind of positioning, though, can be a double-edged sword. Because, oh, no, they're still going to have it. Because depending on where the circle rotates in, you can just have to try and traverse down that terrain once you've already lit a flare up there and said, hey, look at me. And suddenly everybody's looking at you, and you're like, well, we've got a spelunk. That's not how spelunking works. That's in water. In any case, they've got to go down. They don't have ropes, and that's going to make it a little bit harder. But look at that hill. It's just wide open, so everybody can take a look at them. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
You know what? They're wishing this was payload. They're wishing they had the helicopters. Not going to be the game mode. Unfortunate for them. Garcia, though, Brazilian Rampage, they're making the pull up. It seems like they didn't do the proper scouting, because they ran right on into loops, and they are paying the price as 3 members already down. Nunez with the eject in the back line saying, see you later, fellas. I'm going for the good old-fashioned placement points.
Yeah, just got to try and survive. And Loop's showing up here and saying, this is Vikendi. We'll show you who the real Brazilian Rampage is. And now Nunez just got to sit back and try and live. He's going to be able to do so for a little while longer. But you're absolutely right, Dave. At this point in the game, that kind of aggressive send without intel is a great way to die. It's
just like that. Just like that.
Just like that.
Hey, they proved your point 100% right there. So smart. So smart. Keep it coming.
Speaking of smart, Ace 1 still
cloak and dagger, like you said.
Trigger discipline. Just looking to trick or treat. You roll up, you knock on the door, and it's not a treat. That's for sure. All right, Ace 1 is here, saying Halloween's canceled this year. Go back inside. Please wear a mask, and we'll see. The Unnamed, they roll around. Oof.
Ace 1, they're the house that gives out apples. They're the house that gives out fruits.
Those are the worst.
That's Ace 1
When you could give out, in a world where you could give out full-size candy bars, don't give out an apple.
That's Ace. Hey, when it comes to PUBG Mobile, though, give out the apple so people don't crash you.
That's fair. They're like, it's going to keep the doctor away. We swear. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. on how that works at all. In any case, I hope we can get an overview of this circle in this next shift, because teams have done thank you so much. Teams have done a very good job of sort of spreading out, creating a little bit of room, but that space is not going to last. Influence Rage, the high ground position, still going to be a factor. Tribe still in their position. But looking towards teams like Loops, towards teams like Ace 1 and Alpha 7, they've got their work cut out for them to rotate into the circle, Dave.
Yeah, we see Law from Alpha 7 doing the drive-by, looking to drop off a surprise when it comes to some loot right there. Going to be passing on Tribe. Telly still with that Bison, trying to take some shots, but King with the final blow with the Uzi. Able to connect right there. Law will be bleeding on out. Relaying this information definitely back to their squad mates, Vit2 and Swagwin, telling them, avoid this area, please. We don't want you to get taken out as well. Influence Rage up here on the high ground. 0 kills to their name. I mean, they have so much potential from up here. I just want to see them use it, though. It's going to be hard. That is true. That is true.
Especially because, like, you know, players have enough utility with smokes and trying to take those shots like we said before at range. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of cover to be had. There's actually a decent amount of cover here. It's not going to be a game 1 Erangel finish where it's like, well, you have a blade of grass and you're just shuffling forward with like a little palm leaf in front of you or something. Like, please don't look at me. Not going to be the case. Just the shrubs. Just care. I want a shrubbery. All right, nice little path running right down the middle. Not going to be the case here. Plenty of cover to be had. Lots of little nooks and crannies to play around, and a lot of this sort of high ground position, which can be a blessing and a curse. You can see Beowulf scouting it out now, because while it can offer you a great bit of leverage and elevation, it also means that you expose yourself, not just to the elements, but to the suppressing fire of many potential third parties coming on in. So be mindful when you take those positions if you're a player in this situation. And I think these players have a much better sense than we do, even though we've got that bird's eye view.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, no one's going to spot out who was that with the ghillie suit, that white ghillie suit. I mean, that thing just blends in. I mean, they might win the game just with that. But Cloud9 still with 4 up. I wanted to mention, that's Telly. And the AWM, man, Telly's going to be putting in some work right here. Influence Range up there, they don't got nothing. They don't got nothing on Telly. Nothing on Telly. We hear some gunshots ringing on out. Okay, Loops and Ace are going to be getting into an engagement. Tribe looking to third party that one. Influence going to be looking at this as well. Tossing out some mollies, getting a little closer. NTX with the Uzi spray onto Mafioso right before they're able to back that Dacia in that cover. But the blue zone taking down Mafioso. It was all for nothing.
Backed up just a little bit too far. Just put that Achilles heel right back into the blue. Knocking him. That was actually disastrous. Because now Dudu has got to try and survive through this for the team. Myth might go back and try and look for the revive. Not going to be able to get it. Mafioso just going down way too fast. The blue is going to look to just push on in here and just continue to apply pressure to both of these teams. We can see them skirting around the base of this cliff, but this is actually giving Influence Rage enough time to get themselves down the back and not try and go down the front into these teams. And this is actually really big here for them because they're still going to have this forward plateau to play with, but they need to clear out Ace 1 beneath them. They could be the spanner in the works, and they don't want that. But speaking of things players want, and what I want, Dave, what do I want? I want to see Loops crash on in here. I want to see what they can do when they go aggressive on Vikendi. I want PMWL vibes, and I want to see if Tribe can hold the line.
What do you want? You want to see him crash. When do you want it? You want it now, Paul.
Now.
Looks like Loops, they're going to be... You want it now. Looks like Loops, they're going to be tossing out some smokes over there across the road to block the sight lines from Tribe. Very smart. They need to do this now because the next zone does not favor them. And they need to do this now while Influence Rage up there on the high ground are going to be occupied trying to take down Ace. And, Federal going to be getting the wraparound right there. We'll see how crucial that maneuver will play a factor in them winning this gunfight.
It is indeed, as King is going to be the first one to drop here for Tribe, able to find the outside angle. You mentioned it before. Kowski's looking to continue to keep up the smoke tunnel, to keep them going in. Tribe has played this very stationary, and it's costing them here. Because they have the hard cover, they felt compelled to keep it. And now, Loops on the outset is going to continue to push on in, but there's the potential for the third-party action. They need to be careful. They need to continue to look forward. Seagut's able to get the down, though, in response. Finally, we're seeing Tribe being a little bit more mobile. It's PUBG Mobile, after all, and we got to see them start to move on in. I don't think Carrillo is going to be able to get the revive here. Laskowski can get an absolute miracle return in through the smoke, but they're going to try and keep this going as they are right on the edge. But now Tribe up against a rock in a hard place. Oh, wait, that's the blue. They're going to try and go around on the other side, but they're opening themselves themselves up to the third party. Telly, though, with the big gun. An opening knock here from him could be massive, but look who's in the corner. Dave, it's Nunez!
Nunez, here's the footsteps. Nunez knows if they make a move, they will most certainly be taking out this game. So we'll be playing passive, but Federal sneaking up with the pan. He's trying to pan up to the face. G3 with the MK14, getting that spray down right there. Uzis are out. Woo!
Carrillo able to pick up a couple of those, confirm them. And Tribe, though, it's all down to Telly. That Gilly you mentioned before. And there's Nunez right there in the back. Federal's actually in not a bad spot. I think they should go for that res here and that little dip. But Nunez could be such a thorn in the side of these teams here at the edge. Dedin able to barely get in, trying to keep an eye on where Influence Rage is. They still have the high ground. They are going to have to rotate on in. But Nunez here could be a massive factor in both of these teams trying to survive and push through, whether you be Loops or whether you be Tribe.
Oh, Nunez popping up right there. Popping up right there. Trying to get a point on the board. Will definitely be exposing their current position from Loops. And you got 4 members of Loops. They know exactly where you are. They got 7 kills to their name so far. Good luck, Soldier, when it comes to Nunez. And Nunez is no more the Molly from Dadden.
Yeah, cleaning that up safely, securely, not putting themselves in a position where they could take shots in return, and Loops were actually able to keep all 4 members alive. And speaking of members alive, the Unnamed going toe-to-toe with XSET, looking to try and keep their players up. And in this Nico point-blank range, doing so much work, but the Blue is continuing to push on in, knocks everybody down. Everybody's going to drop. The Blue, being the ultimate third party in this situation, is Nico is crawling, trying to survive, trying to stay in. It is the Unnamed that falls, though. And we see Execute, who've been able to weather the storm so well. We're going to take down Alpha 7, but C9 is crashing in here. It's a bloodbath. All of these teams right on top of each other, as Cloud9 also with 4 players up, looking to take the pain here, the punishment to Execute.
No pain, no gain. Looks like Cloud9, they actually have the advantage up there on top of that boulder. It looks like Execute, Zute, and Fanboys were trying to wrap around and regroup with their squad mates, but then one of the members from Alpha 7 caught them off guard from behind, from the Blue. Just unfortunate. Kill switch and its fate, the last 2 remaining members. Zute trying to crawl on over here. They got the smokes, but guess who it is? I think it's Influence up there on the high ground, taking some shots, peppering down there in the smokes, chunking them down.
It's so funny because we literally saw Bayo scout this little peninsula early on. We saw him looking up there, scout, okay, so this is a good position, if we can get up there, if we can control this, because it's got this little higher level cliff, which is preventing the angle from Influence. Juicy was trying to heal strat out in the Blue. They take down XSET. Good job, though, to try and survive through it a little bit longer, but Execute is just in a world of hurt. Ironically enough, C9's pressure against Influence Rage is the only thing keeping Execute alive because it's stopping them from pushing forward enough to look down into that ravine. But Loops, they're not out of this yet, Dave. They are still in this fight.
Yeah, they got 2 up right here, and they're one of those teams in that ravine, currently utilizing it for cover, trying to remain undetected. Influence, though, I mean, that mountain, they picked this spot, Circle 1. They've been up here, the Hawks in the sky. They've been sending out the signals, and here we go.
Whoa.
Oh, the roll down. I don't think they anticipated that far.
Too far. Too far. Bat send. Okay. Not ideal. Oh, Dave, and just like that, it all comes tumbling down, quite literally. Well, that's certainly rage-inducing.
You know, they're pumping. They're pulling the e-brake on that thing so hard right there. I feel bad. They did not mean to do that. They did not mean to do that at all. Loops with 11 kills. Cloud9, though, taking advantage of the situation. 4 up right here with the higher ground.
I mean, that was absolutely massive. That chaotic send. I know, I appreciate the idea. I appreciate the thought process, but oh my goodness, an error in execution now means this is a wide open victory for Cloud9. Who were 2 of the teams we talked about to go off here? Well, it's 2 of the teams that made it into this top 4. It's Loops and it's Cloud9. Castile heel stratting, Zute heel stratting. Which one has more meds? That's the question. Regardless, the answer is Cloud9 is going to get themselves the chicken dinner here. Loops pulled off 12 kills. A stellar, solid performance here on Vikendi. That's what we needed to see. But playing around the terrain, getting in early, C9 excelling in the late game, Dave, it's like they read the script. It's like they know what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, Cloud9, I mean, they took some time to ramp up when it comes to league play. I mean, that final week, they clutched it to qualify to make it on here to finals. But coming into today, they are playing quite well. Already a couple kills, and with the chicken dinner this game, they're going to be up there at the top, sitting pretty on the overall leaderboard. Congrats, Cloud9, getting their first chicken dinner. Winner, chicken dinner of the finals, Paul. Clean W right there for them.
Yeah, I mean, that was just so solid. We saw them moving on in, assessing the terrain, assessing strengths and weaknesses, knowing when to take fights, just coordinating the angles. That, to me, was textbook Cloud9. And Jason, there are a couple of teams you mentioned going into it, and oh yeah, you gotta feel good. You gotta feel good.
Come on, give it to me. Give the props to me. Come on.
Go.
I'm wearing
Jason,
blue. The boys in blue are
predictions.
back. Thank you, Dave. I love the dance. Cloud9, yeah, what a big game for them, too, considering they had very rough matches so far. I think in match 2, they lost Adder super early on in the game. Then they had to have Beowulf be the one to kind of go out and scout. But for them to have really good zones as well, but then to maintain and start crashing other teams, put their dominance down. But I still wonder if Influence Rage didn't have that blunder. Cloud9,
F's in chat.
Yeah, would Cloud9 is still
F's in chat for Influence.
Oh.
It's right.
It hurt my heart because I saw it, and then I went, and then it didn't quite hit the landing right. I'm like, oh no. And then it does the first roll. I'm like, oh no. And then it does the second roll, and I'm like,
it happens. It happens.
And then every team is
shouldn't
like, hey,
happen though, Dave. We're in the finals of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas.
Listen, have you ever? You're from Canada. You know how it is driving in the snow, man. It's slippery, dude.
Put chains on your tires, fam. Prevent this. Okay. I need to take a break.
And don't drive off cliffs.
Bring in the analysts.
You guys are going to take a break. Don't
done.
worry. You can get all your rage out on whatever you want to do, and we'll see you guys for the 4th match of the day. Let's bring our analysts back in, though, with Seven and Glitter. And, you know, Glitter, I think you're looking very sane today, considering all things. I know we've been talking about it during the match, and we don't know who's going to come out on top. We know G25 are definitely pretty solid at the bottom at the moment as we take a look at our map rankings, as they and Queso went out extremely early. But Queso, to be fair, 7 has lived up to the standard we come to expect on Vikendi.
Yeah, and with Queso, even though they went off early, they were at least able to secure 2 kills, which is huge. Remember, those little points will come into play, as we do see here the map ranking. Cloud9, this is one team that we always question how we're going to do in the finals. Remember the interview that we had with Unnamed? They told us as long as we make the finals, we'll be able to flip the switch and just start from 0, which, hey, so far it's kind of working with them. Finally being able to get that win, and being able to get the win early on, which is huge. We see Loops Esports as well performing well. 12 kills. This is massive for them. Influence Rage, another team that we've been talking about kills. Guess what? They got 6 kills. And on top of that, something that I actually truly enjoy seeing out of this team, getting more placement points than actual kill points. We see Execute finally there on 14, not bad. XSET, P4 Esports, Alpha 7, Wildcard Gaming, and here on the second page, Glitter. Once again, we have a huge surprise in 16th place.
Not only 16th place, but 15th place as well. G25 down there at the bottom, 0 points. Tempo in 15th, 0 points. I mean, even kind of surprising to see the Unnamed down there in 14th after the first 2 games being such strong performance. The same thing with Brazilian Rampage. You know, Ace 1 there in 12th place. Team Queso in 11th, only 2 kill points for 2 points overall to their name. Tribe Gaming with 3, and Nova also with 3. After they just had a 2nd place finish, they fall off yet again. So this is, once again, not necessarily what I was expecting.
I mean, this is the best part of like a day 1, right? We didn't know what would have happened when it came to week 1. We had no idea what happened coming into finals. I can safely say the teams who are currently in the top 3, I did not expect to be there. But one team I'm also, again, happy to talk about is Cloud9. And we've talked about them, 7, when it came to PMPL Americas Season 1. They were very slow to start. And when it got to the finals, they ramped up and they got themselves that fantastic finish. And they're starting to warm up here. 7 kills, see the damage being done as well. We're going to see our Mountain Dew Game Field moments on top of this. I'm assuming we're going to see Influence Rage take the tumble yet again at some point in this. But I also feel kind of bad for Nova in case in the beginning. I mean, credit to Nova. Again, had a really decent finish in the last match up against the Unnamed. But they also got in a very early fight against one team you never really want to fight against, of Team Queso. And they actually ended up with 1 more kill point than Queso and 1 more point overall in that last match.
Yeah, and I know you were saying you cannot feel bad about it, but hey, they were able to get 3 kills out of that. And even though they ended up going off early, being able to kind of, in a way, come out on top out of those fights with a team along the lines of Team Queso that's still performing really well so far in these 3 matches, that's going to be a huge confidence booster for Nova, and I feel like this is a team that feeds off that. Just even going back to PMWL, whenever it's a team that could kind of carry momentum, and if you boost their confidence, it's a team that can do really, really well. So I love seeing those kind of engagements there from Nova Esports. Another team, G25 Gaming. Like I feel like I don't know what's going on with this team. I know it's the first day. We're only halfway through the first day, but you don't want to play catch up. I know they had an amazing week 1. I know we highlighted it at the beginning of the show, but Glitter, for me, I don't want to see them start so slow here.
Not when we know what they're capable of, not when we've seen the type of games that they can have, the damage they can output, the consistent success they can have, because they've demonstrated it in week 1. I just don't want that to be the fluke. You know, Pepito was this monster of a player when we first saw them come out of the gates, and now we see them, you know, having the first 3 games of finals really be a struggle for them. I don't know if they are struggling with their zones. I don't know if it's bad rotations, if they're trying to work on, you know, maybe different play styles, but whatever it is, they don't have a whole lot of time to figure it out.
They really don't, because that's going to be 3 games done, leaving 15 matches in total left to go. As you take now a look at our total damage in the last match, and we're going to see kind of what we expect with Loops being up there as number 1. But again, Influence Rage, honestly, it took them so long to really get going when it came to our league play, but they were, again, one of those few Team 7 that had a massive amount of kills and also way more kills than placement points. And we've only seen a few teams do that, like Loops and like Queso.
Yeah, and with the point system that we have here, we have seen teams being able to excel with just being able to put on more kill points. With the problem that they were in that, I mean, you've heard us mention it over and over again, they weren't getting placement points. And when they did get placement points, it was maybe like 1 point, 2 points, which is good, but it's not good enough when you have other teams getting a lot more consistent placement points. With this team, I'm glad that they have worked out on their rotations. I feel like their rotations are a lot better. This is something that we kind of pointed out at them as well, saying, hey, if you guys can work on your rotations a little bit more, you can be one of those contenders. And right now, they're looking really good.
Well, who knows also looking good? Our top players in the last match. I'm expecting maybe Cloud9 to be in there a little bit. There we go. See, Beowulf. That's honestly the first time in a very long time as we're also seeing 2 players come in for Loops, Federal and Kayovsky. Again, 2 players that I probably would have expected. I was hoping for Carrillo to be in there, but Glitter, Federal able to put up some damage where you know, his teammate wasn't able to help kind of carry that weight for them. That's a great sign.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about earlier. We've seen every single member of Loops at this point start to step up. I feel like they're not necessarily relying on Carrillo in the same way that they were in the past. We have seen Federal, we've seen Kayovsky up here quite a few times, and I think that that's just even more important now here in finals, that you don't have to have just one standout player. We know how good they all are as individuals, and the fact you've got 2 of them up here right now in our top players just really illustrates that.
I'm getting a little bit worried though, 7. Loops is starting to look good. They're starting to get consistent. They're starting to hit their stride.
Jason, do you know which team they're starting to remind me of? They're starting to remind me of
Loops?
Team Queso when they started doing really, really good on league play. Because remember, we used to talk about Nitsume, which with Loops Esports, we used to just talk about Carrillo. And then with Team Queso, the other players started stepping it up. Guess what's happening right now with Loops Esports? The other players are also starting to step it up. So, it's gonna be amazing. It's a crazy day so far. Like, so far, it's an insane day. And G25, right now, they're averaging 1 point per game.
Just had to bring it up, 7. Just had to bring it. Don't even worry. Day 2, that's where they hit their stride, like when it was back in week 1. Actually, I don't know.
They do.
I want to see Pepito the monster. 32 kills week 1. I don't know what's going on with him, and I don't know. G25 definitely need to step it up. You guys at home, by the way, who are watching, there are still things being given away. As long as you're watching within the Esports Center, within the game, you have a chance to win some of these sweet little rewards. But even beyond that, if we do hit a certain amount of viewers on the stream, we'll also be giving away some extra items as well. You can see here, once you hit 30K, 50K, and 75K, you get a permanent item, the PMPL parachute. And there's going to be a signature by 7 on each and every one of your parachutes. And only one lucky person will get one from Glitter, and no one wants mine. So that's why you're not going to see my signature in there. But in the meantime, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we'll be coming with our 4th match of the day. It's going to be Sanhok, and we'll see you guys in a few. Now, to be fair, that would be pretty sick to have your signature in the game on a parachute. I would love it. I know Mustache Dave would love it. And Viram, I think he would be extremely excited to see it, but I think he's also just as excited to see the 4th match coming up now with Sanhok. The one time we'll see it today, and we've seen a lot of teams start to step up here. But again, I feel like, you know, Mustache Dave, the man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah.
This is a chance for, I think, some teams who you don't normally see within that consistent top 3 to be able to potentially pick up a lot of points here, because we've seen massive kill games when it comes to this map.
Yeah, it is, but it's going to be tough, man. I mean, when teams are on fire, when teams are feeling good, I mean, I'm looking at Loops, I'm looking at Team Queso, I'm looking at Cloud9, even Ace1. 4 of those teams, they're popping off today. And when you're popping off, like they're popping, other squads, they need to watch out, man. You don't want to run into them because their gun skills and their confidence is just going to be a notch a little higher than yours, because you might, you know, be a little second guessing yourself if you haven't been winning these gunfights. So, hey, Jason, I mean, as far as the leaderboards go, I hope that teams who had poor performance in the first 3 games, I hope they pop off. This could be that reset, that flip that they need. But it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough. That's the truth. It's going to be tough.
And the thing is, Viren, we've talked so many times about how little matches there are to play when it comes to the finals, how little time, pretty much no time you have off. Our big teams that we looked at, you know, Tempo, they have really yet to show up so far today. They had some really bad placings in the last match. I think it was 15th place, if I'm not mistaken, with 0 points. I was expecting this team to run with the consistency that they had in the entirety of the league phase, and even into the 4th week, be able to have a bigger showing, especially with that deep 5-man roster they have.
And it's interesting, too, because I spoke to HH24 going into this weekend, and I sort of asked, I said, obviously, you guys looking really good, but, like, what's going to take you from, like, top 3, top 5 placements to 1? What's that going to be? And he said, we just need to clean everything up. All the little things, all the basic mistakes, we just need to tighten those up. And it's interesting because I asked him, because, like, a lot of teams have issues with, like, you talk about communications. I'm like, are your comms too busy or too light? And I was honestly expecting him to say, oh, our comms are really busy, it's chaotic, and no, he's like, dude, no, we're actually like pretty chill in comms. I was like, So that actually gives me some hope, because that means they can just continue to ramp up the energy, obviously making sure clean comms, you're relaying the right information, but cleaning up those small mistakes. I think for Tempo, if they can do that, they are going to look insanely strong, because we know they have the potential. It's just cleaning up just put the polish on the car, then you can take it out on the road.
Yeah, I think it's something that I hear in a lot of esports as well. I mean, it kind of comes down to whoever makes the most mistakes. I mean, pretty much everyone playing right now is equal skill level, equal in terms of like battling aim-wise, nade-wise, etc. And it comes down to making the fewest mistakes. Even Zute said, like, individually, he's focused on making less and less mistakes so his team can do better and better and better. And right now, we're starting to see them do a little bit better. Again, they've had some rough first couple of matches. I really don't know who's going to come out in our top 3. I honestly never would have said going into the finals that the Unnamed and Influence Rage, they're going to be 2 teams representing Americas going into PMGC. I don't think many people out there would have said that, but the rate they're going, it's very likely they could do it here in Viram.
Yeah, and it all comes down to the momentum and the work you can do on the day 1. Because if you can put up stellar performances on day 1, that's a sigh of relief going into these next games.
Nice little buffer like G25 how when it came to the first week, but it's time to get into the game yet again. We got Sanhok coming up. It's getting hot, it's getting moist, and it's all within Viram and Mustache Dave.
Not overly moist. Just it's getting hot in like a very good, positive way. The players are ready and excited. I'm ready and excited, because we are getting down to it. Our last 2 games of the day, only 2 more opportunities to show up, prove your worth, prove that you belong to, that you deserve to represent, that you belong on this stage, and that you are the team to show up at the Global Championship. We got there in the end, Dave. Let's ignore the first take.
Let's do it, baby. Let's do it, baby. Let's get some babies in the chat right here. Man, oh man, what a day. Looking real quick before we get into the humidity of Sanhok over here. Federal up from Loops up there at the top when it comes to the top kill leaders in the lobby, currently with 12. So 12 kills so far. Yeah, not too bad. Right behind them, trying to reclaim their spot as the top fragger in this lobby. Axel from Team Queso, 9 kills. Then Little Boy from Brazilian Rampage in 3rd place with 6. So that's how it's looking. That's how it's shaping up here so far this evening. Talk about shaping up this evening. Zone number 1, a lot of teams kind of you know, went over there to that west side, but it looks like zone number 1 is going to be on that east side. So I see a lot of open drop spots, a lot of open compounds, buildings with some free loot, right? Some free loot. So we'll see what will come out in this game of Sanhok.
Keep in mind, note, folks at home, not all loot is free. Some loot will cost you, so definitely be careful. But no, I see a lot of free loot. Camp Bravo can be the biggest bait if you let it. Though I don't think it's going to be the case for some of these teams, as we're already seeing early action here on this one. And ooh, Wildcard, Brazilian Rampage. This is going to get interesting here because we often, I swear, it's like we see Wildcard, they never drop in a city that's empty. They always drop in a city, and there always is another team there. And a lot of times they'll just back up. They won't fight, but they need to fight. And they told me they were going to fight, so I want to see them fight. If they're gonna say they're gonna commit to it, Spring, I'm looking at you. Step up, Acer and crew. Acer, one of these top players that everybody is looking to see go off in this game. That's what I need to see, Dave, and here we go.
Nunez with the barrel, trying to get the 2-peat right here. Spring in the wide open, no cover to their name. Nunez using the cinder block wall for cover. Slicky spotted, tagged in, bagged. That's gonna leave Leon, I believe, the last remaining member of the squad alive. Hold up. I'm looking over. Yeah, Acer's going to be bleeding on out. Yep, Leon. Oh, man. I mean, I agree. Wildcard, they need to take this fight. It's about timing, though. It's about timing because looking at Wildcard, a couple of their squad mates.
Oh, no. Oh.
Nunez!
Oh, no. Oh, the disrespect.
Oh, that one hurts,
disrespect.
Man. Oh, more? Nunez. More. With the hard flex out here.
Hold on your ammo. There's making a point, and then there's being, smart.
Yeah. The hard flex. But Wildcard, 15th coming into this game right now. 15th. So I agree. You were kind of alluding to it. They need to get into these early fights. They need to get these kills. But, I mean, looking at Leon, no armor, no helmet. Like, were they ready for that fight? Or at least was everybody ready for that fight? And I have to say, no, they were not. Like, the whole team was not on the same page there. I mean, it was just clear. 2 of their members pushing the open, like, onto Nunez, who had hard cover. Like, are they getting too desperate, though, Paul? That's the thing. Like, desperation, you don't want it to dictate your play style. You just can't.
I think you might hit the nail on the head there. And I hate to use the term desperate already because we're only on game number 4.
Yeah.
There are only 18 games.
Yeah.
We're getting down to this point in your wild card. You've told everyone, look, we're going to get aggressive. We're going to step up. We're going to go. We're going to fight. You feel like you have to do it. And it's the right call to get aggressive. But doing it for the sake of it is wrong in this situation. Do it smart. Figure out where your opponents are. You've got time. You're on hot tin. Like, you're a small swim away from being in the next circle. You've got an opportunity. Speaking of opportunities, XSET's looking to get one right here on the Tempo Storm. Not letting me finish my point. That's Sanhok to a T. So they're going to look to get some more kills here. Angry is down, but also already multiple members of Tempo Storm on a world of hurt. Nades are raining on through. J7 going to try and crawl the way back on in. Spec holding the line. Juicy priming it. Not finding it. Spectre has moved up a little bit further. Just allowed him to bypass these nades, priming one of his own, cooking it, sending it over towards Juicy, and connects, Dave! That was exactly what they needed down behind the rock. And can Spec do it again? That's the question.
Yeah, Juicy, the nade king when it comes to PMPL Americas league play, will be getting a taste of their own medicine right there. Joey using this rock, this cover right now to maybe get this pickup. Looks like the squad of XSET are going to be getting the double pickup here, trying to get the reset. Angry tossing a quick grenade right there to try to make Tempo scatter, but Tempo, they got their teeth sunk into the meat right here. I don't think they're going to be pulling off this one. They're trying to rotate on around XSET and really cut them off guard. We'll see if this play, if it works out for them.
And this is so funny, too, because you'd think the Tempo would be the team running tail between their legs, but no. They lost a player, but they're the ones getting aggressive, but they also hear off in the distance, it's Nova Esports, and now look at the mini-map. That's a Tempo sandwich.
Yeah.
And we see, with Nova rotating on in what looked to be a fun, aggressive rotation, a walk in the park here for Tempo Storm suddenly became a tiptoe through a minefield.
Yeah, and Tempo, another one of those teams kind of similar to Wildcard. They're down there at the bottom, currently in 14th on the overall leaderboard. Yep, I get it. You know, they're trying to rotate around XSET. They're trying to capitalize on those knocks, get those kill points, you know, for sure. Like, that's the play. That is 100% the play. Just unlucky that Nova, you know, you talked about strolling in the park. Well, Nova, they're just casually rolling on into the park and getting a knock right there on J7.
And they do have eyes on the XSET as well. They were cognizant of the kill feed, so they are aware that they're not alone. Nico, though, no helmet, needs to be very, very careful with these peaks. Nico, I would say, one of the best close-range specialists we have here in the PMPL Americas. Those close-range fight, building to building, he does not lose. But we don't have that here. A little bit more spread out, so he's definitely going to look to take their time. As we're taking a look here at the kill feed, at what we see on the mini-map, this is still a bloodbath. It's still very much anyone's game as J7 slowly looks to bleed out, but XSET keeping the pressure up here as that is the nade kill onto J7. But Nova, they think they need to start reassessing who they're fighting here. They're not fighting Tempo. They're fighting all of North America.
For sure. And AZ from Nova, kind of that off-angle specialist. I know we like to kind of coin that phrase for a couple of these squads, but last game we saw AZ kind of just YOLO send it on into the building, I believe, with loops or something like that. Looks like Nova, they're going to be playing this one a lot slower, learning from their mistakes. But Spec working their way on up with the pan. Nico had no idea in the world right there.
Yeah, Spec is going to drop, was not able to confirm. Good play from Nico to instantly drop down below, but it's going to be Nova that actually snipes out the point from underneath them. Tempo Storm is eliminated in 16th place. Yikes. Not the start they needed here. And look, they recovered really well from that initial party with XSET. You know, they lost one player, sure, but they did a ton of damage. They're going to look to get aggressive. It was on paper the right call, but not being cognizant about where the rotations were going to come in from these other teams. They know where these teams drop. I've seen the pictures. They got maps. They got names. They got circles and arrows. Like, that's where these teams were at. They should have known that Nova said they were going to aggressive. Nova knows they need to get aggressive. And that's certainly what we saw here. And I think not really respecting the potential third party there, costing Tempo Storm in this game. Now back to the drawing board. Only two more left today to really get this done. And yikes, Dave, not ideal.
Yeah, and it's like injury to insult where Nico didn't even get the confirmed kill, right? Like, XSET ended up getting that revive after all. So you go for that play, you sneak up on them, you get the quick knock, but you gotta make sure to flush that bad boy. You know, you gotta make sure to flush that bad boy. So, hey, 2 more games to go. You know, looking to have a strong showing in day number 1. Best luck to them. I mean, Sanhok in a nutshell, it's a firecracker, right? It's a firecracker. The blue zones we'll see moving forward definitely don't help that. Leon from Wildcard, the solo member, in the blue zone, going to be pulling on up right behind Brazilian Rampage, who are casually strolling right by the Unnamed. Next zone goes on up. Influence once again find themselves in a very centralized position. Influence, they seem to have the playbook here tonight.
Yeah, but they need to be able to defend the ground that they're taking. Arlovska's able to do that. Synapse going to be dropping. Certain enough ammo on the clip to continue this. Around the corner is Law. You can hear the reload animation coming through, costing them there, trading out 1-for-1s. Reload's going to go down. Multiple downs, though, going over to the side of Influence. Let's hang on a second. I think only one player is up left alive standing. I believe it's NTX far on the off angle, like we mentioned before, but also going down through this because they're getting crunched on in as Ace1 looking to carry off that momentum from that first game, looking to put the pressure on as Alpha 7's off there in the distance. But we can see all the players from Influence Rage just in a world of hurt. Oh my.
Yeah, and that's one of the downsides of playing in such a centralized spot, right? Like everybody, or at least teams that utilize the center strat, like they're going to be looking for that same spot, right? In Influence, they got the center, but there's just a couple trees, there's a couple rocks. It's not like you have that hard cover when it comes to the building. So they won't be able to utilize that one. Durso able to pick up that first aid. They're going to need it. They are going to need it. Ace, going to be playing a little passive, playing a little sneakier right there, not opting to get ultra aggressive. I mean, they're just happy to continue to still be alive right there in the middle. We were talking about the rotates earlier on. Leon, the solo from Wildcard, they are finding themselves in the middle of a gunfight that they don't want to find themselves in between the Unnamed and Brazilian Rampage.
Yeah, at a glance, you look at this, it's like, wait, this is all the same team, right? Why do they have so many players? No, slightly different shades of gray. Keep an eye on that as Raven's looking to find the angle, but not able to get the down. That's actually huge. The position has been compromised as Little Boy goes in with the Tommy gun, is able to do just that. And that is Raven. Clipping the wings here is Brazilian Rampage. They already lost Nunez, but Sentry able to stay up and alive here is massive and trying to take advantage of the chaos as Leon off the back. You can see the silhouette there as the blue is pushing on in, and Leon just needs to live. Run, Sentry, run. Get off that first aid. But this is looking so bad for Wildcard here. I mean, they're coming into this game in 15th place, only a handful of kills to their name. They needed a solid game here, Dave.
Yep, 8 kills coming into this game, and they got one this game so far, so they're sitting at 9. Brazilian Rampage, 3 up. All these squads still going to be in the blue zone. Execute, I see its fate looks like they kind of rotated on past this skirmish and possibly looking to gatekeep these players as they make their way on in from the blue. And Leon forced to put their guns away and just run right here. Not a lot of meds. 2 first aids, 1 boost. I don't even know if they're going to make it. Needs to pop it right now. Needs to pop it right now.
Oh, too late.
Oh, fanboys. Yep, looking at.
Oh, he gets it off.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Okay. That was clutch.
And HP. Okay, he knows. He's the pro player. He's the pro player. At a glance, at range. Yeah, it's not taking that hard yet. He had plenty of time. What am I saying?
Still clutch. Still clutch.
There's been so much action, Dave. I forget this is the first circle.
Hold on.
Just had so much fighting.
You're lying to me. This is not circle 1. You're lying to me. It is.
What? It is. I don't think I'm lying to you.
You're not lying to me. What happened here? So much action.
Sanhok. All right, they opened up the fridge. It said game fuel on it. All right, you know, everybody's just going just a little bit quicker, a little bit faster. I don't make the rules. That's how it works. It's just how it works.
Crazy. And you know what? It's crazy because a lot of these teams, the same teams, from the get-go. Oh, get the run over. A lot of the teams from the beginning who have been fighting are still fighting, Paul. Like, they're still fighting just to stay alive.
Yeah, this has become a battle for survival. We call this the Rumble in the Jungle for a reason. It's Brazilian Rampage going to be helping to put that nail in the coffin, or trying to put the nail in the coffin into the Ramp's going to go down to the blues. At least I'm denying that point there, but Garcia is still out in it. Bucky is still here. But Zute and crew are looking to push and continue to play gatekeeper. This is funny because they were the ones actually furthest out in the blue, but they got a vehicle or a series of vehicles and were able to push their way on in ahead. And Zute is well aware. He's been hearing the shots, keeping track of the kill feed, having to relay the info to the rest of the team. I don't think they realize necessarily that Bucky has continued in on to the next circle, or is heading towards the next circle, but Garcia out there on the outside after all this, at the unnamed outlived Brazilian Rampage. So that little thing, that would feel good.
Yeah, I respect the play from Execute, but the thing is they got about 2 seconds until his blue zone starts to close on in, and I'm looking at the minimap, Camp Bravo, you got G25, you got Cloud9 still alive right in front of them. I might opt to just go for positioning right now. I mean, don't forget, this is Sanhok, the blue zone. It hurts, man, it hurts, and the blue zone, a lot of these players definitely underestimate it. We see it time and time again, like Sanhok takes out so many players to the blue. I just wouldn't want that to be the case here for Execute. Yeah, they know Garcia's there, but they're going to be like, okay, Garcia, you go out to blue. See you later, kid. They got their eye on the prize here, and that's what I wanted to see.
Speaking of eye on the prize, Leon did find themselves a vehicle and is pushing in along the coast, still alive. 2 first aids, a stim and a dream. You know, just making it lurk. And really the only player on this entire eastern side of the circle too. So actually not in too bad of a position depending on how these next circle shifts. G25 is still up and in this. G25 who've averaged, I think, like Jason said, like a point a game. We'll definitely need to do a little bit more here. Less than a point a game. Yeah, 2 points is not a lot of points. As we're seeing the rotation coming in from XSET though, and my goodness, the smoke, it helps, but boy, it also puts a target on your back. The blind fire on through. They took a ton of damage to make it in here. Taking a look, they don't have a whole lot of stims. They're, you know, armor and helmets getting a little bit beaten up. Don't have a lot of meds as well, so XSET needs to be careful with the fights that they take, because they need to get some kills, get some loot, because a long drawn-out engagement, they will suffer.
Yeah, very smart smoke wall from them, though, to allow them to kind of push across that open terrain, because right above them is going to be loops, and they're out of smoke. Loops are going to be taking some shots at them right now, and looks like XSET, they're trying to avoid it. They're trying to flank wrap around as far as possible, but they cannot get out of the grasp right now of Loops. They're within grenade range. Juicy, once again, with that Vector. We saw Juicy very early on able to catch a member off guard, I believe on tempo with that Vector. Let's see if Juicy can do the same thing here with Loops.
Yeah, trying to catch out Loops. That's really the big thing. One down here to make this an even 3-3, but see Joey out in the blue. Nico, though, close range. I talk about this. This is where he excels, but who's he fighting up against? It's Carrillo. Probably one of the few players in the lobby who says, I can do this better. That's the confirm. XSET is in shambles. Carrillo coming in on the flank. You've got Juicy lying prone, trying to survive, but his angry bleeds on out. Dave, this is a 4v2, the inexorable collapse of Loops. They want these points. Give it to them.
Oh, man, Juicy, yeah. Still up there in the front lines. Joey currently taking a lot of these bullets, a lot of the attention from the side of Loops, behind this tree, behind the cover, trying to heal on up, remain undetected, but I don't think that's going to be the case. That smoke right there is a smoke signal, pretty much, to allow Loops to know exactly where Joey is, but that might open up the opportunity for Juicy to kind of snake their way around Loops and maybe continue to survive to get the much needed placement points.
Yeah, that's actually huge there. And also interesting to note, we did see finally Wildcard get out. I didn't see exactly, it might have been either B4 or the Unnamed who ended up picking up the kill, but Wildcard going out in 15th as well. So maintaining their current position here, 0 points to their name, I think, rounding out this particular one. But like you said, Juicy able to survive here for the squad. I don't think there's any hope of them getting the pickup here. But we'll see as they're going to continue to push on in Team Queso, another one of these top squads caught out in the blue. And we talk about the speed of this map. The second you take too long to finish a fight, you will get punished for it. And the blue is the biggest enemy here on Sanhok for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Team Queso caught in the blue, currently with no kills. They came into this game 5th place on the overall. Loops right ahead of them. Team Queso, they need to figure out some type of way to make their way on into this new zone. One thing to note, Brazilian Rampage, Garcia has been in the blue. Remember, they were pinned down earlier from Execute. They actually out-survived Execute, who were trying to gatekeep them. So important to have those meds. So important to have those meds. Like, you need to know how to hit these meds. You need to have the timing down if you want to survive the blue. And Garcia going to be almost making their way on in right near G25. Next zone goes on up. Another yoink down there to the south. Oh, man, these zones have been harsh.
Nova and Tribe, the only ones in this next circle that are going to have a bit of cover. There is a little bit in terms of hard cover in Lakawi. The warehouse is down on the coast that could offer a little bit of support, refuge to some of these teams. We'll see as Excel's eventually going to go down there, spelling the end of Team Queso. They were debating denying the points to the blue, but in the end giving them over. Loops Esports, though, looking fantastic, carrying over a lot of the momentum from that last game as they are pushing in now down towards Tribe. Juicy, who they weren't able to finish earlier, still up behind them out in the blue, may look to make a miracle run here. But C9, they've been getting into some scraps as well, taken up against Ace, and that's going to be the confirm there from Uneven. Uneven, who is, when Uneven goes off, Uneven goes off. And now with the blue pushing in, Ace has got to continue to rotate in, but Uneven is going to play gatekeep. The rest of C9 is going to push on in, but he's going to be the one to help keep the other teams back. Wins the battle, finds the shots. Great job there from Uneven to continue to deny the rotations. Clean, safe, and simple. Not a chance when C9 is on the hunt. But all these players, Dave, they got to go. They got to continue to go on in. Adder is going to fall, and we can continue to see the blue and everybody else is trying to do the damage. It does not stop, Dave. This game, this pedal is to the metal.
Yeah, and if you get taken out right now with no kills, placement points, one point. So it's actually insane. That's why you kind of want to prioritize getting some kills to at least keep you afloat right there, to kind of offset the blue zone and how harsh it is on these players. And looking on over here, we got Loops, we got Tribe, kind of on a standoff right now, not favored in the next zone. Both teams, they need to move. XSET, Juicy still alive, dead. Oh. But hey, sixth place, that's 4 points. That's 4 placement points. So definitely paying off when it comes to the heal strat. That was a huge play from Joey early on to kind of take the distraction from Loops.
Man, you know, there's one stat that I don't know if we track, but that I would absolutely love to be able to see. I would love to see how much damage the blue did this game, because I feel like it's been such a pressure on this one. Speaking of pressure, Loops is feeling it, trying to get across the road. No way, Carrillo. No way you just actually make that. Tribe. Oh my goodness, too many times throwing tomahawks, not enough time actually aiming guns apparently, because Loop somehow made the crossing and I was going to look to try and get behind them and up the hill, and now Tribe is taking a little bit too long to get this done. And Loops, who are being gatekept from Tribe, are now the ones with the keys to the castle as they're pushing their way on up the hill, the high ground. They are now in one of the best positions to move into this next circle. Dave, we're getting down to crunch time as all these teams have got to move their way in, and there's not a lot of cover to be had as B4 is pushing on into Nova as well. More fights continue to break out here on Sanhok. The action does not slow down, does not stop. We call it the Rumble for a reason. Third-party action potentially coming on in as well, as Nova's just trying to hold their ground against B4. And G-Fan is still up and alive. They've already got quite a few kills to their names. We'll see if they can hold their ground as Tribe is now taking shots on the Loops. Dave, when does it end?
Yeah, that push up the hill was huge for Loose, but they got third party from Nova right there from all the way in the north. Definitely put a stop to their 200 IQ play, and at the same time that opened it up for Tribe to reposition and try to make their way on into the blue zone. Federal behind this buggy, using it for cover. It's up to C. Wow. Got the last one alive, connecting right there. Their shots able to take down Loops. 3 teams to go. We saw it just a moment ago. Oh, AZ needs to hit this with the M4. AZ from Nova, 8 kills so far on the squad.
Yeah, but I mean, after all of that, here I was saying Loops is going to be in a great position. They're taking the high ground, but they took shots, put a beacon on their heads. Everybody turned and started firing at them. Tribe, actually in the low ground, snuck their way in, took advantage of the chaos, and now there are only 2 teams left, but Nova, who told me, G-Fan said, we're going to flip the kill switch. We are going to go off. We are going to play aggressive. That's what the team has done. G-Fan is going to drop, did get down earlier, and going down to the blue, making this a 3v3. And I'm looking at the HP, I'm looking at the resources here, and Dave, both teams are running a little bit thin. Boss needs to get off the meds, but the blue is continuing to push in and is likely going to go down. Survives with a scrap of HP!
And Abete inside the molly, burning on up. Levi going to be tossing the grenade onto Boss, taking down Boss. And Abete popping up to get the confirm, get the spray down. Cat in the bush, just spraying down that M4.
And this is now a 2v1 situation. Pedro's down, Nenabete needs to land the shots. Also need to be mindful, 15 seconds till this blue does shift. They're not going to let the survive go through. 3 seconds, not going to stick it. Able to get the meds off, pushing on over the rock. AZ is here, and AZ gets it done. Nova Esports with the chicken dinner here on Sanhok, showing us that they can show up. Oh my goodness, I think a 10-kill game to their name. They were looking solid here. Dave, this is the Nova Esports we were hoping to see. A slow start, but that's a heck of a ramp.
Solid, man. And I gotta say, B4, I believe 2 of them were knocked down. They were in the smoke trying to get the revive, and Tribe pushing up the hill on top of Nova gave them the perfect window of opportunity to get those resets and even have the opportunity to fight for that chicken dinner. So regardless, B4 clutching it out there at the end to get that second place. But yeah, Nova Esports, man, whoo, that chicken dinner, 17 kills so far today. Like that was their game. That was their game to really, like you mentioned it, you spoke to them, to flip that switch and really turn around from their performances that we saw in league play.
Absolutely. And Jason, obviously, you know, we've seen this team have its ups and downs. They were not happy with their performance in league play, coming in it's like last place into the finals. Didn't they're happier after that one?
I think they better be, especially after the map that happened just before this, right? They went into Queso early on the last match, and they lost quite a few players, but they did come out with 3 kills. But here, what a big win for them again against B4 as well. I looked at that and I was like, hey, B4 should win this. On paper, I feel like B4 definitely have the more skilled aimers. They don't have to worry about someone having extremely high ping like Cat. But then again, Nova come out big again. This is such a big turnaround from what we saw before, and this just feeds into what we're talking about in the fact that we've had so many teams stepping up here in day 1 of the finals that we never expected. I think Glitter is going to pretty much pull all of her hair out by the end of this day, but we have to go see how much hair she has left. So you two get out of here because you still have 2 more matches to go today, and let's bring in Seven and Glitter Explosion. And I'm a little bit worried that Seven's beard is pulled out. Glitter's hair, okay, it's still there. We're still good for now. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we could have predicted any of the teams that have won today to have won, except maybe Cloud9, but even them, with how they were playing recently, I'm not too sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Pretty much. I mean, look at this. I just called Nova out for kind of falling off after they were able to get a second place on our first Miramar, and now they are able to pull down a win with 11 kills. It's not even like it was a small win. That was a strong performance for Nova. 26 points overall. That's going to be massive for them. B4 also able to get a second place finish with 7 kills. They kind of needed those points. They're really struggling there towards the bottom of the overall rankings a little bit, so that's going to be massive for them. Loops, 6 kills and 8 placement points, so they're starting to kind of become way more consistent throughout today. They're looking stronger. Tribe also with 14 points, 10 placement points though, and 4 kill points. Brazilian Rampage able to get 7 kill points. They weren't able to get the placement points, but that's still huge for them on the kill side of things. And then XSET, A7, and Ace1 rounding out the top 8 there with 8, 8, and 6 points apiece, 7.
Yeah, and as we go here towards the second page, guess what? We see G25 not in last place. Let's go, baby. They more than tripled their points right now that they had before this match. So that's good to see out of that team. Hopefully they can pick it up here. We see Cloud9 there with 5 total points. Execute with 2. 2 for the Unnamed. Wildcard Gaming, not sure what's currently going on there, but things are just not going their way as they got absolutely destroyed by Brazilian Rampage there at the start. At least 3 players did. Influence Rage with just 1 point. Team Queso with 1 point as well. And then Temple Storm.
What's
another
happening?
One of those that I don't know what's happening here with Temple Storm. Jason, this was one of our favorite teams going into the finals.
Yeah, I mean, they were one of the most consistent teams we saw throughout the entire league play. We saw J7 fit really well in so many different places on the roster, but I don't know what's going on with them because they don't really have the luxury of having bad days in these finals. Even Team Queso, they're looking very similar to the Team Queso we saw in week 1 of whether they get a chicken dinner or they get last place. And it seems to be kind of going that kind of route, unfortunately for them, as they obviously did have a big game earlier with their 14 kills. Let's take a look, though, at our Mountain Dew game feel moments in that last match to start to break some of these down. I'm assuming we're going to see the wild card play right off the bat here, 7, as you see Brazilian Rampage already just gunning for him.
I want to give some huge props here to Nunes because he played this so well. He used the angles that he had, and something that you were not able to actually see on that clip is that when he was moving to that location, as some of the highlights just keep on going, when he was moving to that location, he was crouched, and on top of that, he was tilting to the side to make sure that none of his head was visible for the other team. That's super impressive to me, and I'm glad he was doing that because he totally surprised Wildcard Gaming there. We see here Pepito Pelitos being able to get some kills. This is a team, I know I talk about a lot of G25. Listen, I'm a huge fan of them. I want them to do good, and this is why I'm so critical of them. This is why I want them to improve, because at the end of the day, it is only 18 matches, and guess what? We already played 4. You don't really have time to play catch-up here on this finals. We see Nova being more aggressive, and this is something good. This is something we want to see out of Nova, right? We want to see that aggressiveness out of them. Overall, what a day, honestly. What a day. We've seen a lot of teams step up that we didn't really think they would step up. We've seen a lot of teams that we personally thought were going to do really, really good. So far, they're nowhere to be found.
Yeah, who could have even predicted how this is going to go today? And I'm like excited, but also scared to see the rest of the matches today. Because I don't know who's going to end up towards the bottom. I mean, right now, I think Temple are kind of hovering down towards that lower echelons of our leaderboards at the moment. And that's a team I had to make it in top 3. But we can see here, Nova, most damage done. You got Brazilian Rampage coming in second, B4. I'd say for them finally get on the board, but maybe we should also talk about Tribe here, because Tribe have definitely had a pretty decent day so far. I don't think there's really any doubt about that, especially in the first game when they only had 3 players.
Yeah, with Tribe so far, they're doing pretty good. They have total kills. I mean, I know they had how many kills there in the last one? 4 kills. Total kills right now for Tribe Gaming, they have 13 kills. So nothing super crazy. One team I do want to give mad props to is going to be Loops Esports. They have been pretty consistent today so far in regards to placement points. Whenever they're able to get placement points, they go for it. But one thing that I love seeing that they're currently being very active on is kills. Right now, Loops Esports has 27 kills, and it has the most kills out of any other team.
Ace1's kind of doing the same thing, though.
Yep.
Which is weird because we had said they started off really strong at the beginning of the league play and they got really quiet. They're starting off the first day of finals very, very solidly as well, because I think they're only 3 kills right now behind Loops. So, and we've compared before. We've done the Loops and Ace1 comparison before, so this could be good.
Possible 1-2.
What, first, second place? Ace won loops. Talking about having two Brazilian teams already straight through into PMGC. But you know what? I'm not sure if that has my vote just yet, but I know it does have my vote. PUBG Mobile as the Mobile Esports Game of the Year. You guys can vote over at the esportsawards.com/community vote. You guys can make sure to get those votes in and make sure to do it for PUBG Mobile because you want to see Seven smile. You want to see Glitter smile. You want to see, well, maybe not me smile, but you want to see Envirum, Cameron, Hot Jukes, and Mustache Dave. You want to see all those smiles coming through, and you know how exactly to do it by heading over there, getting the vote in, and making sure PUBG Mobile wins. Well, we're going to be heading to a break yet again here as we come back with our 5th match of the day. It's going to be back on Miramar, which means we have only 2 games left today. So see you guys on the other side of this break.
PUBG Mobile Esports, one of the world's leading mobile esports, covering more than 169 countries and regions. Here's the special event for our top pro players and users to enjoy. We present you with the best PUBG Mobile players. Now introducing PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020. South Asia, Southeast Asia, Americas. For each region of PMPL, we will select the best player as MVP. Fan favorite player from all regions. To be voted by our global fans through PUBG Mobile in-game and community after Season 2. Finally, we present you the awards ceremony PUBG Mobile Esports Annual Awards 2020. At the Global Championship, we prepared special awards. Annual Individual Awards. The Gunslinger, Eagle Eye, Grenade Master, Field Medic, The Survivor, to showcase the best in each category throughout 2020. Fan favorite player to be voted by PUBG Mobile users. Global Championship MVP to award MVP from the Global Championship Finals. Annual Individual Award, Fan Favorite Player. Global Championship MVP. Top Star Player together at the PUBG Mobile Esports Annual Awards 2020. Select your own star player by participating in the vote.
All right, well, we're back into the game, and we're back here with Miramar as our 5th match of the day. Remind you guys at home, it's not our final match. We have 6 matches in total each day of the week, and we'll be wrapping things up really short. This day has actually gone by extremely quickly in Viram. I'm kind of surprised, because considering we have more matches to play, but the teams, they're as amped up and ready to go as we are.
I feel like there's this sense of urgency. Like it's now or never, it's do or die, it's time to go right now. We have the sense of it here on the desk, they definitely have the sense of it in these games, and I think the start there from Wildcard in that last one showed that maybe sometimes it's not always a good thing.
Just had to go all in on Wildcard again, but to be fair, they are underperforming. They're not playing like the team that we talked about, and all the teams talked about as being one of the ones to watch out for. But then again, Mustache Dave, Mr. Dave himself, Tempo Storm have really been more of a sprinkle than a storm.
Hey, some days it pours, some days it is a rainbow in a sun shower, and looking like that's going to be the case here today. Hopefully with 2 more games to go, Tempo could make it rain and flood the game. Flood Miramar, baby.
Let's see if they can flood things on Miramar. It's a little desolate for water, but let's see if they can bring it in as we kick off the next match.
Thank you so much, Jason. My goodness, yes, this day is absolutely flying by, flying like the plane that's about to descend upon Miramar. Let's see which teams can rise up to the occasions, which one will sink under the pressure. As we're getting into it now, only 3 days to prove your worth, only 3 days to test your mettle. They say iron sharpens iron. These are some of the best teams, or the best teams, in all of the Americas going toe-to-toe. You can see a lot of those top ones there on your screen. See if Team Queso can have another solid performance here, or someone will step up to take them down. Dave, that's definitely been the trend of today. Anybody can take a chicken dinner. Don't count anybody out. Chicka, 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 chicka. Choo-choo. Train, is that what that is?
Hey, that's the conductor saying, I got this one more game before the conductor gets called out to another train. All right, I'm just saying, you know what? Other teams are like, hey, Dave, our train, we need a conductor. You got the mustache, you got the conductor hat. Look at our train. It's moving a little quicker. It's got the plush seats. It's got the all-you-can-eat buffet. G25, they need the chicken dinner this game. I mean, that is just the truth. That's just the fact. They're in dead last. They have about 8 total points, 5 total kills. G25, we were talking to the coach, you and I. Seven was talking to the coach there. They're pumped up, man. Like, they're pumped up. They're like telling everybody, oh, week 1, we're sending it back to week 1. You guys watch. Right now, it's looking like a week 9. And that's from the conductor.
Ooh. Look, I know the name is G25, but that shouldn't be the number of points they're aiming for here. They got to aim a little bit higher, Dave. You know what I mean? They got to aim a little bit higher. You already have Loops with 50 points on the board. These teams are stepping up. These teams are going off. They need to start to match that because they're running out of time. I know it seems like we're a little defeatist on day number 1, but there are only 18 games to be played, only 18 opportunities for greatness. And Dave, a little anecdote. We're going to a little story time. The first professional esports show I ever worked on, I had a producer. This producer had worked on like 17 Super Bowls. This guy was an absolute veteran, and every single time something would go wrong, he called it an opportunity for greatness, because it's an opportunity for you, in this case the host or whatever, just to step up and shine and prove themselves. This is the opportunity for greatness for G25. Things have gone horribly wrong. When it looks bleakest, when the night is darkest, this needs to be their time to shine brightest. We'll see if they can do it here on Miramar, because it's getting down to the wire for them. Their opportunities are running out, but there are other teams who are looking to take that spot. Tempo Storm, of course, as well, down there towards the bottom. Another team needs to shine bright. I need to see the lightning, Dave.
Shine bright like a diamond, throwing it back to 2015. That's what they're looking for. That is exactly what they're looking for. Wildcard and Tempo both tied. Woo, tied. 11 points right behind them. G25 with 8. So yeah, those teams down there looking for that comeback here on Miramar. Now, if I'm looking, I hate to say this, but my conductor skills, they're needed elsewhere. Most likely, probably gonna be Team Queso. I'm trying to get this rivalry going between Loops and Team Queso. Team Queso dominated league play. Like, they were so far ahead of the competition.
It's like
right?
100 points. That's a lot.
100 points, yeah, easy. The thing is, Loops, I feel like they're coming into these finals like trying to reclaim their spot, because Loops, they won Spring. They won Spring PMPL Americas, so they want to reclaim that title. I thought Team Queso could get it. I still think Team Queso can get it, but currently Team Queso 8th place on the overall leaderboard. We see them getting involved in a lot of fights. A lot of fights. The thing is, they're losing a member here. They're losing a member there. So they're getting into all these fights, but they're paying a hefty price for it here. And these fights are early, mid-game, not late-game fights.
Which, to be fair, is I don't mind taking these more early fights. I don't mind. But yeah, you got to pay the boatman. You know what I mean? You got to pay the toll. And they're paying it in blood, unfortunately. Losing one member, not a huge deal, because if you can get enough of those points, it does even out in terms of placements. But I also want to note, Dave, how many players are alive in this lobby?
63.
Which means we already lost one. And who was it? It was Quinto, who drowned, who found a way to drown in the desert, because the G25 hype train, I think, has officially gone off the rails now, only with 3 players in this game. Oh my goodness. They need to get it back on track if they have a hope here. Speaking of on track, Alpha 7.
Oh no. I know you got the bus.
Whose names I've definitely never gotten mixed up. Oh, okay. That's not this is not my stop. This is not my stop. Oh, and he just takes the vehicle. Oh, that's so BM. Oh, Doo-Doo. Oh.
Doo-Doo's been making these same plays all night long, by the way. Doo-Doo's always early game, kind of off by themselves. Yeah, and Doo-Doo, this is no surprise. We saw the same gameplay from Doo-Doo when it comes to league play, PMPL Americas. So Doo-Doo, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, but when it works, you're like, oh yeah, you're like, oh yeah, baby. Like, it feels good. It just feels good. It looks good as well. So great early point right there from them. Brazilian Rampage, Garcia with the M4 spray onto the Tribe. These are some hard shots. Yeah, Tribe they don't even notice what's going on over here. These shots are just whiffing right past their heads. So real quick,
Hear
Paul.
something? I think it was
Not me.
breeze. Yeah, I know. I think it was the breeze. Yeah, a breeze. And the vehicle just starts smoking, and they're like, okay. I mean, they need to be careful though. They need to respect this a little bit.
Yeah,
that rock
sure.
might have saved their lives.
They're getting awfully close. They're getting awfully close to these wind sprays, and
yeah, the wind.
Yeah. So okay, they're gonna be pulling off. So real quick, want to mention before we get into the heat of it, just kind of going back to that Team Queso thing. Glitter made a great point the other day, and I had to look at it. Team Queso in Loops league play, they finished with around 860 point difference when it comes to total damage, right? But Team Queso, and tell me if I need to slow it down. I'm laying it down right here.
40 kills.
40 kills more. Yeah, so that goes to show me that Team Queso really excelled in stealing other people's knocks. That's what I took away from it. I don't know.
I interpreted that the other way, that Loops didn't do a good enough job confirming kills.
Okay, it can go both ways.
I think it's probably somewhere in the middle. And it's so interesting, too, because you can look at that data and you can parse it in a couple different ways. And I feel like it's probably somewhere in the middle, is that Loops get involved in a lot of fights, but they can't necessarily finish them. Whereas Team Queso does a really good job of coming in when they're least expected and finishing fights as a third party.
Yes. And that is, I think, what Team Queso need to ramp up here tonight, tomorrow, and the next day. I think they need to go back to what really made them shine in the league play, and that's, strolling up in the end, just popping one or two here and there and getting a point, right? Without doing too much heavy lifting. So maybe it's because they're a little nervous, playing a little passive, not trying to risk it too much. But Team Queso, when it comes to league play, like they were stealing everything. They were popping off. They had the whole squad was top 5 when it comes to damage and kill leaders. Like,
and don't get me wrong, Dave, they're still doing damage. Like they're not just rolling in at the end. And I know you don't mean that, but I want to make that very clear because they still pulled off what was it, 60k damage, 80k? It was some stupid number. It was
something like that.
Something like that. It was dumb. But Dave, I think you are so correct. I need to see that channeled here. That energy the Team Queso has about them. I want to call it a nonchalance, but it's not that because it's so finely crafted. I think it's just confidence. And we've touched on this point so much over the course of the day, being confident in your shots, being confident in your communication, being confident in your shot caller. And I feel like that's really the exemplification of Team Queso. They're confident, but they're not arrogant. They take the fights they know they can win, and most of the time, it works out.
The thing is, though, Loops, I think they're playing with a little more confidence here tonight. And that's the thing that fears that if I'm a Team Queso fan, I'm going to be a little worrisome, right? Like Team Queso, you got Nitsu up there, 700 total damage, Marco, 600, Ayala, 1,200, Axel, 1,300. Like some nice numbers considering a day one performance. But looking at Loops, every single one of their squad mates are already past that when it comes to the total damage. Federal already up there at the top with 14 kills, definitely carrying the squad here tonight. But that's all it takes, man. That's all it takes is, one strong day one performance, and you're going to have such a point gap that I think that's what allows teams to play a little more loose, a little more gun heavy, I guess you could say, a little more kill hungry. And I think that's where teams with this point structure really just, start to shoot up those leaderboards and really stand out among the rest.
And because Dave, we're going to get into some action here soon, but I want to put a nice little bow on that because I think you're onto something huge here in terms of Loop's performance. And overall, so far in the PMPL, they've looked different than we saw them in the majority of the World League in the sense that they would send it in early, they would own a compound, play a little more conservative, a little more passive, which was surprising to us, especially in the first few weeks because of how aggressive they played in the World League. They were constantly being the aggressors. We called them the breachers because they were always taking compounds from people. But in this game, in this series, in these series of games, if they can step up that aggression and go back to their roots of the Loops that we all feared, the Loops that we shouted and screamed for, the Loops that we're starting to see today, then yes, they can certainly be a contender because, Dave, they're stepping into this finals going, who are we? Oh, wait, we were the champions. We We were the champions. This was our home to own, and you're coming into our house. They're going to see if they can own it here. As like I said, the action is going to start to heat up, and it's a North American brawl outside of the graveyard here, outside of El Hacienda. The C9 and Execute are starting to go toe-to-toe. C9 getting the better of this initial exchange, but Bayo needs to think about repositioning, because who's here as well, Dave? It's Wildcard.
Yeah, you got to make sure if you're going to start to take the fight, have some cover. All right, that's so crucial here, especially on Miramar. You just never know who might, turn their head and look in your direction. We still got all the teams alive right now. Every single team is still alive. A lot of them going to be favoring the west side of this zone. Looks like Zute able to get picked up just in time from its fate in the smokes. Wildcard probably going to remain on their side of the street. They're safe for the time being. I'm really looking at Cloud9, though. I mean, this is another team that we were kind of talking about, how comparing them to their league play. I mean, last week league play, they did great, but the first 3 weeks, it really took them some time to warm up, and I think they're pretty warm here today.
I would certainly like to think so, and what better place to get hot than here on Miramar. But I'm not counting anything 100% yet. I still need to see more. I still need to see another consistent, solid performance here from these squads in order for me to start to, as you say, jump on that hype train. So we're taking a look at this next circle, Dave. Teams are already pretty compacted, but some teams here are definitely going to feel the pinch, the pressure of this next circle. The question is, who is it going to be? And it's all these teams towards the south. This is going to be a pile up by La Bendita.
Yeah, this is great for Cloud9. This is great for Execute and Wildcard. They can kind of remain, in their standoff for the time being. Cloud9, they're going to need to keep XSET pinched. They're going to need to keep them out of the zone, keep them from getting into a safe location. But yeah, the southern part right here, we got G25, B4, Nova, Tribe, Ace, Brazilian Rampage, Tempo. We have a ton of teams down here to the south, so we're talking about things heating up. Well, this is the zone. This is the circle shift that is going to cause us to get really hot, really sweaty, and some of these players extra thirsty.
Oh, yes, and you got to get thirsty, not just because you're out in the desert, because you want to get those kills, want to get those points. Thirst, confirm, do what you have to do. And a team that certainly has to do something is G25. Already lost one player to start this game. We'll see now as Influence Rage can go in. We've seen some solid performances from them. An unfortunate vehicle send on Vikendi, probably making them live up to the name as they're crashing into Execute. Now the beautiful nade on the outside, and here comes another aggressive send as Durso's pushing on in with the rest of the team on the outside here behind Fame Boys. We're gonna see the nades rolling in, but that's just the full send with the buggy, but that's both of those players down. It's Fade on the outside, it's the only one left standing. That was actually a disastrous push here for the team, for Execute. But it all comes down to NTX on the outside. They have the audio cues. They know where the shots are. Up over the ridge. NTX cannot win the fight. And Fame Boys goes off for the team. That could have gone so badly for them. But he holds the line, holds strong, and keeps the team in the game.
Yeah, both teams extra thirsty right there. And that proves the point. Popping on over here to some more players who are thirsty. Tribe, King 8 going for that spray down. Trying to connect these shots. Siga on the opposite end of this one will be spotted, tagged, knocked down, and out from Ace. Ace, they got two players right here. Make that three. Telly holding this nice angle. We'll keep them at bay. This might give Tribe the much-needed time to potentially get the pickup on Seagut.
Yeah, but not in a great position, and Folkeson does have an angle on this ridge. Seagut's got the work cut out for them to rotate around. It's Telly, though, that I'm always watching on the off angle. We've seen some pretty big bolt action shots, but the second Seagut moves behind this ridge. G3's got the work cut out for them. The Unnamed, though, rotating in on the outside. They may look to get involved on this, but the fight is on the edge of the circle, and teams don't want to slow down here for too long. We talked about this southern edge, how hot it was going to get. And the Unnamed are only adding to this pressure cooker. And you can see Telly head on a swivel realizing, uh-oh, we're running out of time. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Maybe got to look to just make a move. They got to do something because they've got a long way to go for this next circle, Dave. They've got to make a play.
Wow, actually insane, the zone right here. The Unnamed currently in 5th place with 15 total kills.
We're looking
to third part of this one. They're looking to get these kill points, the much needed kill points. Remember, the goal, top 3. You want to be a top 3. That is the goal. That's the placements that you need to make it to the next stage. That is where the money lays. So we see them over there. One of their members was touched by the blue zone. They might have enough time to get their revive, but they're getting pinched here from multiple angles, from Tribe. They're getting pinched from Nova. Shifan actually going to be pushing out, getting really aggressive, pushing towards the blue zone to try to get these kill points.
I mean, Telly's having a Rorschach moment. You're stuck in here with me because the Unnamed was the one going to go on the flank, and Tribe just completely shut this down, and now Nova is going to be here to finish the job. The Unnamed in a world of hurt, but the circle is coming on in. That nade might have been good. It is. Connects onto G-Fan. Can't quite confirm the knock, but that is going to be the response. G-Fan gets it done, and that is Q going down. Can't snap your fingers and get out of this situation. This is the Unnamed now in a world of hurt. Nova has done the damage, needs to reposition, reassess, as we're seeing now XSET and C9 going toe-to-toe. An initial knock on both sides as 2 members of C9 are already down. Uneven trying to hold the line. Adder way off in the distance. Just gonna look to try and survive. Dave, this is Uneven against the world.
Yeah, by themselves right here. Uneven trying to avoid the knock from the grenades, but a 1v4. If Uneven can pull this off, this would be the huge play, the clutchest play we've seen so far in the finals. Looks like XSET, they're going to be popping in some vehicles. Okay, here comes Juicy, wrapping around Uneven with 1, trying to get the thirst. That's 1 point in the bank. Uneven has the second chance to get the spray down on the vehicle. Nico able to wrap behind Uneven. Uneven connected on from Nico's AKM.
Oh, Nico, always so aggressive. I talk about these short-range fights. That was so beautiful. That was a risky play from Nico. But the second he popped, focused the attention across. The rest of the team was able to pop out. They got the cross there. Bayo's going to bleed out. Adder, the last one standing for C9. Got to continue to push on in. And speaking of pushing, no kills yet to the name, but G25, we're looking to put some on the board into Nova Esports, who are already pretty roughed up from this game so far. And we can see multiple, just the kill feed, Dave, has been lighting up. We've lost 20 players in the last 2 minutes. And it's only going to keep getting hotter from here as both these teams have to cross into no man's land. This is the only last bit of cover left, but the blue is pushing in. No rest, no respite.
Ooh. Papito with the nade, with the point onto Boss. Shifan in the blue, trying to go for that spray down. You go able to get the final blow, get the vehicle. They're going to continue to push. I am fearful, though. B4 right in front of them in the clear. G25, they need to make their way on over this hill. Here we go. They're going to start to crest. Alpha 7, B4. Both these teams have the sight lines. Vehicle exposure right there. B4. Let's see if they can get some kill points. Let's see if they can get these knocks, get these confirms.
Yeah, we did see the send coming in there from G25, and even from the blue, Duty's looking to get involved. That's going to be Ace 1 going down and out, unless he can stabilize, get into that vehicle there. Pepito, the shots are Mixera, the SKS, long range, looking to line up the pain. And G25 looking like they might go out here soon. They still have, in this circle, north hard shift, north hard shift, north hard shift. And we talked about it, Dave. All of these teams were in the south. All these teams were in the south. They have never had a chance to rest, never had a chance to stabilize. It's always just move, 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 as we are continuing to see the circle shift on in. And now, oh my goodness, we only have a handful of teams left with all 4 players up. And I'm looking towards one of them in particular. It's B4, and it's Team Queso.
Yeah, and there's only so many times that the zones can shift off you, that you're just unfavored, unlucky, until you're like, okay, let's just forget about the zones. Let's just go for the kills. And that is what G25 are doing. That is what B4 are doing. They're making sure to at least get these kill points. They gave up altogether on this blue zone, as we see one member from Ace sending it on across the field with the Marauder. Will be spotted from Nunez, but Pedro sniping on away. Pepito sniping on away. I mean, they're stuck with no other option right there. 4 kills onto G25, so at least they got some kill points, right? Because they got taken out in 8th or 9th place. That's only 1 point. So very smart, strategic move for them to just focus on getting those kill points over placements at the end.
Yeah, no, 100%. Don't go down with a whimper. Go down with a yell. You know, rage. Send that war cry out into the night. Little boy. Oh, Bayovsky. Oh, man. Pan out. Giving him the metaphorical whack. We're seeing Brazilian Rampage rotating in onto Loops. These two teams have been going back and forth. We've seen Loops, I think they got the better of them the last time these two had an exchange, but this time with the high ground advantage the Brazilian Rampage has on the outside of the circle, they're looking pretty good, but the issue is, Dave, look at the circle. They have to rotate in. Loops can play gatekeeper here. See the shots coming in from Carrillo. Nunez taking a lot of damage, trying to weave in and out of the smoke, utilize the vehicle for cover, but this is still Brazilian Rampage putting up a lot of pressure.
I mean, I can only imagine getting caught off guard with the pan plays. And we've seen the pan play a crucial role in a lot of those surprise plays here this evening. Looking on over here, though, looks like Tempo, they attempted to make the push, make the breach on into his warehouse. Team Queso, though, in the Raptors up there on the second story. Tempo, they're able to find a foothold here. They're able to find a nice little corner, a cozy corner to call their own, but they have to avoid these grenades as B4. They're going to be making the push across the open terrain. Ayala on the high ground, getting the spray down, getting some additional points. 2 kills so far to them.
Yeah, the action does not stop. The Blues pushing in. Team Queso holding their ground. Marco very low, trying to get out the first aid. Rain's going in, trying to do the damage. Can he confirm the kill? Is able to get one. The jump shot through the window. Rain stays alive a little bit longer. Tempo is still up and in this somehow. Rain, the last one standing. No! Ayala's able to get the down, but almost a disaster. Complete execution here for Team Queso. They've got to continue to push on in. That was massive, though, Dave, because these were the 3 teams with all 4 players up. Now the only one left up with those numbers are Execute off in the distance, but Tempo Storm with the blue pushing them on in meant the Team Queso was able to play it a little bit slower, try and take advantage of the chaos as they go down. So the Storm...
Through the window! That's what they said.
A little bit louder. A little bit louder. But here we go, Dave. More fighting to be had.
Actually insane right there, and I might actually get to see Loops and Team Queso kind of duke it out in a 3v3. So we'll get back to that because Execute currently with 7 kills with the high ground. They've had these zones. They got kill switch in the north. They got 3 down there in the south, trying to spread their wings, trying to make sure nobody can make it on in safely. Alpha 7 Law gonna be the last one alive for the squad. Fanboys knows exactly where they are. Loops, though, they're able to use this moment, use this time to kind of make their way on into the zone for free.
And I guess we got an answer that we weren't able to catch the fight. I mean, Loops is here, Brazilian Rampage is not, so I guess we can get a sense of where that ended up going as the shots, they're raining down from above. It's Execute here, putting the pressure. We're going to see Ayala from Team Queso just going to survive out in the blue. Law, great damage though as Alpha 7's coming on in on the other side of this, trying to pinch. Execute on the high ground, had such a fantastic spot, but now they're feeling the pressure from both sides. It's Fate trying to rally and get a bead on the location here of these opponents, but they're very split, Dave.
Yeah.
This is actually big, and Loops is actually going to get eliminated.
Yeah, Kill Switch needed to clutch out right there. They are by themselves. If Kill Switch would have gotten knocked, that would have been the end. That would have been the end of the play right there. So Kill Switch was able to do that. Now regrouping with the squad mates. Ayala, though, from the blue with the mini from behind, catching Alpha off guard right there. That might have been the play. That was the play. Execute. Winner, winner. Chicken dinner right here on Miramar.
Wow, I mean, Execute was just in it the whole time. Just in it the whole time. But after all that, we didn't see them a ton. We were focusing on all these different fights around them, but they were this calm within the storm. They survived, they endured, put up 10+ kills, looked so solid in the end there. They had that position, the circle shifts. They were one of those teams not in that southern portion. They were up there towards the north. The circles kept shifting. They kept being able to adapt. And Dave, they made it look clean.
Yeah.
And Jason, I think you can agree. It's nice to see Execute stepping up here.
Jason? I can't stress, though, real quick, I can't stress how important it was for Kill Switch to really pull off that play up there, because if Kill Switch was knocked from Execute, that would have opened up the potential for Loops to sandwich them in between Alpha. So honestly, Kill Switch at the end, really with the clutch play to save the day in my book.
I did welcome him. I did say his name.
Okay, all right. I just
Is he
want to
frozen?
I'm gonna scare you guys.
That was actually pretty good. Even there.
I was blinking.
Especially because I don't know what they did to your shoes. They are like the darkest night.
I'm actually in
They're
socks
the darkest
right
thing
now, and they're very comfy. No.
Is that what that is?
I probably should wear some different shoes, but you know what? the focus isn't on the shoes. The focus is on Execute getting a chicken dinner. They've had a really rough day, like Tempo as well, but they get themselves the big victory. They were showing they could be aggressive against other teams. And also, most importantly, they fought off Loops attacking from behind, Alpha 7 from the front. As you mentioned, Dave, that big kill's coming through out of kill switch to close out Loops' hopes. But again, even with that victory, Loops with another top placing, good finish, good kills coming through. But that northern shift that you guys were talking about, that you said like 3 times in a row, really destroyed the hopes for a lot of teams. You had Loops, Brazilian Rampage, Tempo, Team Queso, and B4 all funneling in from like the same position. And all it ended up with every team basically just falling from there anyways, and teams trying to get away from as quick as possible. Just like you two need to get out of here as quick as possible because you still have 1 game left to go. It's been a 6-day game for you. Enviram ran the wrong way. I guess he was moonwalking out of the shop, but they're going to have 7 take an elevator out later on. And Glitter, she just likes to just have someone scoot her away. So, you know, we'll see how that goes later on. I don't know where to go with this. Anyways, let's talk about the game. Execute, big win. Again, for a team that has struggled so far, it feels like today, especially for like Zute as well. I remember seeing him go out so early, but it's so nice to see because they get better over time. They got better throughout the entire season, and they're getting better throughout the day. So now take a look at the rankings, and we can see them 27 big points added to their tally.
And those are the keywords that I just love hearing with Execute. They keep getting better. And this is just such a young team that I wouldn't be surprised if in the future we're going to continue to talk about them. They're a solid squad. You see Execute there, 27 points. Team Queso honestly putting up 16 points. That is great for them. And then another one, Loops Esports, as you were saying there, Jason, continuing with the consistency here, not just on kills, but now on points as well, being able to get their 8 placement points, 7 kills, 15 total. Alpha 7 being able to step it up as well. Brazilian Rampage so far today, I feel like they've been pretty consistent if we compare it to all of the other performances that we have seen here. We got Temple Storm there with a much better game here with 7 points. G25 as well. They're starting to get kill points here, which is huge for them. I didn't want them playing catch up too much as we went on through the tournament. We got Ace 1 there with 5 points, and as we go here towards the second page, we see B4 with 5 points. Glitter.
Yeah, B4, you know, a little bit slower game for them here after we just saw them pull down a much stronger finish in the last game. XSET with 3 kill points, pulling down 3 points overall. Tri-Game also doing the same thing with 3 points. Cloud9 struggling a little bit in this game, 2 points for kills, 1 for placement, so 3 overall. Nova and Wildcard both pulling down 2, the Unnamed with 1, and Influence Rage all the way down there at the bottom with 0.
Not where you want to be if you're them, especially when they've shown they can be so kill heavy. I must say, like, I'm really surprised, by the way, to see Wildcard here. It's really unfortunate as well because we saw like such high hopes out of them. We had such high hopes. We're taking games with only 3 players and getting second place. We've seen them, you know, be able to pull out their full roster and do well. But Execute, I guess the pressure for its fate we talked about before, but about being the in-game leader, coming in from PMCO. He should start to feel good now, maybe feel more confident in his calls. I think this is definitely going to become a team that we have to worry out, or the other teams have to worry for in later matches. Let's take a look, though, at our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments and start to talk about some of these kills. And I'm assuming we're going to see Influence Rage getting crashed on pretty early on in this one, because it was a very unfortunate moment when Execute came rolling through.
Yeah, we see Ace there being able to get a kill. Then we see Fame Boys being able to get some kills overall with Execute. I cannot agree more with what you're saying. And then with this play here with Uneven, I think Uneven was able to play that so well, being able to hold off Exit and making sure he secured the extra kill right here. I love seeing that right there from Uneven, being able to just secure that kill, get that extra point. It's huge. He ended up losing the 1v1 there with Nico, but overall extra points. Remember, 1 point can mean a lot. We see Little Boy here trying to be sneaky with the pen. He took out the gun, ended up destroying that player. Tempo as well here, being a little bit more aggressive, knowing that they had the zone with Rain, being able to hit that shot. I know, Jason, once we saw that, was like, how did he hit that shot? Well, guess what?
That was insane.
He was able to hit it. They got that kind of skill. Just jump up, shoot at their heads, and hope that they don't just go down a little bit. Overall, though, with Execute, honestly, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from them out of the end game. I know this is something that we've been very critical of that team, of how they're able to close out games, the way they've been able to do it so far today and leading up to the finals, honestly, throughout the weeks that we did on League Play. It's impressive, and something that you also mentioned is that when Zute does good, I feel like that all the team does a lot better. Zute being that veteran player, that skill player, I feel like he needs to keep on just putting up good performances for this team.
Yeah, and let's see actually how they're damaged it against everyone else in the lobby as we take a look at our total damage in that last match. I'm expecting to see Loops up there as well. Again, Loops always seems to be towards the top when it comes to damage, and you're going to see them get a nice second place here. But, I mean, you see Execute just so far beyond everyone else in this last match, Glitter. 1,900.
And I think that that's huge for Execute because they're going to need that when you're going up against the likes of Loops. And I know it looks like there's a huge disparity here, but Loops has done a really good job of being consistent with their kills in every single game. So when Execute has a strong performance like this, it's definitely going to be bumping them up in the overall rankings. And we need to keep reminding everybody it's those top 3 spots that everybody wants to be gunning for because that's what allows you to qualify for PMGC. So huge game for Execute. And if they can continue this momentum, then they could definitely be vying for one of those top 3 spots.
I mean, just imagine a world right now, 7, where you're Execute, you play in PMCO, you qualify for PMPL. You play in PMPL, you qualify for PMGC. How insane of a ride would that be for them?
That would be maybe one of like the best storylines ever. Like, ever. And I hope it happens. Honestly, they're a team that has the skill. They got first place in PMCO. I know it's not the same PMCO with PMPL, but that's still pretty impressive. And so far, what they've showed, the improvements so far that we've seen out of them, I wouldn't be surprised if they end up with that 3rd place.
I also wouldn't be surprised if we see 3 out of the 4 players here in our top players of the last match to be Execute, considering the amount of damage they had, and I'm going to be wrong. It's just going to be 2. It's Fate and Fame Boys, but honestly, Glitter, I think it's important to see it's Fate there, considering he's the in-game leader for them, and he was the top performer in the last match. That's big.
It's huge, and not to mention we were even talking about that while we were watching them play, Jason. The nades that have been coming out of It's Fate today were just super clutch for them. So, I mean, he's able to show that he can lead his team, that he can put out the damage. 5 kills to him alone, and then Fame Boys coming in right behind him with 4 and 2 assists respectively. I mean, that is a strong showing for Execute. Great leadership coming out of It's Fate. And then, of course, rounding out the top 4, we've got Law for A7 and Carrillo back up here with us from Loops.
Yeah.
A little sad to see Carrillo only with 350 damage. I feel weird seeing him with that low of damage, knowing what he can do in World League, what he has done in World League, the amount of times he, pushes past 700, 800, even 1,000 damage. But again, like as you were saying before, 7, it's not only him needing to pop off for Loops, everyone else on the team has been doing exceptionally well on top of that.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what we're going with. We want to see not just one player be the superstar out of a team. We want to see the whole team become superstars. And so far, we're starting to see more out of a lot of teams. Heck, we just saw it with Execute. We didn't even see Kill Switch, and that's Kill Switch is usually the guy that we see from Execute. So good job, Execute.
Yeah, really well done indeed. And you guys at home, I got to give you guys a shout out in the form of giving away things. If you guys are watching at home, if you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you have a chance to win some rewards. So make sure you guys head into there to have a chance. And also, on the stream in general, when we hit certain milestones, we'll be giving away free things. I'm personally giving away these things. It's not anyone else, all right? It's just me, so you can give me a follow on Twitter and Instagram. No, if we hit 75,000 viewers, you get permanent PMPL parachute signed by 7, signed by Glitter, Mustache Dave. His is just a big mustache as a parachute. And we'll see who can win one of those. In the meantime, we're going to be heading to a shot. It's honestly one hell of a thing to see. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back, we'll be getting here with our final match of day 1 of the finals. Well, here we go. The final game is upon us, and of course, it's going to be on the one and only Erangel here with all 16 teams playing, fighting to get as many points as possible here in this last match before day 1 is put into the history books. Now, Mustache Dave, I have to ask you a question off the bat. What would you give to have your mustache on a parachute with your signature, Mustache Dave, on Instagram?
The thing is, what would PUBG Mobile, what would they give me for me to allow my mustache to be on the parachute? Because think about it. Look at this. That's a nice looking mustache.
I feel like I could
PUBG Mobile would be blessed.
But also, they have given you this great opportunity to commentate, so I wouldn't be too greedy if I were you in that one.
Hey, you're the one. Hey, you're the one trying to make some deals happen. I'm just saying, if you want my mustache on a parachute, slide into the DMs. We'll make it happen, Jason. You'll broker that deal for me, please.
Yeah, and I'll take a good 30% of it, like every good agent out there. And Vera, looking at this final match, we've had massive upsets, I want to say, which I do feel bad because I don't mean it in any negative way to any of the teams out there. But looking at how the majority of the teams did in league play, it is a surprise to see teams like the Unnamed come up here and put up a chicken dinner and put up some good results. It's a surprise to see even Cloud9, even Ace1, with how shoddy Ace1 has been throughout league play. My question is, what is day 2 going to bring us now?
I feel like day 2 brings us learning. I feel like day 2 brings us the teams who are going to spend the night not grinding out more games, but sitting down, rewatching the VODs, learning what went right, learning what went wrong, seeing how teams have been adapting now that we're in the finals, what new strats have been pulled out. I think the teams that can do the best research this evening, tonight, going into tomorrow, are going to be the ones that are best prepared. The ones who can parse the information the best and use it in real time, those are going to be the ones doing well this weekend.
Well, if you don't have a coach, you better be ready to put the hours in as we're going to head into our last match of the day. It's on Erangel, and I want you to take us away.
Thank you so much, Jason. Where has this day gone? Oh my goodness. Dave, we're getting into our 6th match of the day, but I'm still ready to go. I still got some energy. We're not going to have any after this game, I'm sure, because the teams are going to be going off. I know it, as we see this last match here on Erangel. Who can get our final chicken dinner of the day? Who can put up a 20-kill game? I want to see it here on this last game, Dave. Let's go.
It's coming down to it. Game number 6, day 1 of the finals. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, there 3 total days, 18 total games for the finals, all right? This is the last game of day number 1, and of course, spots 1, 2, and 3, first, second, third, $40,000 for first place, $20,000 for second place, $12,000 for third place, and the PUBG Mobile Global Championship spot, where they will get to fight teams like Bigatron, Blue Bees, Footballists for $2 million. So much money, so much pride, so much on the line for these players looking to make PUBG Mobile the career that they know they can make it. So, final game, Paul, and I think Jason asked us, who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Some talent predictions. I'm saying Team Queso. That's what I'm saying, Team Queso. They're getting this dub. They're getting chicken dinner. The final one of tonight.
I mean, they're definitely a good bet. Here in Erangel, we've seen them perform incredibly well. We've seen them be able to go off today, put up consistently solid performances with this very friendly circle for so many of these teams. Would not be surprised to see that happen here again. Stuck in between, in Rampage, G25. G25, of course, who... Look, take them down early, get those points if you're a Team Queso, and then say, let's move on. Let's just not even let them start to pick up steam here. And it's so... Dave, there are going to be fans in the chat who are like, guys, why do you keep harping on G25? Why are you doing it? That's what the chat sounds like sometimes, all right? That's how it sounds. Because we know they have the potential to put up like a 200-point, week. We know they have the potential. That's why I want to see it here. That's why I hold them to a high standard. Let's get into this game.
Yeah, G25 currently with 9 kills so far this evening, so they need to triple that this game to really be a contender moving forward in the last 2 days. So I was doing a quick grenade check. Yep, I was doing a grenade check, Paul. Seeing, how many grenades each team used, and looking real quick, looks like Team Queso going to be up there at the top with 36 total grenades used as a team collectively here tonight. XSET right behind them with 35. Nova with 34. So those are the top teams when it comes to utilizing the nades. And we saw these nades, you toss them, you get 1 knock, you get 2 knocks. It just opens up the battle, and it makes it so much easier for teams to get aggressive and make the push, get those thirsts, get those confirms.
And we've seen so many fights start and finish with a solid grenade opening. Like you said, getting that initial knock is so key because you can leverage it without putting yourself in a compromised position. Yeah, sure, you could peek, but they could peek you right back, and they could win that shot. They could connect, headshot, you're down, and suddenly you're the one who's a liability to your squad. You do not want to be that, which is why we see so many teams flexing with these grenades. Beowulf, pretend we didn't see that. put the flower crown away, get a helmet on, and get to work. But yeah, we've seen a lot of players really be able to show us their skills with those nades. And I think for the average player, and I'm sure you touch on it in that YouTube video that Jason was mentioning earlier, that if you want to step up your game in PUBG Mobile as a whole, getting good with grenades, knowing when to utilize first person as well if you're playing TPP, little stuff like that, up your game a lot.
I can't do it like you. There you go. Not like I'm knocking on a door. Hey, yeah, big shout out. I mean, hey, so some tried and true tips, man. I just gotta tell you. Use vehicles, right? That no-brainer. Have 4 vehicles. That's definitely one of the strategies that we see the top teams, you know, the pro teams here that are constantly winning. Like every single game, they all have vehicles for the rotates. Like bring your own cover. Such a big fan. Use grenades. Another tip. Use grenades. I mean, another tip that sounds like a no-brainer, but you'll be surprised how many people underestimate using that grenade in their belt compared to maybe taking some gunshots trying to get a headshot to start the engagement. Nah, use those grenades, throw them from the safety and comfort of your cover if possible. And number 3, we saw it last week. We saw a great example from XSET using the buddy system, Paul. Remember that push?
Oh, yeah.
They used the buddy system. The buddy system is just so strong because it allows you to get the flank, get the pinch, and if one of your squad mates get knocked, you're there. You're right on top of them. You can provide the support. You can get the trade and the revive. And then the final tip, this one's from our boy Hot Jukes. The most important tip, and he'll tell you, don't die. Don't die. That's the game-winning tip. Don't die. I learned that from Hot Jukes, so big shout out to him.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think all of those skills used in tandem will just up your gameplay so much. And if your goal is to try and make it here to compete on the level with these pros, you know, put all things together, work with the squad, get the communication up and going, have people next to you that you trust implicitly, know they've got your back. And again, it all ties into all this, the buddy system, of course, as well, taking those positive trades. That's how we see a lot of these close range fights, those solid engages working. Don't put your opponent in a position where they can take 1v1s. Don't do that. Make it a 2v1 every time, and you'll find yourself across the finish line. I just had to make it rhyme. I'm sorry, I just had to. Anyway, Team Queso. Team Queso. Talk about them. Coming into this 3rd place, looking really solid, had a good opening day. But you Mustache Dave, begged them to get the chicken dinner here in this last game. That would almost certainly put them up towards that #1 position, depending on how well Loops Esports does in this game. But I think that would be about what people would expect here, because a lot of folks expect them to get a chicken here today.
Yeah, currently Loop's going to be up there at the top, 65 total points. They average around 13 points per game. Ugh. Actually insane. Yeah, Ace One still managing to be up there, 2nd place, averaging around 9.6 points per game. So they're doing phenomenal here. And then Team Queso right behind them, 3rd place, averaging 9.4 points per game. And then real quick, just looking at the, we'll get back to that because Telly doing some scouting.
I mean,
that was casual.
That's a scout. I mean, he just went right.
That was casual.
Look at the mini map on the right side of your screen. Look at this.
What's that?
This man has no fear. Oh my goodness, no fear. We're seeing a full wrap around Alpha 7. Okay.
Victory lap.
That's one way to find a compound.
Wow. I mean, all 4 of them right there. Just Telly driving on right by. That's crazy. I've never seen something like that before. Telly's still going to be getting shot, though, from Bit2 from Alpha.
Okay.
Oh, so close to getting into the cover. Telly,
I think his vehicle tire, I think it clipped the stairway and flipped his car around. The buggy.
I mean, there's only so much luck.
Let's add. Learn to drive. That's also very important in this game. Undervalued skill, driving.
That's the truth, man. That is the truth. I'm still shocked how we just saw Telly just casually drive by exit right there. But yeah, scouting.
Marco. Save the tires.
Oh, right here. G25 taking some shots here in the final game of the evening. On to Team Queso. Oh yeah, that's where it was. Federal still up there at the top from Loops, 15 kills. The top fragger in the lobby. 2nd place, Doodoo from Ace One, 9 kills. And then Team Queso, Axel, Ayala, 3rd and 4th, 9 and 8.
Easy! look, we can talk about stats, Dave, and I absolutely love talking about the numbers, but seeing it put into practice, that's certainly something. We're seeing that right now as Nova and Tempo are going toe-to-toe. AZ is getting to dropping Tensa with the shots. Oh my goodness, not tensing up here. Keeping it loosey-goosey. Looking to put those shots downrange into Nova Esports. Nova, who've definitely stepped up so far today. Currently sitting in 5th place overall in Tempo. Down there in 14th with love, and I mean love, to take a positive fight against them here. Already picked up the 1 kill. Will certainly do wonders for their morale in this game. And another long loot, another long time in the blue for Execute. We've started to see this become a consistent play for them. We'll see if this continues on throughout the game. And I'm kind of surprised because a lot of teams are prioritizing this early game to fight, to get kills. Yeah. Execute is doing the opposite. They are removing themselves from this portion of the game by playing out in the blue. And I'm going to be honest, Dave, I'm going to take a stand right here. I don't normally do this. I think that's a mistake. The early game is an opportunity, and the top teams that I've talked to are all talking about how they think the early game is an opportunity to get a couple of kills. I think if you're removing yourself from those situations, you're objectively missing out on a key point of the game where you can be getting those additional kill points. And I can't, Execute still sitting in 4th place. So clearly whatever they're doing, it is working to a degree. But I think they could be pushing themselves even further by getting into some more early game scraps. As I say this, Team Queso getting thirsted in the kill feed. So again, what do I know?
You're talking about Tempo being thirsty. We saw them driving around this compound. Nova, they don't want any part of this. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I would agree 9 out of 10 times that's right, but that one time. Oh, that one time. It's working for Execute. I mean, 4th place, man. Like, I really can't knock them too hard. They're doing really great. I mean, they got chicken dinner here. They're showing up. You know what's important with their strategy to note? They're showing up to late game with 4. So important. Yep, so important.
Speaking of important, showing us the late game was 4. Well, maybe down to 2 right here is Team Queso. They're rolling on into all 4 members of Alpha 7 who are alive. 2 members already down. That send. Axel's going to drop as well. It's all down to Ayala. And what is basically looking like a 1v4. Here comes the send on the outside. Ayala, here's the vehicle coming in, is trying to position to deny the angle, the full sweep, the wrap around, but that's just the execution. And Team Queso with a sloppy send gets absolutely annihilated by Alpha 7. This team right in the middle, taking down one of the top dogs. Got to feel pretty good. And Dave, the chicken dinner dream, sprinkle some cheese on it. Gonna get a little burnt in the oven because we're not gonna see it this time.
Yeah, and the key word, you already mentioned it twice here in this game, sloppy. And I think it goes down to the fact that this is game number 6, right? So these players, they've been gaming. Yeah. They've been gaming, right? The thing is, they need to keep in the back of their mind, with 6 games a day, it's not a sprint. And I know it's a term that is used a lot, but I mean, it describes this so well, in my opinion. Like, this is not a sprint. You don't come into 1, you don't come into 2 games, just, nonstop aggression, popping off, taking all the fights. Like, you got to pace it out. You got to pace it out, make sure that you have enough mental focus, right? Mental focus for game number 6, because we saw 2 crashes this game so far. That just seemed like, what's going on? Like, you're just YOLO crashing for whatever reason without even scouting it, right? Like, a simple leapfrog mechanic or maneuver could have been the difference in getting wiped or not. So it's all about just taking your time, really thinking with a clear mind, really keeping your communication calm and steady in game number 6, because every game counts. We can't stress that enough. Like, there are no throwaway games here in the finals. There's just not. That's just the truth.
And I understand you're feeling pressured. You're running from a fight where you just lost a player, but I agree. There was still enough room in this circle. There's not going to be in this next one, but there was still enough room in the circle that I think TQ could have slowed it down a little bit. And they're one of these squads that is looking to play aggressive in the early game. And I think that aggression may have bit them in the butt here, biting off more than they can chew. But a lot of teams going to be in position to rotate into this next one, though. Once again, Dave, if we see more northern shifts, all these teams in the south, oh man, we're going to see a repeat of Miramar. It is going to get messy. And the funny thing is, it's a lot of the same teams.
Yeah. Execute up there to the north by themselves. Such a great spot.
Oh, yeah.
That's such a great spot. So, I mean, really coming into the blue, avoiding the early fights. Like, 9 out of 10 times, I would say that doesn't work, but it is working for them here tonight. What happened to that tire, by the way? Somebody just popped that at the very end. Yeah, that was not nice, because this is a nice skin. Pedro definitely out here flexing hard. That's a nice one. I'm kind of jealous, but we'll see. We'll see what Execute can do up there to the north, because now other teams have the same idea. I see Influence, I see Wildcard, who like to drop Severny. Both of those squads are going to be repositioning up there, so it's really do or die for Execute to see if they can stand their ground.
Yeah, we'll see now as Influence Rage rotating in are going to have eyes on this. They are aware, but they put themselves in a good spot. Wildcard going to be joining in the fray as well. Wildcard rotating in from the north, no real surprise there. But Execute, they love this position they've got for themselves. They're up on the high ground. They have a vantage point. They've got all 4 players alive, but they need to play this carefully because, like I said, Wildcard's here, but they're not going to overextend and leave their cover. This is such a heads-up play because Spring and crew, they've got to come to them, but they're realizing now they need to do it a little bit slower. See, Dave? Not sloppy. Calculated, concise, take your time, get set up. This is what I like to see. Let's go. A good old 4v4 scrap. Nobody is really around, less likely to get third party to this stage in the game. And this could be huge for Wildcard, who's had a rough, slow day. Taking a fight here could be big, but I think they're realizing, look, going uphill into the circle, maybe not the one we want to take. So we'll see if they opt to reposition and move around here, because it seems like Execute, they have the potential to respond should they think they need to. And okay, yeah, we are going to see the wrap.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard, they learned their lesson last game, right? Sending it on across the open terrain, pushing on Nunez. They lost 2 in the process. So with this open terrain, they were able to toss some smokes, but they are opting for a more safer pathway. Maybe utilize some cover. I mean, it's Fate, kill switch on the high ground. Like, yeah, if Wildcard just worked their way up the hill, it's, you know, their heads are going to be spotted first. Kill switch with the M4, easy spray down. So Wildcard, they definitely need to play this one smart if they want to come out on top.
Absolutely. And again, heads up play here, but ooh, that's another shift. And teams didn't want to get caught out, Dave. So a lot of them rotated around. They didn't all stay towards the south. And they want to come back again. But this is still going to make this a much easier rotation. We're going to see more teams with room to play. Tempo Storm, though, very split, as you can see on the minimap there in the top right. C9 getting in there as well. Nova, dead center. We're seeing Loops looking down towards B4. Both of these teams out on the outside, not in the circle. Nenabede trying to get the send off. A lot of missed shots from Loops, though, and Nenabede breathing a sigh of relief. That could have been his grave.
Listen, it could have been, but Loops are going to have 3 more opportunities right now. Levi doing the same pathing Nenabede did. Looks like Levi able to make it out as well. Pedro going to be in the blue, sending it for that wide rotate, trying to avoid those shots, but getting chunked down pretty low. Wildcard, they found themselves a shack, hopefully not the death shack right here. Leon peeking on out, sees a member from Loops. We also see the mini-map Execute wrapped around them. So Execute going to be able to gatekeep Wildcard here.
They've been doing such a good job of that, Dave. I have to say, their edge play, look, I'm going to say, and I'm going to caveat my earlier, I like to get involved in early fights. How they played the mid game that was looking so good. We saw it back on Sanhok, them constantly doing this. They were way out in the blue. I'm like, oh man, they're out there. This is going to be rough. But they're constantly getting ahead of teams that are taking scrappy fights on the edge. They're constantly putting themselves in position to play gatekeeper, and they're going to do it again to Wildcard, whose little hut, I should mention, the little murder shack, is not in the zone. So they're going to have to deal with that. Focus in, taking shots from range, but actually gets the shot onto Raven, and the third party is coming in. Yeah. Focus is going to get denied. Raven's so salty about this as here we go. We're going to see more teams sending it on into the zone. The one way to deal with the gatekeep is just to smash down the door with a battering ram. A couple of vehicles for G25 pushing the way on in. Execute taking a lot of damage on the outset. Going to be taking a little bit of fire as well from behind. So Wildcard's getting involved in the action, but they're able to get shot back in return. You can see the kill feed. G25 Loops. All these teams are going to get involved in this next series of engagements as G25 has been able to find a little bit of room to stabilize. They were in the zone. But Dave, they are so stacked up, and the kill feed is starting to light up. Still 50 players in this lobby, and the zone is closing in.
Still stuck on Raven, saying not like this, just kind of jumping off the cliff there towards the end. I think we just saw G25, all of them in vehicles, pretty much drive over, Execute, and they're still alive. They are still alive. The whole team of G25 in this wooden shack. They got a couple smokes to work with. They have a pretty solid position. But Brazilian Rampage, Nova, Tempo Storm are going to be looking in their direction. Another team looking for a huge game, Influence Rage. I mean, this was a team that we talked about game number 1. Week 4 of league play, they popped off. They had such a major improvement compared to the beginning. They're looking to make that the case here tonight. The Unnamed 2-up Bucky Q. They have this burnt out US for cover. They have a buggy that they can possibly use, but they're going to be all the way out there on the edge.
Oh, and they're taking shots from multiple directions here. But King A is going to get it down there onto Influence Rage. That's actually pretty big. That's going to slow down this rotation quite a lot, and the blue is moving in. I think they are going to be able to try and stabilize. Once again, like you said, Dave, having all these vehicles, being able to bring your own cover with you makes a big difference. But the Unnamed stuck out in no man's land, and all these teams got to move just on the outskirts of farm. Only Nova and Brazilian Rampage are in the fight. Some shots going back from Q, a little bit of revenge for forcing them back there on the beach. They're going to have to try and push their way in, but through Tribe, through this team, this is going to be a rough one.
Yeah, this is a tough zone. This is a tough zone. Tempo down there in the south, Ace down there in the south. Honestly, whoever wins this gunfight could easily have a top 5 finish right here. Doo-Doo going for the spray down, so it's going to be a wooden shack versus a concrete shack over here. Looks like Ace, they might opt to blow up those vehicles, make sure to not allow Tempo to reposition or at least make their way on out of this shack. But we've seen teams, the whole squad is in here. We've seen teams get wiped out from one grenade right here. That's why we see those smokes. But G25 making the push, making the breach onto Brazilian Rampage.
Yeah, we're seeing them going on in. Pepito priming it, cooking it, sending it. Is it going to be good? Yes, it is. There is the down. There is the kill. We're seeing more fights breaking out. This time it's going to be Cloud9 trying to crash into the backside of Brazilian Rampage. Can they push up the stairs and get this done? Nades are flying through to trying to breach or take over. And we're seeing Lil Boy now running for dear life. Lil Boy, whose nades we know can be oh so potent. Trying to do that to C9 here. Is actually able to hold this off just a little bit longer. Adder is able to get the med off, I should say. Didn't even go down. This is huge here for C9, who've got all 4 players alive, and the nade goes in from range. This Brazilian Rampage is deleted as Beowulf able to pick that one up. C9 take the compound and up on the north side of the circle. That's absolutely massive. We're seeing all the teams down towards this southwest side, all trying to make their way in. Tribe still able to keep these other teams at bay, but Tempo Storm's here as well, and they're all vying for what little cover is left in this circle, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, it is honestly a party, and some teams, they were not invited to the party. A little salty that they didn't receive the invitation. NTX from Influence Rage in the blue, tossing out the grenade. Siga was actually tagged from the DP. You gotta watch out. Those toes, man. Those toes are exposed underneath the vehicles. King A with the spray down. Taking down NTX. Influence Rage taken out in 11th place, and just in time for King A to get the pickup, get the revive.
Great team fire there. Both King A and G3 putting shots down range, and they are able to leapfrog their way into this next circle. We're seeing Tempo Storm, though, with the smokes, with the utility, keeping themselves alive a little bit longer before. And a lot of these other squads, we're down to 9 now. Only 26 players left alive. But of these teams who are up, a lot of teams with 3 or 4 players left on the rosters. So they're going to be able to put together more cohesive pushes, more cohesive fights. As we're seeing It's Fate going down in the kill feed as well. But Tempo Storm, they are in for a world of hurt. Dave, when these smokes dissipate, I can see the pain coming in.
No pain, no gain, man. It's all about those gains, all right? Tempo, they got 3 up. They have 3 up. Cloud9, we saw them crash the party just earlier onto G25. Still have the entirety of the squad up. Grenade to finish off.
Did you do it again?
5 kills. 5 kills on the Cloud9 right there.
You did it again!
Yeah. Bayo. Man, Cloud9 are looking so healthy this game. They're looking so good when it comes to... Oh, uneven though. Pushing on into Loops. Here comes Adder for the support.
That in. Priming it, cooking it, sending it right on over. Is able to get the shot onto the vehicle. The damage is there, but that's giving Adder a little bit of time to try and stabilize. He's burning on up, and here comes the rest of the send. The nade from Daddy is going in, but the shots from C9 are connecting. Kayowski's the last one standing. Pyro forced to go prone. And Kayowski wins the fight! That just means that's Adder in the back, priming the nade. Gonna look to try and get this kill. Kayowski looking to try and confirm it. Is the nade good? It does re-knock Dadin. That's absolutely massive. Adder still with pretty good HP. He needs to try and keep his team up and in this. And now a 2v2 situation. Each one has a player down. I'm even going to try and play scout potentially. But Adder, I'm surprised he's not playing this a little bit more aggressive because he's outside the circle. He knows the damage has been done. He's going to try and bait the revive. There it is. Going to try and find the shots. There they are. He's going to go around. He needs to go off here because Loops is sticking to their guns. And now Adder, he's playing this so slowly. He's giving them a chance to stabilize. This is huge.
This is huge, but kind of stuck out here. I mean, the spray down over there. Loops with the off angle. They know exactly where Adder is. They got the revive. They're using this time with the smokes to reposition. Adder popping up. Go to the spray down. Will connect onto one. Here it comes.
He does it!
The double. They got the double. What? Adder coming in clutch right there for Cloud9.
Adder waiting just a little bit longer, knowing there's one member of Loop still up and in play, sitting back. Plays it slow, gets the intel, and then takes the shots. One clip, 3 kills. Adder, one of the top fraggers we know he could be, goes off here. I was questioning the decision. I said, you know, you have somebody down in front of you. Why aren't you pushing? He's like, don't worry about it. I know what I need to do. I know there's a bigger fight to be had. And he takes it to Loop single-handedly. The failed send from C9 ends up finding a small iota of success as C9 is able to outlive those opponents. Senab, great game sense there. Able to put shots into Adder, not able to confirm the kill. But C9 in a top 4 situation, Dave, can't be mad about that.
So clutch right there. I mean, so clutch. Even if they get taken out here, they get the kill points. They get 8 placement points. So this is looking golden for Cloud9, regardless of what happens. Alpha 7, the only team right now with 4 up. They're going to be out there on the east side. Nova with 3, Ace with 2. That was one of the clutchest plays we've seen here today from Adder. Honestly, getting 3 kills right there onto Loops as well. I mean, Loops are so aggressive, such a strong contender here.
Put that one in your highlight reel. Seriously. Seriously, put that in your highlight reel because that was just so good. Especially because all the pressure was on him at that point. I mean, he just watched all his teammates go down. The send completely failed at that point. The nades were kind of connecting to keep them sort of at bay, but the circle was pushing in. Shots were coming in from across the way as well. The potential from the third party was there, but still able to maintain the composure. Absolutely huge. Another player who's going to have to do that here is Cardozin, but the send now from Alpha 7. They knew the last player was there.
Okay.
And strength of numbers. We're going to hype him up. Nothing you can do about that. Nothing you can do about that. So the 3 takes down the 1, and the 3 might take down the 1 here again as Nova is looking in towards Cardozin. We've seen Ace in these late game snake situations on Erangel. Went well for them last time. I don't think we're going to see that here again, Dave.
Honestly, though, solid day for Ace. I mean, they came into this match second place. Now, top 3 situation. If they get taken out in third, that's 10 points when it comes to placement. They got 7 kills. That would be 17 total points. That'll definitely keep them afloat. This is a huge game for Alpha 7. They need to clutch this one out. They need to get the dub. They need to get the win.
Yeah, this is big because they're forcing Nova back on the outside. Cardozin does go down, but this is now 2 members down for Nova. All 4 members alive. Here comes the send. Once again, they just did it to C9. They're going to do it here again, and that's just going to be the game. Oh my goodness, 0 hesitation. Alpha 7 smells blood in the water, and an 11-kill win for them. Gotta feel good here to round out our day on Erangel. Any team can walk away with the chicken. If this day has proved anything, it's that all 16 squads who made it here to our finals deserve it, because anyone can win any fight on any map at any time.
Not only that, like 1 chicken dinner with an explosive amount of kills. Like, I believe Alpha 7, they came into this game 9th place. So we'll see where they finish after that game. But 1 solid game could just be that deciding factor on whether or not you're in that top 3. So huge performance from Alpha 7, huge performance from Ace, huge performance from Nova and Cloud9. I mean, honestly, all at the end right there. I'm still stuck on Adder. I mean, that clutch play, that was insane.
Jason, you heard our reaction. What was the reaction like with because you're hanging out with our analysts? When Adder popped out around and pulled off those shots, how loud was it? Be honest.
Sorry, can you repeat that again? I can't hear you. That's how loud it was. That's what I'm expecting, hearing people screaming all in comms the whole time. Yeah, I was watching. I'm like, what's going on? Adder, like he's right there. Just go get him. And then I thought like, oh, Adder, he's playing so selfish, but he clutched it out in the end, even after like downing a player from Alpha 7. A big step up when they need it for Cloud9. And again, some consistency coming back into the roster. But consistency is not something we can really talk about today as a whole, because we've had teams, well, a different team winning every single match, and we've had teams we never expected to be able to take a top placing so far in day one, be able to rise through. Dave, you're looking famished, man. You're looking tired, but you're looking like you're hunting for more chicken dinners here.
Hey, I'm looking good. Jason, relax, man, relax. I'm ready for another one. All right. I was agreeing with you that how it's really good that all these teams individually got those chicken dinners, and there's not just one team with like 2 or 3 chicken dinners, because then it would have been just a blowout, right, in the final 2 days. So with only 6 teams with 1 chicken dinner each, that's going to allow these leaderboards for the next 2 days to kind of be open in a sense for teams that might not have had the most optimal day 1. So it's going to be exciting.
Well, Dave, I actually have an update for you. I just got told from production we're actually moving 6 games to happen still today. We're actually going to do 12 in one day right now, so I hope you guys are ready. We'll see you after the 7th match. No, you guys are done for the day. Thank you for everything. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you for bringing us all that amazing, amazing action.
Going the right way this time. Thank you.
I was waiting for that. It did, in fact, go the correct way. We got to bring our analyst back in, though. 7's going to run the correct way back in, isn't he? He, look at that. Nailed it. Didn't even have to script that. He just knew. He just knew. All right, so guys, we have a new victor, a new champion taking over Chicken Dinner, Alpha 7, one of the teams who has performed well. And again, we see them get 4 players alive at the end of the game, and they can close it out, Glitter. They didn't have to have only 3 this time.
And you know, that's something we were talking about through the entirety of League Play. We were wondering, is that going to be the factor that makes the difference? I mean, apparently it was, because they're able to close it out with 11 kills, first place overall, and get 26 points in the final game of the day. I mean, that's huge for them. That's going to be putting them in a very strong position in the overalls by the time we get to take a look at it. And then we've got Ace 1 coming through in 2nd place. They've had a very consistent day today, 7 kills overall, tied with Nova in 17 points. And Nova is another one that's managed to do well. I was watching them earlier, and it was almost like they had a strong game and then they'd fall off a little bit, then they come back and have a strong game, fall off a little bit, but they are able to close out the day with yet another good finish, and this is going to be huge for Nova. Cloud9 able to get 16 points, 8 kills. It's huge for Cloud9 since we don't typically see them being that aggressive. And then, of course, Adder there at the end. Loops yet again with 6 kills, 4 placement points. Execute coming in 6th with 2 kills, but still 6 placement points for 8 points overall. And then we see Tribe appear again in 7th place with 7 points, and Brazilian Rampage in 8th with 4.
Yeah, and with Loops, I mean, the only critique I can say about them is maybe step it up in the placement points, but their kills just have been so consistent. We see Influence Rage right there with 4 points, the Unnamed 3 points, G25, they finally stopped getting those 0 points or those 1 points. Now they're stepping it up to 3. Love seeing that out of them. Temple Storm 2 points, B4 Esports there at 2 points, Wildcard Gaming 1 point, Team Queso there. We were talking about this. You see Team Queso and XSET there with 0 points. Jason, we were talking about this while watching the game, and something that you said perfectly, and something that I 100% agree with you, is that Team Queso is reminding us a lot of how they play week 1, where they either went just all out and they would get a lot of points in one match, or they would just end up getting like maybe 1 or 2 or 0 points in another one.
Yeah, what was it? They had 3 chicken dinners and 46 placement points. So that means they got 1 placement point outside of their chicken dinners within the first week. But you know what? I think it's time to take a look at, for the last time today, our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments of the last match. We can kind of talk about some of these kills as well. But so this is worrying for me, Glitter, honestly. I was expecting them to come into these games and just dominate everyone yet again. But I wonder, have they been figured out?
I would agree that it is a little bit worrying. I mean, I think, especially with the momentum that they had coming into this, we're really expecting them to kind of blow everybody out of the water, or at least be in maybe like a top 5 situation. And I don't even know that they're there right now, because they just haven't been able to pull down the numbers. And I think for me, the biggest change here, 7 with Queso specifically, is the fact that they're not getting the kills we got really used to seeing them get.
Yeah, and I think that's a big story too. Remember, they got so used to just playing cares, like not really caring about anything, just trusting, being super confident, knowing that they were going to be able to win engagements even if it was bad engagements to take. And also something that they didn't have in mind is that we're going to be playing 2 less matches overall in the finals, and we're going to be doing all those 18 matches in 3 days. That could also play a huge part into the tacticalness of a team. Maybe for the first day they had something said of, hey, you know what, maybe we were allowed to continue doing what we were doing there towards the end of league play and try it out on the finals. Well, guess what? Now you're not going to be able to do this. So far for me, though, I feel like they're still going to be within that striking distance, and they're still that team that can carry that momentum as we've seen them do in the previous weeks of league play.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I won't count them out until we're halfway done with the final day, to be honest. We're now going to take a look at our total damage in the last match, and we're going to see, I mean, Alpha 7 just barely going to scrape by in first. Nice to see, though, as I think you guys pointed out before, Cloud9 getting way more aggressive in these games, 1,700 damage done. But it's nice to see them, you know, be the second most amount of kills in the match.
Yeah.
And something with Cloud9 that has actually impressed me at all throughout the whole day is the way they're positioning themselves in the circle. They're not being this Cloud9 where they wait last second to get in the circle, kind of along the lines of what we're saying about G25. No, Cloud9, at least for the first couple of matches, we saw Cloud9 straight down the middle of the circle and not being the Cloud9 that we're used to in regards to just being super patient, not taking into any fights. No, guess what? They were putting out damage, and we're able to see it right here as well. So overall, great tactical change there from Cloud9. I'm loving the gameplay. And once again, what can I say? Loops Esports right now, they're, for me, after today, they're looking like the favorite ones to take that #1 spot if they continue to be consistent with kills and if they can improve their placement points. That's my main critique.
I would agree with that, though.
What about East 1, though? They had a fantastic first game. They had some really decent showings in some other matches. I mean, I feel like you're kind of hinting at the fact that Loops might be #1 in our overalls, and I'm not actually sure of who currently is in our first place. That grin is kind of telling me that I might be right here in this one. But I don't know. I think we might have that battle
earlier.
We might have that battle we talked about in week 1, the Battle of Brazil between Ace 1 and Loops Esports. I was hoping for the Battle of Argentina as well, but G25 isn't able to step up like Queso is. And then we also have even a third battle happening of who's going to be the North American team that potentially could make top 3, because it's definitely not Tempo today. It's definitely not Wildcard today. Execute maybe is getting in there. Cloud9 looking possible. There's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts going on still currently, Glitter.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm here for it because that's what I wanted to happen. All of these teams have the ability to be a top team, so this is going to completely just kind of weed out who can manage to sneak up into that top 3 position. As we see here, Loops is pretty much better in almost every single category than Alpha 7, other than the damage received, and that's probably indicative of the fact that Loops is just getting into more engagements, right? So this is obviously, it's the first day, but we only have 3 days. So if you're not in a good position today, you better figure it out tomorrow, because if it's not figured out by the end of tomorrow, you trying to come back in the final day just isn't going to happen. And that's just, especially when if Loops has found their momentum at that point, if Ace 1 keeps up their momentum, if Alpha 7 does, and if Queso picks it up, there's only 3 spots here, people, and there's a lot of money on the line. You got to be playing your heart out to get it.
Yeah, you'd have to pull an INTZ at this rate at this final day. As we take a look at our daily report, they were down like over 100 points and almost actually qualified. See the most damage, most kills, most knockouts, pretty much in the categories you want to be #1 in. Loops Esports haven't been able to do it here, 7.
Yeah, and that's the main reason why I'm saying they're currently looking as of today. They're looking as my favorite ones to take that #1 spot. And earlier in the show, remember I said I wouldn't be surprised if we see that 1-2 between Loops Esports and Ace 1 if Ace 1 can be consistent. That's the main reason why I'm not putting Ace 1 in first place, because I'm just not sure of their consistency yet.
Well, you know what? Are you two ready to see our overall rankings? Are you guys at home ready to see our overall rankings from the end of day 1 of our finals? Let's throw it up on the screen here so you guys can see. And currently in first place, Loops Esports, 75 points, with Alpha 7 actually behind them at 67. But again, yes, Glitter, I know you see what I see, and I'm gonna let you say it.
0 chicken dinners whatsoever under their belt, and they're demolishing everybody in kill points.
Brazil.
I don't understand how they do it. If they save all their wins until the third day, then everybody better watch out, because if this is how they're playing with no chicken dinners under their belt, when literally 2nd through 6th, everybody under them has at least 1 chicken dinner so far.
Maybe they want to make a statement. Maybe they want to get first place in the PMPL Americas Season 2 finals with 0 chicken dinners and still beat everyone else.
That would be insane.
That'd be hot.
Stop it. Listen, I'm appreciating here the Brazilian performance. Loops Esports first place, Alpha 7 Esports second place, Ace 1 third place. For everybody from Brazil, from everybody from that region that plays PUBG Mobile, congratulations. You guys had an amazing first day here on the finals. We do have Nova Esports surprisingly being currently the best team out of North America. And I say surprisingly because honestly, I was not expecting them to be on this spot. I'm happy to see them there. Cloud9 as well. We see them currently there in 5th place with 62 points total. And then we move down a little bit more to 6th place. Execute, 55 points. Team Queso, I know we're saying we're getting a little bit worried here. But I think they're currently within striking distance, right? I mean, it's not such a crazy thing that we're going to be seeing. If Lutz Esports continues this performance, Glitter, I think we can safely say, hey, maybe they'll take first place, and then it becomes the 2nd place to a 3rd place race here.
Yeah, I think 2nd and 3rd place are going to get a little bit spicy. You can even see just how close the points even are between 2nd and 5th, 2nd and 5th right now. Like, that's nothing. So it's anybody's game right now on this entire first page, because we've seen every single team on this first page have a stellar performance that is more than capable of closing whatever gap exists right now in the points. It's just whether or not they can do it consistently, or it's going to depend on how every other team performs against whatever they can put up. Moving on to the 2nd page, though, we do see the rest of our squads here. The Unnamed in 9th place with 44 points. B4 in 10th. Tribe in 11th, 37, only 3 behind B4. Influence Rage there in 12th. Even these points are all super, super close so far. But I think the upsetting part is the fact that 14th, 15th, and 16th, that's Tempo Storm with only 20 points. G25 with only 16 points. And then Wildcard even lower than that with only 14 points. That is not in any way, shape, or form, I think, the 3 teams that any of us expected to be in 14th through 16th place.
Yeah, and I think we can safely say that between those 3 teams. Tempo coming in today was one of our favorite teams. I do got to give some props though. G25, they improved a lot today. They were able to switch it up. They were getting unlucky there in one match in Miramar when we just saw them absolutely disappear as we blinked our eyes because Team Queso third-partied them. G25 went from getting only 2 points in 3 matches to being able to improve that 16 points in the next 3 matches. So congrats G25, but tomorrow you need to go crazy.
I think I'm really sick or something. I think I'm a little warm right now. I think I'm hallucinating because I did not just see G25, Tempo, and Wildcard in the bottom 3. Yeah. Are we all like simultaneously hallucinating the same thing? Who would have expected that? Tempo Storm finished 3rd overall. I don't know. Anyways, let's take a look at our top players by kills from the end of today and start to look at by damage, and let's look at who's really been the ones to step up. And you see Doodoo going to be there number 2 and Federal going to be there at number 1. And we talked about other players of Loop stepping up. Well, you're not seeing Carrillo there, but you are seeing 2 of his teammates.
I love it. I love it.
Glitter, you know who I'm seeing that I just realized?
I think I do. I think I do now.
Hey, yeah. Pepito Pelitos in 8th place. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. See, G25 has the potential to move up. They were just getting unlucky, but they need to, like I'm telling you, tomorrow they need to have a week 1 day where they just ended up winning pretty much every single game, which is hard to do now because a lot of the other teams have stepped it up. Hey, little boy from Brazilian Rampage, that's another player that I've been looking at very closely. I'm loving his playing style. I'm loving the pretty much the maturity I seen out of that player. Good to see him there. Uneven as well out of Cloud9. Are you kidding me? We haven't seen Uneven. I haven't really seen Uneven up here since Malaysia last year. So it's good to see my boy Uneven here on the top leaderboard. Maybe this will be a little bit of a push there for his teammates like Beowulf, Power, and Adder. This is great to see.
Look at that, like first 17th, and then Uneven at 6 in terms of kills. There's 11 kill difference at the moment, even though the damage is a little bit different. I mean, the thing is, even with Pepito, he was at 8 kills, so he's still 9 kills behind the leader currently, which obviously you can do a lot of damage and maybe not get a lot of kills, maybe you're getting the assists in, but we need to see some teams start to step up here. Seeing G25 there as well was kind of surprising, just because the fact of him always generally playing like that lurking role for his team of just staying last alive, but he's definitely helped Nova take themselves to another level today, as well as Boss. We got to give him credit. He sat out week 2, week 3, I believe. They put Starlight in. They brought him back for week 4, and it seems like Nova have been able to do better overall because of it.
Yes. Thumbs up.
All right, that's all I need in my life, 7. I wanted to at least get a thumbs up from you guys before I ended the show. So once Glitter gives it to me, then I can head off and we can end the show. Otherwise, we're just going to keep filling for as long as I need 2. I need 2, Glitter. You have 2 thumbs. I think you have 2 thumbs. Do you have 2 thumbs? She has 2 thumbs. Hey, all right. Well, thank you guys very much for breaking down everything today. We'll see you guys tomorrow to break down 6 more matches, and we'll be over the halfway point of our finals. Guys, thanks again for tuning in. Remember, tomorrow at the exact same time, we'll be bringing you day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2 finals. You're not going to want to miss it, because honestly, at the end of the day, we're going to get one step closer to find out which teams will represent us in PMGC.